Hi there. You on the table? I wonder if you'd mind taking a brief survey. 5 questions. Now, I know you're sleepy, but I just bet it'll make you feel right as rain. I'd be just thrilled to chat once we've run the survey. Shall we begin with question 1? Shall we begin with question 1?
What do you want?
To start, who are you?
Hi, I want to talk about a show that I got into recently. A show that I debated even watching in the first place. Now, I don't know if you've watched it before because who uses Apple TV? Let's be honest. But after its boom in popularity with the premiere of the 2nd season, at one point in time you might have heard of it. Look, to address the elephant in the room, this video is very long. And because this is a huge time commitment for me, like this video took me 8 months to make, and hell, Severance wasn't even popular when I started. So I've got a Patreon, where you can get all these different perks, from gaming content, hours of extended cuts from pre-existing videos, your name listed at the end of every single video, sneak peeks into future projects, exclusive parasocial Discord role, and in general shit tons more stuff that will ever only be on Patreon, even the behind the scenes of this very video, only for $6 a month. You get all of this and more, and if you really want to support me, there is a $20 tier too. It doesn't give any extra benefits, but it helps me out more than you can imagine, and it is the best way to support me other than watching this video. With your help, you can fund later projects like these, and I cannot tell you how much that means to me. Now look, I don't really watch shows, apart from them, but when I do watch a show without pre-existing hype, I usually call it within about 5 minutes, because 1, I'm autistic, and 2, it just didn't grab me, and I thought this would be a similar case, as the intro to the first episode is a very slow burner. But little did I know, I was watching the start of the best show ever made. A show that utilizes every option at their disposal, such as camera angles, lighting, coloring, set design, and sporadic piano keys, just to name a few. A show that in the process of making this video literally changed my life. Severance also plays on the liminal fear many have come to know. It's a show where I was literally and figuratively on the edge of my seat. A show where every single thing matters, and the smallest blurry background details that you see for 3 seconds tend to define the whole show. This is better than Breaking Bad. This is better than Better Call Saul. This is Severance. In this video, I'm going to cover every single detail about the show, including stuff that you have never even heard about, making this the most in-depth and longest Severance video to ever exist on YouTube. And yes, I am bragging, but to me it's justified, because I've dedicated 8 months of my life to this. But let's just get into the nitty-gritty. Created and written by Dan Erickson, inspired by real-life experiences, whilst working in many office spaces, we got 19 episodes mostly directed by Ben Stiller. And later in season 2, one of the best director debuts ever. Look, I love everything about this show. Bought vinyls, and even have 3D printed set pieces just scattered around my office.
I wonder if you'd mind taking a brief survey.
and I hope by the end, whether you've watched Severance or not, you can at least take a bit of your obsessive nature and dedicate it to Severance. Also, you don't understand how hard it was to bypass copyright in this video, so sometimes you will hear some sounds sounding a bit odd, but it's nothing over the top, and at worst it's just a bit distant due to me having to remove music from an audio. So you don't have to worry about anything incoherent or unintelligible. Now, for you to fully understand what I mean, which is hard if you're going in blind, let me direct you through the first episode, so you can truly understand the scale of which this show projects its story. Then after, we can gather again to discuss a bit more.
Who are you? Hi there. You on the table? I wonder if you'd mind taking a brief survey.
The first episode is introduced to someone repeating the phrase, "Who are you?" And as this unknown voice finishes this line of questioning, we get a cold open to a random woman lying face down on a table. The shot is held for about 10 seconds until the voice utters the same phrase, and as he does this, the woman starts to wake up, and for 19 more seconds, the shot is held, slowly panning down. One thing I would say is that this room's layout from a bird's eye view looked fairly like a mouth, with the woman laying inside on the tongue. Cutting once more, the speaker resting just above her head sits in center frame with everything else blurred. Linking this to other similar designed speakers, this starts to set the tone for the age technology being used. After holding this angle, it cuts to what the speaker possibly sees, personifying the object. Bringing her hand up, she slowly rubs the back of her head as if in some discomfort. This is when the indiscriminate voice says,
Hi there. You on the table? I wonder if you'd mind taking a brief survey.
Quite obviously, she questions who this is, and the voice requests that she answer 5 questions. Holding this shot for about 1 minute and 35 seconds, the speaker's perspective follows her staggering movements, as if she's learning to walk again, or at least struggling to walk.
Hey, open the door!
Trying the door, she fails, and after almost accepting her situation, the camera shifts focus from the speaker to the woman. She tries to get up and communicate from behind the desk.
Hey.
Hello.
The man behind the speaker is very obviously inexperienced, and this pause shows it. Shifting over to the woman's perspective, mimicking the over-the-shoulder angle the speaker had, she reluctantly answers the first question.
Now to start, who are you?
That's the first question?
First name will do.
Overwhelmed by the unexpected circumstances of her current situation, she overlooked the fact that she really doesn't know anything. Going from this low personal camera angle to a more open, even shot of the speaker, she is reassured that
Can't answer the question, feel free to say unknown.
shortly after this reassurance, she is instantly berated with questions, until this question comes up.
Question 4. What is Mr. Egan's favorite breakfast?
That one makes no sense.
Right?
Now this won't mean anything for a long time, and it's a very specific question, something that she and even the speaker acknowledges, showing how this supposed authority figure is not all-knowing.
And as a reminder, this is the final question. To the best of your memory, what is or was the color of your mother's eyes?
Okay, what's happening?
Unknown.
Britt Lower's acting in this scene is incredible. Her subtle facial expressions, as she realizes that she doesn't know the color of her own mother's eyes, perfectly brings this character to life, and truly portrays how dire of a situation this is. So if she doesn't get an Emmy, then I don't know, it's robbed. Going silent, the padded door opens, copying the over-the-shoulder perspective from before.
That's a perfect score.
A perfect score. Now this instantly raises some alarms, as why would she get a perfect score when she didn't even know any of the answers? Right now, we can see that we know that what they're testing for isn't knowledge. They're testing her lack of knowledge. Nonetheless, just in this 5-minute intro, we've already gotten 2 main questions. 1, where are we? And 2, why can't she remember anything? Cutting to a man crying in his car, we can make out that it's the man from the padded room. Looking down, we can see an ID card reading Mark Scout, with an ID photo presenting a very contrasting emotion. Nevertheless, picking up most of his things, Mark heads into work, and we get a very wide overhead shot of said workplace, with Mark walking alone towards the building. Showing his badge, the person working at the front desk, we get a very similar bird's eye view to the first shot we see, and whereas the previous one resembled a mouth, this more presents as a vague eye, completed with glass possibly relating to how light from the entrance shines a reflection onto the iris. Sliding the drawer open, he deposits all of his identification and personal belongings, only taking a minimalist watch and a plain blue badge. Walking to the security guard and getting patted down, he is let into the elevator at 9:04 AM. You see, instantly, we can tell something's off, as why would you need to be patted down for a regular job? Including the fact that he specifically changes from a more personalized Russian watch, the Vostok Komandersky, meaning commander, to a less identifiable classic one. Though unclear at this moment the reason for this change, we can start to see how the company strips workers of their individuality. Cutting from a shot of the back of his head, we see Mark being affected by something in the elevator, morphing from slouching with teary eyes to weirdly optimistic, which is backed up by the music. Now I need to talk about the music. Unlike most shows where it's usually just the title card soundtrack that you remember, with Severance, they put more of a focus into background music. More specifically, where it is placed in a situation. Created by Theodore Shapiro, each song can mean and make you feel anything. They aren't made to fit certain narratives, that's what I mean by situational. Though there aren't any lyrics, they perfectly fit and display the emotions of any given character depending on the scenario. During an interview with IndieWire, Theodore Shapiro himself said,
Radical minimalism was our friend on this show. Sometimes playing a couple of piano notes and letting them ring out was really doing all the work that needed to be done. Ben and I had been talking about maybe doing 2 different musical worlds, for the innies and the outies. Cold and electronic for the innies and warmer and more organic for the outies. But I wrote this electronic piece that had this middle section that Ben kind of responded to. And he sort of kept on coming back to that part. So I sat down at the piano and I started playing the chord progression, and it just came out exactly as the main title of the show. It revealed a different path where instead of an innie world and an outie world, the music could just play the whole canvas of the show as one great big mystery.
Now I love this music so much that I got the limited edition outie version of the soundtrack on vinyl. Wrapped in a warm wooden sleeve, the cover art spans both front and back. Drawn by Greg Roof, all the cover art is in graphite, then scanned digitally. Attacking the interior, he said,
I had already had the idea of using the sort of spiral mandala of the office desks for the LP sleeve, and before anything at all happened, my very first visual I had in mind was one of Mark walking in the newly covered snow in the shape of Helly lying on the table as she was introduced to us in the very first image of the first episode.
Written on the right says, every time you find yourself here, it's because you chose to come back. For the main sleeve, we can see the main desk organized in a Mandelic fashion, whilst inside rests the warm, white record, with Theodore's music residing on it. And for the record, pun intended, I adore this version. Though I don't have the other collection, unfortunately, I do prefer this one due to the art. But eventually I will indulge myself in getting it, because right now, they are way too expensive and I don't have the money. A long time ago, I swore to myself that I would never buy a U2's figure, but recently, I broke that promise to myself because they made a Mark S U2's. Unfortunately, because the shipping takes a few hundred decades, it's most likely not going to be in this video. And to finish on the music, I just want to say, although I can't play it due to copyright reasons, you'll hear snippets here and there so you can judge for yourself. Oh, and one more thing before we move on, is that this show rarely uses music, and prefers to have characters speaking without any, bringing more tension and realism to a scene, preferring to use sounds we're more accustomed with, like ventilators, air conditioners, which I don't know why more directors decide to just chuck music into every scene in their movie, but whatever. The layout of this building, though by design very minimalist, it's very confusing, and after finding some crumpled up tissue in his pocket, he perfectly throws it in the bin without little thought, showing how Mark can just chuck his feelings aside whenever he wishes. Arriving at his destination, we see that he works in a department called Macro Data Refinement. It's also something to note that this office space is the first room we have seen to have color on this floor, but the color is very pastel, so it doesn't stand out. It works more as a visual cue on where you should be, e.g. the entranceway and the exit. This shot perfectly encapsulates what I like to call this the liminal show, and you also might have noticed that it's very quiet. For instance, there has been no talking since the elevator for about 3.5 minutes. And let's be honest, if this was your average show, you'd have the main character talking to themselves. But here's the thing, this isn't your average show. Severance prefers to take more visceral sounds that we might already be accustomed to and let you paint the picture. As an example, as Mark sits down, he prepares his desk, something that you, the viewer, might do every morning. And by implementing the sounds, it brings a more personal touch, something that is definitely heavily inspired due to the creator Dan Erickson bouncing between jobs while scripting the pilot. Nonetheless, on his desk we see a half-cropped photo of two men, presumably other colleagues. Then we hear another voice from behind the borders.
Petey better not be out for the day because I'm about 0 seconds from wrapping the Tumwater file and he needs to process it.
They mention another co-worker called Petey, who is apparently off sick the other day, and for what we can summarize, runs things. Who is Petey? We don't know yet, but we can assume he's the older man previously shown in the photo.
Lumen bullshit.
Careful, guy.
Hi, kids. What's for dinner?
Okay, so it's not Petey, but something to take note is that we can already start to pick up on the dynamics for this group. Mark is the friendly guy who kinda gets along with most people. Dylan is a very hard worker, shown by his desk decorated with perks gained from office milestones, but doesn't really care for the company. And Irv clearly views it the opposite, depicted by the fact that Mark alerted Dylan of his presence. This trio dynamic then gets put on perfect display when a petty fight breaks out over the phrase, "Hi kids, what's for dinner?"
God damn it, Irv, we warned you.
About the greeting? You were kidding.
No, we sincerely hate it. How many reasons did we come up with?
8.
8 reasons. Chief among them, the latent condescension.
And it's confusing. Like, did the kids make you dinner in this scenario, or?
Yeah, what kind of a shit dad are you?
No Petey?
We think he's sick.
Oh, no. And Dylan's about to wrap Tumwater today.
Yeah, and if he doesn't see me finish, I might get passed over for Refiner of the Quarter and miss out on my goddamn waffle party.
Grumble, grumble. These perks are so out of hand. When we process a file in the old days, they'd shake our hand and fill up the creamer.
I still don't buy they actually incentivized creamer.
They did. And back then, we were grateful for it.
That's fucked, dude.
Yes, very fucked. To put in an honest day's work and not get a children's breakfast in return.
Oh, uh-oh, Irv's got claws today.
Good morning, Macro Data Refinement.
Hi, Mr. Milchek.
Mr. Milchek is our first real look at an authority figure. And look at that face, he's so cute.
Mark, could I have a word?
Whilst walking with Milchek, he exclaims that they are heading to Miss Cobell's new office, and that he should say something nice.
Nice office.
Ugh, it's horrid.
Yeah, the old one was better.
You look awful. You look hungover. Have a seat.
She sits him down and says that the board will be joining them during this meeting, on the same speaker we saw at the start of the show. But let's be honest, this is just an identically designed speaker, and isn't the same one from the boardroom, showing that mass production is yet another thing that strips individuality in this office space. But during this meeting, Mark is told that Petey has quit, and now he is the new Macro Data Refinement Chief. Of course, he pushes them for a reason, but he's left with a vague response.
We'd love to tell you, but unfortunately non-disclosure policy forbids. We'd be aiding an assault on Petey's privacy by you.
Obviously shook up by this, he is forced to accept this new role without a fuss, even cornering himself mentally to accept the requestable handshake. One of his new responsibilities is training new employees. Though reassured that Irving will help him, they are both inexperienced, so the likelihood that he will help is low. Before heading out, he thanks the board, but Mark is told that they won't be contributing to this meeting vocally, showing that not only are they stripping individuality from these workers, but they are also stripping them of their class as humans. Cutting to a close-up shot of Irving pouring himself a drink in a padded room, we learn more about the previous refiners and Mark's relationship with Petey.
Our last refiner, who was a woman, was...
Carol, Dylan's old seat.
Don't be sad.
I'm fine. We'll be fine.
I know you and Petey were close. He was the only one who really appreciated your humor.
Everything's fine. So I'm supposed to start with just the input survey? Isn't that a little weird?
Mark quickly brushes off Irving's comments, instead using the work he is now forced to do as a distraction, showing how he's running away from his own personal feelings, something that is a huge point in Severance as a whole. And we get this really neat shot of a Lumen recycling bin, one of many Lumen product placements that shows that this truly is a mega corporation that owns everything, from coffee mugs to coffee makers. This also adds to the mystery of what Lumen really does. Nevertheless, we find out that, quite obviously, Mark was the one conversing with the woman, also confirming that he indeed was inexperienced.
I just love seeing you all come in like this. Go on ahead when you're ready.
Okay. Who are you?
Something that I want to mention is that everything is intentional. For instance, just above Milchek is a small security camera looking down on them. And coincidentally, it's not a coincidence, the camera they are using to monitor the woman has exactly the same positioning, being angled down in the top center of one of the walls, indicating very subtly that Mark and Irving are also in a similar situation to her. Something really interesting that you definitely wouldn't notice on a first watch, hell even third or fourth, we can see as Mark is questioning her, if we look top left of the old monitor, we can see that this is a very specific camera named S286, meaning that there are at least 286 cameras in this building, which is a lot, right? Especially for a supposed office job. Either way, the scene plays out just like the intro, just from a different perspective.
Hey.
And this is where the more black comedy side of the show starts to slip in.
I think I know where a disconnect is coming from.
What?
Well, there was a preamble, which I was supposed to read before the survey to lead into the questions, but I unfortunately skipped that, went straight into the survey.
Am I livestock?
I'm sorry?
Like, did you grow me as food and that's why I have no memories?
Do you think we grew a full human, gave you consciousness?
I don't know.
Did your nails?
I don't know. I don't know you.
No, you're not livestock. Good Lord.
Then what's my name?
Helly. Your name is Helly. Helly R.
I definitely keep that livestock idea in mind. As Helly sits down, Mark glimpses at the camera, before being more formal with the questions. Helly is informed that she has been hired to work on the severed floor. Of course, neither we or her know what severed is at this point, yet before Mark can explain what it is, we get this clip.
To start, imagine yourself as a seesaw. Ow! Fuck! That locks from out there!
Let me out!
God. Can we just take a beat, please?
I can't tell you how much I use this gif. Whenever someone DMs me and I just can't respond, I just hit them with a Helly R. Anyway, after Helly hits him, Mark ditches the script and reveals to Helly that he too was in a similar situation, presenting it more as a funny past memory rather than a traumatic one.
A few years back, I woke up on this table in this room, and a disembodied voice asked me 19 times who I was. And when I realized I couldn't answer, I told that voice that I would find him and kill him. I don't know why I said that. I was scared too.
Did you kill the voice?
No. No, that voice's name was Petey, and he became my best friend. So look, there is a life to be had here, Helly.
A life to be had?
Showing how though Mark is being innocent, he's also being manipulative, proving that if there was some indoctrination by this company, it's rubbed off on him.
Let me the fuck out of here!
Ask me again.
This scene is so perfectly done. The show makes us see the situation through 4 different perspectives: Miss Cobell, Irving, Heliar's, and Mark's, putting us in the position to both relate to Mark's frustration and Helly's fear. This is important as when we are told that you only have to ask 3 times to be let out, it adds an extra layer of confusion. Because why would a company go so far to kidnap someone and supposedly remove all of their memories just to let them out if they ask nicely? Nevertheless, in a similar baffled state to us, believing that it's not true, she asks again.
I would like to leave the building now.
I understand you don't feel it's working out for you here at Lumen. While disappointed, I'd hate to keep you somewhere you're not happy. So let's get you out of here. Irv.
For the first time in a while, we hear music start to fade in, and while leading Helly, they come across a large room filled with many empty desks, and we are told that all the departments are very spaced out, and the company is planning an expansion. An expansion for what? Well, we don't know. But the idea that this is a past idea suggests that the company may be messing with the employees, making it to the exit. Mark can't watch her leave.
Excuse me?
Well, once you leave, I just can't watch you leave.
Furthermore, the sign above the exit reads, "Severed Threshold Restricted." What is a severed threshold and what is a severed? The show is called Severance, so it's supposed to mean something. Well, the only answer we kinda have to this question was before Mark was cut off during the interview, saying this.
Before we hop on that, let's chat about something I bet you have heard of, the work-life balance. To start, imagine yourself as a seesaw.
Imagine yourself as a seesaw, the work-life balance. Well, let's come to this later, as right now this information, though important, isn't our main focus. Approaching the door, we cut to a unique first-person perspective, and she seems to open the door back on herself. Taking a minute, she tries again, and we get the same effect as when Mark went up the elevator. Cutting to Mark's perspective, we can see that he's obviously experienced this before, either firsthand or in the same position he is now, and we see Helly walk back in very confidently compared to how she exited.
Am I dead?
No.
This isn't like hell or something?
No.
Then why the fuck can't I leave?
Well, you did leave just now. Out into the stairwell, at least. You left, but you came back.
Faced with the realization that leaving is seemingly impossible, she reluctantly follows Mark once more.
I've wanted to pummel Mark myself, but I am his employer, and he is your department chief. So we'll both have to be strong. The good news is there's only one part left of your orientation, which Mark can't possibly derail.
Why is that?
Because it's a video. Welcome to Lumen, Helly.
She is handed a video with the name Helly R written on it. Obviously confused with Cobell's attempt to relate to Helly, she has no choice but to take it and leave with Mr. Milchek. Right after, Mark enters Cobell's office and sits in a different seat from which he sat last time, with a contrasting camera angle with Helly. And this is really important, as Cobell's looking up to Helly whilst praising her, yet now she's looking down at Mark scolding him, which doesn't sound like much right now, but stick with me here. Remember when I said everything matters? That includes camera angles, but we will come back to this in about 3 hours. It's hard to explain, but you will get it. Nevertheless, finding it hard to look at Cobell, he asks with a very shaky voice if she's mad at him, like a child if they have done something wrong.
Are you mad at me?
For the incompetence or the disobedience?
Well,
Yes!
staring Mark directly in the eye, emotionless, wanting to push him more. She uses hell as a metaphor for Mark's department.
You know my mother was an atheist. She used to say that there was good news and bad news about hell. The good news is, hell is just the product of a morbid human imagination. The bad news is, whatever humans can imagine, they can usually create.
I don't know what that means.
A department like yours can go so good or so bad. You know, it makes a difference. The people.
One thing to note is when this show wants to get a message across, they tend to use very godly talk, whether it be acting like a god or speaking like one of his servants. And in this scene in particular, this is immensely more tense due to the design of her office. The room is so minimalist and yet always full of light, yet the atmosphere is the polar opposite. You can see that when it cuts to a void shot of both Mark and Cobell, outside the window it's just another concrete wall, showing the brutalistic atmosphere of Severance, also supporting the metaphor that this is indeed hell, and they cannot escape. Reporting back to his department, we see Milchek putting the video on for Helly. Leaning forward, she sees herself about to speak, something that she has no recollection of doing.
I have, of my own free accord, elected to undergo the procedure colloquially known as severance. I give consent for my perceptual chronologies to be surgically split, separating my memories between my work life and my personal life. I acknowledge that henceforth my access to my memories will be spatially dictated. I will be unable to access outside recollections whilst on Lumen's severed basement floor, nor retain work memories upon my ascent. I am aware that this alteration is comprehensive and irreversible. I make these statements freely.
So that is Severance, a procedure that splits both your work life and your personal life. The reason why Helly can't remember that tape or what Mr. Egan eats for breakfast is because she was just born, in a metaphorical sense that is. Standing up, she slowly retreats back to her desk, as she decides to ask the only person she really knows what's happening.
So I'll never leave here.
You'll leave at 5. Well, actually, they stagger our exit, so 5:15. But it won't feel like it, not to this version of you anyway.
Do you have a family?
You'll never know.
And I have no choice.
Well, every time you find yourself here, it's because you chose to come back.
Imagine waking up and not knowing anything. You know the state of Delaware, but you couldn't pin it on a map. And realizing that someone forced you to work your whole life without letting you have the knowledge of anything you are, and that someone was you. Helly's expression in this scene reminds me a lot of the mother in the house that Jack built. For context, she is no longer a mother. That is all I'll say. Just watch the movie and you'll get it. And I would say that their situations are very different. They definitely are visually, but in some ways, the mother and Helly are both experienced the knowledge that they are nothing. Leaving work at 5:25, we get this shot of Mark collecting his items, and noticing that his blue card is now very slightly different, but doesn't think much of it, as how could he? And this perfectly shows that even though they share the same body, they aren't the same person. So that card holds no real value to him because it's not his. Arriving to his car, an envelope is left tightly packed underneath his window screen wipers. Opening it up, he finds a Lumen letter, reading,
Class carrying boxes in room today slipped on an overhead projector slide, sustained a minor blow to the temple.
Why would they lie? Well, let's be honest, why wouldn't they lie? With the severance procedure and everyone on the severed floor having had one that we know of, you could really get away with anything. And with what capitalist megacorporations already get away with, this would be their tamest lie. On the way out of the car park, he almost hits Helly, who is very well dressed. Now, this isn't supposed to happen. Not the hitting her part, but the fact that he's even seeing her. As Mark himself said, Altie's meeting is prevented by the staggering of the exits, so that each refiner leaves at a different time. So for some reason, she might not have left right away, making us confused as why would you stay at your workspace longer than you necessarily have to? In spite of that, he heads home, without putting much thought to it, and we hear some of that eerie music start to fade in, perhaps planting the idea in our mind that leaving the building doesn't stop the horror that goes on inside Lumen. Something that you might have picked up on by now is that even though this is based in modern times, the cars are very old, or at least different varieties of old. For example, the car left of Mark's driveway was made in the 70s or 80s, whilst Mark's car was made during the 90s and early 2000s. And as everything's intentional, there is a reason for this. The strongest reason being that it relates to age. Putting Mark at about 40, we can make out that the person left of Mark must be 50 or 60. Making his way into his house, instead of packing up properly, he grabs a beer and slouches back into his couch, whilst the muffled voice on TV becomes white noise. Slowly shifting focus, we can see two different fishes, both male. We know they're both male, indicated by the blacked out barrier to prevent fighting, possibly showing that Lumen knows the inevitable outcome of this procedure, and considering the fact that if an innie were to stop working it would mean certain death, it could introduce a real sense of urgency for the first time, hinting that at some point it's bound to happen that an innie might try to fight for control over an outie. The next morning, he goes to take out the trash, and a person called Miss Selvig placed hers in the wrong spot, something that apparently happens often, always needing to call her. Opening a cabinet with 4 wine bottles in shot, he grabs the first bottle he sees as the camera shifts focus to see him not hesitating to reconsider.
Hey.
Hey.
Did you forget?
Oh, yeah, shit.
That's okay.
Sorry.
That's fine. Do you want to put on pants and I'll
I'm wearing pants.
meet with those are not pants.
So, if there's no dinner, how is it dinner?
Okay.
Like,
You actually owe me this.
do I?
Yep. You remember that time when we were kids and I was just generally a way better sibling than you?
Oh, must have slipped my mind.
Also, I know we're nearing the anniversary, so I just thought maybe you'd want to be around people.
Nope.
Knocking on his door, his sister reminds him of a dinner party that apparently doesn't have food, with the only other noise being the muffled car driving through what seems to be a very dense forest. Everything feels off, yet familiar, and as his sister pokes fun of Mark's injury, this becomes our first indication of how the outside world views Lumen, and the Severance procedure.
This is nice. When did you get it?
It's from work. I apologize.
Oh, they apologize, thank God. Did they happen to tack an explanation onto that
It's
apology?
fine. Got a gift card.
Oh, you got a gift card. Where's he going to?
Pips.
Of course it's Pips. Well, enjoy.
Pulling up to the house, we see that it has a very modern aesthetic, adding again to this odd contrast of a dystopian reality where old and new seems to be merged.
Hi, Rick. Rickon, come on, it's Rickon. Ugh, you, sir, look at peace.
At this point, this is the most people we've seen in the shot who are presumably friends and family of Mark. Well, during this dinner scene, we get an odd discussion about food.
What a lot of people overlook, I think, is that life is not food.
Right.
You've got life, this complex quality of sentience and activity, and then you've got food, which is what?
Yes, what is
Fuel. Calories. It's not the same thing.
Yes, that is spot on, Patton.
I definitely agree. Though, if I'm sorry, Mark and my dad used to have whiskey as life carved on a flask.
True.
I was low hanging fruit.
He did. He was a misdiagnosed alcoholic.
Now yes, it's very obviously mocking and poking fun at people who act high and mighty, or spewing nonsense. It's also the start of a pattern where food is seen as less than a necessity and more of a treat, pursuing minor psychological benefits instead of long-lasting ones. Following this, we find out that Mark was a historian who studied World War I, something that I myself also studied, but when we watch this scene, we start to realize something that raises quite a few questions.
Okay, well, I got one for you. I was just reading this think piece about the comparative levels of violence and warfare throughout history.
Oh, nerd alert.
War porn, I know. But anyway, in it, he said that the people actually called it the Great War. Apparently, it would have been a faux pas to have called it World War I.
All right.
Well, yeah, no one would have called it World War I because World War II hadn't happened yet.
Wow.
Of course.
That's absolutely
Duh.
That's so true. This is why we bring this guy.
With this, we have 3 questions thrown at us. 1. Is this group just really stupid? 2. Is this town just isolated under Lumen's supposed control? Or 3. Is this a timeline where someone or somebody has stopped the flow of information, whether it be just to this town or to the world? And with the fact that Mark quit his job to become a severed employee, this further supports somebody's goal as less people are teaching history. Even so, no matter the answer, before we can even think on it, Rick and his brother-in-law airs out the fact that Mark works at Lumen, and we get another much more important plot point.
Right? Really?
Yeah, about 2 years.
Do you design the medicines?
No.
I thought Lumen was more on the tech side of things.
They began in the 1800s.
Really?
Topical salves, right?
What don't they make?
What don't they make? A question that I briefly touched on previously with the rampant use of Lumen products scattered around in shots. Nevertheless, Mark reveals that he works in the corporate archives division, and when jokingly asked about the secrets, his brother-in-law, once more, reveals something. And combined with the silent atmosphere void of music, it gives a dangerous look at how the world truly views Severance.
Mark's work is sensitive enough as to require the severance procedure.
Well, that's something, isn't it?
Yeah. It's also, I think, something that's his choice to tell people or not, right? Rickon?
Oh my God.
No.
Oh God,
No,
Mark, please
no,
forgive
it's
me,
okay.
Mark.
I
My
don't care.
apologies.
No, I think it's fascinating. I mean, I wish I could do it. I'd just always be thinking about, the other one.
Well, there is no other one. It's me. I do the job.
I just don't grasp the visceral element. What does it feel like?
Well, it's simple. One's memories are bifurcated, so when you're not at work, you have no recollection of what it is you do there. Did I get that right, Mark?
Well,
So you walk in at 9 a.m., and then suddenly it's 5, and you're leaving.
Well, they stagger us a little.
They
So
And then,
Stagger you.
conversely, when
No.
you're at work, you can't access outside memories. So in effect, that version of you is trapped there.
Well,
I mean, not trapped, but
what? No, I'm curious what were you gonna say. But not trapped, but what? What were you gonna say?
This then cuts to a sandwich being cut in half, representing the severance procedure, and we learn that Mark's sister is pregnant, and the fact that the reason Mark quit his job to work at Lumen was because his wife died.
Hey, how's the good doctor therapy man with that weird little mustache? You're not going.
Well, the work things helped.
I'm proud of you for taking that job. I really am. And I think she would have been too. I know she would have been. I just feel like forgetting about her for 8 hours a day isn't the same thing as healing.
She's right. Mark is using this procedure to run away from his problems, just by cutting the amount of time he has to face them in half. And though he doesn't address it, he knows it's true.
I'm making all the bed sheets myself, so I won't finish with the big one for some time. But the twin is comfortable, and the pajamas were made on a Baltic hand loom, so you'll sleep well.
Thanks. I still don't quite get the 3 beds.
Right.
Oh, Rickon's colleague told us that switching out the beds as the child grows can wound that child.
Irreparably. But if you provide said child with all of its beds upon birth, you allow it to progress across the room at its own rate.
As Rickon is presented now, he's viewed as a more of a caring yet abnormal figure. Though close with Mark, their relationship is mainly held together by his sister, Devon. But after a short pause of silence, we get this weird scene where Rickon tries to comfort Mark, but comes across as something else, something different.
I think people really enjoyed you tonight, Mark.
Good.
All right, baby. You ready, baby?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Sweet dreams.
Thanks. Good night, my lord.
Good night, my lady.
Though I don't think Rickon meant harm by this, it relates to how in Lumen they are always being watched, observed, and the way he phrases this gives us the impression that Mark himself was performing, putting on a show for a group of vocal observers. That look also is held too long, further planting the idea that things aren't safe outside of Lumen. Not being able to sleep, he gets up and pours himself a glass of filtered water, and for the first time in 10 minutes, we hear that amazing soundtrack slowly fade in, as Mark is staring at a tree as something moves behind it. Going for a closer look, noticing that the thing is trying to get his attention, he steps outside. A disheveled man cloaked in darkness rests just beyond the house, with a look that feels all too familiar yet very sad, as if the person knows Mark, but before he can act, the man leaves.
Hey.
Hey, there's a businessman in the yard last night.
A businessman?
Yeah.
Entry level or management?
Serious?
There was seriously a man in my yard last night.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
He looked at me weird, like he knew me.
Oh, did the prowler invading my home make you feel seen?
So seen.
Well, there's a bar down the hill. It's probably just a stumbler. Speaking of which, you still smell like a distillery.
By the way, before I analyze this scene, I just want to say how relieving it is for a show to actually have a character tell another character that something serious happened, instead of just keeping it to themselves. I don't know why more shows don't do that. Also, the quote "you smell like a distillery" is the second time someone in the show has described Mark with an alcoholic description, showing that his wife's passing has clearly affected his drinking habits.
Hello. Okay, so recycling was last night, Mrs. Selvig. Tonight's garbage, and you keep putting your bin on my side. So, yeah, okay. You know, I actually can't talk right now. I'm out at dinner. But no, by myself. Pips, bar and grill. Excuse me.
Hang up. Quickly.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Slovig. They've cooked the food and it's here.
Hi, kids. What's for dinner?
This is Petey. We know this as he repeats the same phrase Irving said, something that no one out of that collective group of four would know. And also he says it's him, so. This conversation mimics the first conversation we ever see in the show with Helly and the speaker. It does this by having the only camera angles in the scene being claustrophobic and positioned over the shoulder of the opposing person speaking. This induces a sense of emergency. Furthermore, it feels a lot more personal and holds more effect than if it were just some wide shot showing other people in the diner.
Okay, who the fuck are you?
Petey. My name's Petey. I'm from work.
Well, that's not plausible. Everyone in my department is...
Severed. I was.
Okay, well, severance is pretty permanent.
Yeah. Bypassing the implant wasn't easy. I had help.
Uh-huh.
Nonetheless, Mark, obviously stun-locked, proposes the idea that PT might be lying, as the procedure, as previously stated, was permanent. The subtle pauses and long waits before speaking really adds to the sense of realism, showing that Mark truly doesn't know anything. And with PT sounding like every single word he says is forced, like he's pushing words through a sick throat, Mark doesn't know what to do. That's why he seems like he contributes nothing towards the conversation, because he isn't. He's so baffled and confused that PT has no choice but to say what he has to say and go, leaving no room for personal questions, especially for someone who is his supposed...
You're my very good friend.
Anyway, before leaving, he slides Mark an envelope, and we get this shot of Mark alone in the diner, being the only one to drink something that's not water, with the camera positioning acting like he's now being watched, as if security camera placement. And this is reflected with the now tense, visceral music. Opening the letter, it reads,
We used to wonder what kind of men we were on the outside.
what choices we had made and why. I used to think it would take a monster to put someone in a place like that office, especially if the person was himself. But we're not monsters, Mark. Not real ones. If you don't want to know what's going on down there, I won't force it. But if you do, there's an address on the back of this card. Go alone.
Since this is a very loaded thing to just now be learning about considering his position as a severed employee, he doesn't think much of it, and like most things, he pushes it to the back of his mind and leaves it.
Oh, hi, Mrs. Selvig.
Oh, will you color me embarrassed for the mix-up with the bins?
Oh, no, it's no problem.
How was dinner?
Fine. Just, tired.
You know my mother was a Catholic. She used to say it takes the saints 8 hours to bless a sleeping child. I hope you aren't rushing the saints.
Well, I'll give them ample time tonight.
Before we can even see her face, we get a pretty big tell of who this actually is, considering the fact that this woman uses identical phrasing when talking about her mother.
You know my mother was an atheist.
Instead, calling her religious.
Good night, Mrs. Selvig.
Mark? You're good people.
Miss Selvig is Miss Cobell. If you couldn't tell already, the line "you're good people" clearly mainstreams the plural aspect, something no one else would say. And I love how this shot kept her out of focus the whole time talking to Mark, sort of both hiding her identity and also showing that even though Cobell and Selvig are the same person, Mark sees her as a blur. This reveal also proves that Petey was in the right in saying they were trying to find him, as before he showed himself to Mark, he had a call from Cobell, revealing to her his location. Later on after, reading the note in his car, a man pulls up right behind him, who we can guess was the previously named Mr. Grainer. The camera holds on Cobell longer than it usually would for a show, as her face slowly droops down to what it looked like last time. And that's episode 1. I know that was very in-depth, but I could have easily made that episode about 7 hours on its own, so count yourself lucky on that one. Anyway, now you see what I mean. Every person, every shot, every angle, every color is intentional. And before we go on to the next episode, I need to quickly go over a few things with you. When it comes to production design, Jeremy Hindle went on to describe the set as a story, designing it in such a way to invoke emotions, letting the physical attributes of the surroundings tell a tale.
I love as a designer to always try and infer as much of the story, not relying on the dialogue or the actors to always tell the story. The design can tell the story. It's not just a backdrop, it's how does it make you feel when you watch it.
Something that I admire about Severance is the sheer amount of time put into the set. For instance, they tested 28 different whites before finding the correct one for the office, and that's just for the walls. Now, further pushing that divide on the surface, the distinguished setting is completely polar opposite. This is a very deliberate choice, separating both innie and outie not just mentally, but physically. You see, Severance is a show representing the work-life balance, and the seesaw you have to ride to live life. But here's the thing, no matter what you do, no matter how you try to dissociate, you'll always be on that seesaw. It sounds depressing, and it is. Now, though the premise of Severance is about the work-life balance, it represents something bigger, and something that we all eventually have to undertake. It's about finding the humanity in ourselves and others. Even in an unbeatable situation, you've still got yourself, and you should never let that slip away. And all this relates to the radical minimalism style Theodore Shapiro based the soundtrack on. The plot of Severance revolves around the work-life balance, and the real fear of the question, if you could split your work life from your personal life, would you? A scary thought the creator Dan Erickson had whilst bouncing through jobs, stating,
I wrote the pilot while I was working a series of temp jobs, you know, on lunch breaks and when I could. And I sort of caught myself having this fantasy, you could say, where I was like, man, I wish that if there was some way that I could just skip over the next 8 hours of my life and just immediately it's 5 p.m. and I can go home. Like, I would 100% do that. And just realize, like, that's a kind of scary thing to catch yourself wanting, you know, less precious time on this earth.
It's a perfectly crafted world that feels all too familiar, and the mega-capitalist company Lumen isn't something that's far off from fiction, with possible real-life equivalents being very similar to companies like Samsung and their hospitals in Korea, seemingly creating and owning everything, including the government, allegedly. This is an intentional move by both the creator and crew, showing a possible example of what late-stage capitalism could become. Side note, Dan Erickson also mentioned that most things that happen in Lumen aren't far off from real experiences he had whilst bouncing jobs, which adds this extra layer of personality and fear. Now, the story consists of 4 main characters trying to find the truth about Lumen and themselves, and the actors do an amazing job of playing 2 characters at once. Some even play 3, and one even plays 25, but I'm not gonna spoil that. One thing to note is that Severance was filmed like a movie and not a show. This entails being filmed relatively backwards, leaving Ben Stiller to state later in an interview that this was challenging for both the cast and the characters. Also, one thing to add is the way Adam Scott went about visualizing was seeing Mark as someone with the weight of the world on their back. So when we see him going down the elevator, his form changes, showing a more younger, optimistic man, who only has to really think about Lumen, with everything being relatively straightforward. This relates to the concept that Dan Erickson brought up, mentioning that Season 1 is about growing up, while Season 2 is about adolescence, and you see many concepts based in this idea, from proms to field trips. Furthermore, even though the script for Severance is cinema, having the pilot written all the way back in 2015, directly inspired by the creator's real turmoil when bouncing through jobs, it really can be what it is without the cast and the extremely talented production crew. Another thing that I will cover in more detail after covering Season 1, but I think I should mention it now, is that a part of the build-up for Season 2 is that the cast and crew actually built a miniature set piece where they played their role as their characters in public. And when the Season 2 finale came out, in London, they blew up an actual gigantic balloon and all went out there to meet fans. So the lengths of which they go, and I'm so gutted I missed that. Because if you can't tell, I'm British. In this world, there is a new procedure called Severance that splits both work and life personas. This is a very controversial procedure both socially and scientifically, mainly being pushed by Lumen Industries. The founder of Lumen is Kia, and through subtle hints and not so subtle hints, we see how he is slowly replacing God, or becoming more like a God figure. What they make or what the refiners are doing, we don't know yet, but looking at the Severance manual, we can get an idea of what they do. On page 5, a mascot resembling a chip starts by mentioning that a file will be assigned to you via a superior. After opening a file, you'll be met with a cluster of numbers that seemingly stretch on endlessly. Hovering your mouse over certain numbers will make you feel a variety of emotions, including woe, frolic, dread, and malice. Said emotions will dictate where you sort them in 4 different bins, and once every bin is filled, the file is 100% refined, and the job is done. Simple as that. Coming back to when we first saw Dylan, he was gloating about his benefits. The benefits are incentives provided by reaching milestones. For 10% you get an eraser, 25 a finger trap, 75 a music dance experience, 100% a character portrait, and lastly, a refiner who works exemplary well will be named the Refiner of the Quarter, and will be complimented with a waffle party. Talking about refiners, let's go over the characters as far as episode 1 goes. Mark S is an optimistic yet cautious leader. As an outie, Mark is an alcoholic slouch, and became severed due to losing his wife in a car accident 2 years prior to our story's events. Heliar is our newest refiner, and the most obscure character in the show, at least for season 1. One thing to know about her is that her outie is very calm, almost to a freaky level, not batting an eye when she almost got hit by a car. Dylan is a very hard worker who fantasizes about his outie's life to an almost self-mythologizing point. but cares more for the benefits and work than his employers, which is in stark contrast to his other colleague, Irving. Irv is a stern believer in the 9 core values of Kia and uses his pride for the company to power his work. Though we don't know much about his outie either, what we do know is that only few match his age, possibly suggesting something deeper. Now replaced by Mark, PT was the previous macro-dat refinement higher up, and after leaving without a reason, clearly against Lumen's wishes, he mentioned that he had a procedure to reintegrate, something that was thought to be impossible by both Lumen and the world, but this comes with a heavy cost, along with putting Mark at risk due to sensitive information he gave. Miss Cobell / Miss Selvig is a very interesting character, because we never really see who she is, and the actor Patricia Arquette does an amazing job of showing 3 characters. Why did I say 3? Well, you have Miss Cobell, the company dog, loyal to Kia, Miss Selvig, Miss Cobell's idea of a normal person, and Harmony. Now we won't really be able to explore her character in season 1, but keep her 3 personalities in mind when experiencing her character. Nonetheless, she's Mark's boss, and the manager of the 7th floor. She comes off as very religious and frequently uses Christian symbology to make her points. She also seems to have a weird fascination with Mark, but we'll get into that later. Mr. Milchek is the supervisor of the 7 employees, running just under Cobell. He has a very kind face and seems to hold a lot of power over the refiners, not just in status, but in fear. Seth, as a person, is very business-minded, focusing on climbing the corporate ladder whilst both being influenced by Cobell and Kia, yet is one of the only minorities we've seen working at Lumen, which later in season 2 becomes a heavy point of contention. Someone else who seems to strike fear into Mark and PT in particular is Mr. Grainer. Mr. Grainer is head of security on the 7th floor. Though we don't know much about him yet, his obscure presence attracts a lot of questions. Back to Mark, his sister is called Devon and is pregnant with her first child, Eleanor. Constantly worried for Mark, Devon's the primary person trying to help him get over his late wife's passing, and acts as sort of an anchor for Mark to hold on to, so he keeps grounded in reality, something that he's already trying to leave. Her husband is Rickon Hale, a self-doubting writer that's doing pretty well for himself, and as for his relationship with Mark, they haven't always clicked, even dedicating a whole chapter of his book to a bad experience he had with Mark, but he clearly cares for him his own way. Also, Rickon might not be who you think he is. I'll leave it at that. And that's basically the gist of it. Now, the way we're going to cover the episodes is going to be with a sort of guided hand, so we can both learn together, but pick up on things that you definitely wouldn't be able to notice without some help. And trust me, you need that help. I've watched each episode of Severance around about 25 times, and analysed each one for months, and I'm still finding stuff. But mainly, I want to keep spoilers out of the way, so we can go through the show as if we were watching it. That's why some of the characters' outie personas were kept from the plot summary. Nonetheless, let's get back into it. Episode 2 opens with the filming of the previously shown tape Helly's Innie watched nearing the end of episode 1. Another thing to take into consideration is the tech, once more being surprisingly old for its more modern setting. Nevertheless, Milchek takes Helly to the operation room, in which she is surprisingly excited to undergo, and we also get a clue at what Mr. Egan ate for breakfast.
You know he used to drink 3 raw eggs and milk each morning?
I've heard.
But the relevance is still confusing. Following this, we get the other perspective from when Helly tried to leave through the 7th threshold door, giving us more context to show why she was acting the way she was.
Oh, what's happening?
Great to see you. Okay, so sometimes when a new hire is adjusting to a severed space, we help by bringing them here to the stairwell to experience the transition viscerally. If you want to spin around and head back in, that should be that.
Anyway, this encouragement lets her try again, and she gets in, only to wake up in the elevator.
Hey, old timer. One day down.
Now, this is the first time we see the intro, and because it's so unique in the way it's done, I have to talk about it for a second. With the masterfully created main titles track slowly fading in, we get this supercharged art house intro created by Extraweg. Now, you may not know them by name, but if I were to put this caption here, and then this video underneath, It's the same guy. He also went on to win an award for Outstanding Main Title Design at the Emmys in 2022.
In my work, both for social media and what I do for clients, I want to provoke and sometimes confuse. I want to pull viewers out of their comfort zone and, most important, I want to make them feel or think about something.
Also, this is most definitely my favorite intro to any series ever, purely just due to how different it is. Getting into the office first, Mark starts with his tasks, and this small cleaning montage, if you could call it that, shows how truly repetitive working in an office actually is. He does this until he notices the pictures on the desk. Contrasting from when we first saw them, we can now see the full picture. And I think that's a subtle nod to how Mark Zinni knows something's up now. Nevertheless, packing them away, Helly questions him on why the weekend went so fast.
So it's tomorrow now?
Yeah, well, it's Monday.
A weekend just happened.
Yeah.
I don't even feel like I left.
Yeah, that's how nights and weekends feel here. I find it helps to focus on the effects of sleep since we don't actually get to experience it. You may feel rejuvenated or happy, less tense in the shoulders, spry.
Whilst training Helly, Irving notices the absence of pictures in the cubicles.
Mark, sorry to interrupt. I know you're training Helly. I just noticed you removed the group photos from the desk.
Yeah, we're gonna take the new ones at Helly's party today.
Oh.
And since he's a hardcore kid writer, he tries to push Mark on this choice.
I do think the old photos are supposed to stay on the desk until the new ones come in.
Furthermore, Mark's also the floor leader, so he is put on this higher pedestal to obey the rules. While this happens, we, along with Helly, learn what work actually is.
This is the Sienna file. Now, all the data you see falls into one of 4 essential categories. And we group each line of code and then sort it. Each category of numbers presents in such an order as to elicit an emotional response in the refiner. They'll be sort of disconcerting, scary.
Scary.
I know.
My job is to scroll through this spreadsheet and look for numbers that are scary.
It sounds dumb, and Mark said it dumb.
Helly brings up resignation, and turns out it's not the company that approves or disapproves it, it's you. You send the resignation to your outside self, and morbidly,
since this perceptual version of you only exists at Lumen, and quitting would effectively end your life. I mean, in so much as you've come to know it.
Interrupted by Milchek, we get Helly's welcome party, which starts off with the name game, where a ball is passed around. You give your name and a cool fact about yourself. Starting with Irving, we learn that he knows all the 9 core principles of Kia. Once more, another hint to Christianity with the whole 10 Commandments thing.
What's your favorite?
All mine.
Moving on, Helly is next, and reluctantly picks up the ball. Helly suggests she wants to send a video or a note to herself, but we learn that there's a mechanism in place to prevent such actions, further pushing the mystery of what's so important to require such an elaborate system.
May I? Guys, this is Helly. She's 30 years old, she's allergic to almonds, and has weak enamel. At 5'6", she's the 4th tallest person in your office, and her hair is what we call shoulder length.
Moving to Mark, as he gets the ball, he starts to lose control, spiraling from just violating protocol to if PT was dead. Though Milchek reassures them that no one can be harmed or die whilst at work, the increasing speed at which Mark spoke indicates otherwise.
I also think that melon isn't getting any tastier.
Again, another nudge that this show is in a very weird timeline, with a popular 80s food snack of choice. But never mind that, as more importantly, whilst Irv starts eating his food, he notices something. Just underneath his nails seems to be black paint, or some sort of black substance. Right now, we don't know what this is, but this is very unsettling.
So how are you gonna figure out if Petey's okay?
Oh, I think Milchek was pretty clear.
You're just done asking about your best friend because our babysitter told you to stop?
Yeah, Milchek's a nice man. When he says something, it's best to listen.
I don't care.
Because he can't always be nice like that.
But as the gang gets ready for their group photo, we get this chaotic music that's both fun and fearful, ultimately foreshadowing what's to come. As shortly after, Helly freaks out, not believing that the code detector is a real thing for obvious reasons. She writes "I quit" on a note and rushes to the elevator.
Come on out.
Pleading with Grainer, Mark takes Helly's punishment. And I want to say, this scene of Mark begging Grainer is so good, because Grainer, 1, never breaks eye contact, and 2, hardly speaks to him. You could say, his silence speaks volumes. Well, body language, but you get the point. After a long, uncut walk through the windy, claustrophobic halls, they get to a door with the title Break Room written on the side. Grainer locks the door, and Mark is forced to walk down this long corridor. And as he nears the door, it cuts to a date, where Mark and Alexia very awkwardly try to talk to each other, slowly cutting to close-up shots putting his whiskey glass in focus, to possibly exclaminate the point of dread and addiction.
So, Lumen.
Yeah.
Like half this town.
And half of me. That was a joke.
While this is happening, the conversation slowly starts to drift to the topic of the severance procedure, how Mark can cope with knowing that he created someone that eternally suffers for his own gain.
Like you could get married and have kids and just forget they exist for 8 hours every day for your whole life. That doesn't mess with your head?
I think for some people, it's the point.
Which this built-up frustration comes out when noticing a group of young protesters.
We're trying to get a measure on the ballot to keep megacorporations like Lumen from continuing to force legalized severance on our state.
Oh, that's nice language for, what are you, 12?
Cracking another drink, Mark notices the envelope Petey gave him, yet before he can act, he hears another knock at the door. Yep, Cobell, and she gives him a peace offering for the bins. Now I believe, due to her almost erotic fascination with him, as you'll see later in the show, I believe this is her way of apologizing to Mark for the break room, whatever the break room may be. Nevertheless, making her way in, she compliments his smell.
My, you smell nice. Were you on a date?
Which is followed up by a very odd story of her supposed late husband.
My late husband was a carpenter, and before he passed, he said he would start building us a house in the hereafter. And there would be a small guest apartment in the back, in case I found a new man before I got there.
So sweet.
Yes. He even drew blueprints.
After seeing Cobell out, Mark decides to try and fix the broken light bulb. So, working his way downstairs, he starts his search. And whilst moving boxes, not being able to find a replacement, he stumbles upon his late wife's belongings. Then, as Mark is getting ready for work, he looks down at the end Severance poster he must have left in his car. After some consideration, he calls sick into work.
Seth Milchek, Lumen Industries.
Mr. Milchek, it's Mark Scout. I'm a severed worker, employee number 4502.
Mr. Scout, what a pleasure. How can I help you?
I actually woke up not feeling terribly well. Sorry, I'm just now calling.
Oh no. May I ask how serious it is?
Well, nothing bad, just very minor stomach event. Should be back tomorrow.
Well, I'm sorry. I know your Innie will be sad to have missed the day. You feel better, okay, Mr. Scout?
Meanwhile, at the office, the refiners discuss his absence.
Where's Mark?
Missed you too.
He should be coming down first now. You don't think that...
He's probably sick. They wouldn't bounce him and Petey the same week.
I certainly hope not. Quarterly deadline's coming up, and I'm not looking to be department chief.
Wow. A lot of confidence for a man who once got disciplined for dozing. Sorry. That was...
I can't help that I was hired older than you.
And as referenced earlier, Irv starts to doze off. And as the music intensifies, including more of a metal-based overpowerment, this happens.
No! Irv!
Though this won't make sense right now, I know I say that a lot, we can pick out a few things from this. For instance, this black sludge is most likely paint. We know this as previously in the episode, we see Irving picking at a chalky black substance under his nail. And though this could be ink, the likelihood that this is the case instead of paint is unlikely. Another thing is that this is one of the first and only times the music has taken on a more twisted approach. And it isn't just scary, is actually very specific. You see, the music isn't just some extra overpowering instrument, it's actually a slowed down Ace of Spades instrumental. Once more, we won't know what this means for a while, but considering the connotations of something bleeding through, it's most likely in reference to Irving's outie. Nonetheless, Milchek, instead of taking him to the break room, walks him to wellness, where he gets checked by someone called Miss Casey. And as walking in the room, something to note is the two quotes on the wall just behind him, reading, "Let not weakness live in your veins," and "Tame thy tempers." Both quotes from the founder Kia, which sounds eerily similar from quotes in the Bible. We can link this painting's name to the quote we just read out, as it's called Kia Taming the Four Tempers. What the Four Tempers are, you'll have to find that out in a second. Admiring the old painting on the wall, another Severed employee exits one of the doors nearby.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, sir. I didn't think anybody was out here. I'm coming out for my session.
I was just going in. I was admiring the art while I wait.
That piece hung in the perpetuity wing for many years.
I know. It broke my heart when they took it down.
It's better here. It's calming.
I'm Irving, macro data refinement.
Are you a department head? Well, optics and design. A two-person department, so barely.
So this is your work? Hmm?
We don't paint them. We do hang them.
I loved that you did the Ambrose cycle in the team building space last quarter.
Huh.
I'd never seen it.
It's rare to meet a sophisticate. Most people only think of O&D when new handbook totes come in.
Well, I love those too.
Yeah? There's new ones coming next month. Best design yet, in my view.
Oh, wow. Now, that's all I'll be thinking about until then.
Irving?
Entering Miss Casey's room, we see a very environmental, sensory environment, in which Irving is told a few facts about his outie to hopefully improve his work ethic and mental health. Some of which including the fact that he loves music, and holds many records, possibly suggesting that the Ace of Spades is in his collection. He loves the sound of radar, and
your outie is skilled at kissing and lovemaking. I'm sorry. Please don't respond to any specific fact. That's 10 points off.
I was just...
Please don't speak further, or all remaining points will be deducted and the wellness session will end.
While Irving is at wellness, we get the current going on theory of what the refiners are actually sorting. Well, from Dylan's perspective.
My theory? The sea.
The sea.
Yeah, think about it. Okay, if our outies are up there severing their brains, shit must have gotten pretty bad. Famine, plagues, etc. So what is a desperate humanity to do?
Populate the sea?
Populate the sea. But first, they gotta send probes down to the sea to clean up all the deadly eels and shit, because we can't cohabitate with that. So we send the probes down, they send us the data coded, we sense what's eels, and then we tell the probes what to blow up.
This is the leading theory?
Getting back from wellness, Irving reveals that he met the optics and design department head, which for some reason causes Dylan to freak out.
I've met that guy, he's a fuck. You didn't tell him where we are, did you?
Bert's not a fuck.
Showing the supposed rivalry of the departments. But as this is going on, Helly starts to become aware of something.
Don't do it.
Hey guys.
Lumen has been good to us and it is feckless.
Guys? That.
Yep.
Why is it
You okay? Just fence off the bad data like I showed you.
Can you see the perimeter?
And bin it. Boom. Fucking refined.
All right, Helly. Hip hip.
They were scary. The numbers were scary.
A tiny little detail to note is that when sorting the numbers, we see 4 little lines with letters on one side. Now, I'm not going to hold this back from you guys. These represent the 4 tempers: woe, frolic, dread, and malice. But what I'm not going to spoil is what this suggests. While this is all happening, Mark pulls up at a random rundown greenhouse. Investigating further, he finds Petey in a more disheveled state than before. He reveals that though mapping out a map and one being hidden in the office, he is currently suffering from reintegration sickness, something that is debilitating for him. But most importantly, we learn what the break room actually is. Well, sort of, via a tape recorder with a discussion from what we can make out between Petey and Milchek.
There's this room. We go in there when we don't act right.
Who's that?
I'm afraid you're not sorry. Please. I truly am. I'm sorry. Please read the statement again. Forgive me for the harm I have caused this world. None may atone for my actions but me. Only in me shall their stain live on. I am thankful to have been caught, my fall cut short by those with wizened hands. All I can be is sorry, and that is all that I am. I'm afraid you don't mean it. Again.
Making it home with a quiet observer, Mark lets Petey sleep in his basement. And while in the bathroom, we see what reintegration sickness really looks like. Cutting to Cobell's house, we see it's a mess. There's no real food, only biscuits and old sandwiches in tinfoil. She seems very sad. Her whole life is dedicated to Lumen, and her only real fascination is Mark. You see, it doesn't feel like an evil fascination, more of a curiosity fueled by a corrupted idea of love.
An occasional mixer wouldn't hurt anything. I checked, and it's not expressly prohibited in the manual.
Yeah, I bet. Dude, I pressed Cobell for an off-floor mixer last quarter. She said you'll get one when you earn it, whatever that means.
Cobell?
I can't imagine Dylan's 4% on Sunset Park's gonna help with.
Petey? You okay?
Petey assures Mark that it's not the protesters who helped. It's a group of people who know Severance is a blight on mankind, only being referred to as someone else. Showing how Petey doesn't even trust where he is, even now.
What? I'm not gonna talk about it in here. I don't know if the monitors are bugged or if Irving's gonna walk in.
Petey, we're not at Lumen.
Where the fuck is June?
But he lets Mark in on what they might be doing in effort to convince him to reintegrate.
The cost of that help is that you're murdering people 8 hours a day and you don't even know it.
Well, am I?
Look, I found a department, one they don't tell us about, one where you don't get to leave.
Well, don't none of us get to leave?
No, I mean, you really don't get to leave, as in they're down there right now.
Asking who June is, Peter reveals that she is his daughter, almost bringing Mark to tears, realizing that they will probably never get to meet again, and even if they do, you could barely call it that. This also shows the start of Mark's emotional link to children. Waking up once more next to an empty glass of wine, he goes to say farewell to Petey before heading to work. And after getting a thoughtless response from him, Mark feels the need to make a point in his defense for not getting reintegrated.
I'm not gonna reintegrate. You know, I lost my wife a couple years ago in a car accident. This is, it's helping me.
At work, you'd come in sometimes with red eyes. We had a joke that you had an elevator allergy. There's even a song for it. But I always wondered, you carry the hurt with you. You feel it down there too. You just don't know what it is.
Getting into the office, the new photos have arrived, but very confidently, Helly states that he should leave, spreading them out amongst the desks, as she has put in her resignation request.
You may as well skip it, actually. I put in my resignation request.
And before he can question it, Milchek comes in to see if Mark is ready for his first morning announcement as department head. For some reason, Milchek repeatedly takes pictures, something that we know is obviously different due to the look Mark gives, indicating that he doesn't know why he's doing it. Nevertheless, after going through some more announcements, we learn that...
Oh, I've never seen a resignation request get such a quick turnaround.
Do I have to finish out the day or can I skip out now?
Lastly, Helly's resignation request was denied.
Yeah, no, that can't be right. My Audi wouldn't do that.
You know, Petey used to say...
After waiting 45 minutes, Mark bursts into the bathroom, catching Helly writing, "Let me out" on her arms.
Okay, I'll give you 5 minutes to scrub your arms.
Or what?
You want Grainer to use the bad soap.
There's bad soap. Thanks, boss.
Earth quickly grabs Mark as he leaves, suggesting that they should all go to the Perpetuity Wing to inspire Helly to work and overall uplift the spirit of the office. And really not being in the position to argue against this, he makes his way to Cobell's office. Whilst this is happening, Rickon pulls up to his house and drops him a package.
Against the door or to the side?
I think either's really good.
Do you think he'll be surprised?
I do.
My babe, I'm going to put it off to the side.
Awesome.
Holding this shot, Cobell takes the package, and using Lumen keys, she invades Mark's house. And this is something we can assume she usually does, considering the fact that she pointed out his broken light previously.
Still waiting for that third bulb to revive itself?
To add to this, we can see that she has an array of keys, suggesting that she has more keys for the other severed workers. Working her way downstairs, she finds Mark's wife's belongings. For some reason, takes her candle. Now, why Cobell specifically went in his house to go to his wife's belongings remains a mystery. But before we can think about it, she gets a call from Milchek, and finding an opportunity, Petey takes his chance to escape. Unfortunately, corrupted by his own thoughts and personalities, he finds himself walking to the outside of town in a near delirious state. Nevertheless, Cobell hands Milchek the package, and we see what gracious gift he gave Mark.
Oh God.
Chapter 12. On learning to be emotionally nude in front of my wife.
Arriving to the office, Mark asks Cobell if they can go to the Perpetuity Wing for Helly. Distracted by work, she asks if he has filled out a common space reservation slip. Obviously, being inexperienced in the shadow of Petey, he didn't.
If Petey were the tone setter you're lionizing him as, he'd still be here.
What does that mean?
Are you gonna make me throw my mug at you?
Why would you?
Get MDR to its numbers.
Okay.
Mark, what I just did was something I knew that you could handle and grow from. It was very painful for me.
I just want to analyze this scene real quickly. If you remember in episode 2 where I described her thoughts towards Mark as an erotic fascination, well, this is one of the first verbal tells of this instance, and you can tell she meant it, as when she delivers this line, she slowly drags her eyes across the desk, letting her head bring her perspective up, whilst gracefully drifting the words out of her mouth, only looking at him on the words.
For me.
Also, akin to Irving's scene in the last episode, you could say that Mark's feelings for Petey has been inflated, due to his outie learning more about him, causing this break.
I don't know, it's been weird since Petey left. I mean, you know, he set the tone.
Right before Helly can eat the hidden note, once more, Mark steps in, preventing her from attempting to bypass the code detector by placing the thought in her head that when
that happens, it's Milchek's job to extract the message from you. And when he asks how long ago you ingested it, I really can't recommend honesty enough. It's easier for you both if he knows which end to start from. Another good try, though.
Whilst on their way to the Perpetuity Wing, they bump into optics and design, and it's worth remembering their facial expression, as it perfectly reflects the gang's look, subtly hinting that they are both afraid, possibly suggesting that they themselves have a similar rumor of an uprising. One more thing that we can also pick up on is that they say it's just a two-man department, but unless they split 3 eggs and 3 parachutes among the two of them, the numbers just don't add up. The mystery of other departments, including O&D, is a huge plot point in the entire show, with most severed workers not even knowing how many departments there are. In the meantime, Cobell enters her office, where a surprise meeting from the board is taking place.
I wasn't expecting. Is this about Helena?
She instantly asks if it's about a person called Helena, which, though probably not connected, it sounds eerily similar to Heliar, but she's told that it's actually about Peter Kilmer, but as we know him, PT.
So the search for Kilmer continues. I will say this, not to be alarmist, but prior to his departure there were some troubling signs of possible reintegration.
The board seems to shoot down any idea of reintegration, something they should be aware of. Or it could be the case that the board knows this is a possibility and still has to keep up a PR persona in front of their employees, just in case. This adds more to the case of what is truly happening at Lumen to bar high-ranking individuals from even knowing this little detail. This lack of knowledge could also say that maybe Cobell knows more about the chip than they do. Working their way into the wing, we see a large wax statue of the current CEO, James Egan, and we are going to spend quite a bit of time here just looking over the Perpetuity Wing scene, as there are a lot of microaggressions and shots that without any huge amounts of context, you just won't get. For example, working our way around the statue, Helly seems to hold her eyes on James, and we get a good look at her jewelry. They look like pure diamonds, something that sure, anyone can own, but in a job like this, being in a position to wear diamonds to work is surprising and unseen anywhere else. And the most telling detail being the quote behind her, reading, "History lives in us, whether we learn it or not," obviously indicating that there might be more to Helly than meets the eye. Moving forward, we see a room filled of every Egan post-Kia and pre-James. During a speech from one of the statues, they list a thing called tempers, which is followed with the background footage of PT stumbling through the wilderness.
In my life, I have identified 4 components, which I call tempers, from which I derive every human soul: woe, frolic, dread, malice.
Also, considering he's following a map of the severed floor, even though PT is not in his right mind, this could show the true scale of the Lumen building. Nonetheless, back to the tempers, we learn that this is a group of core ways someone can act, that is, split up to identify people's souls, and when tamed,
should you tame the tempers as I did mine, then the world shall become but your appendage.
One thing to note on the Egan bingo card is that one of them says Egan depicted with a halo, furthermore pushing the narrative that Lumen might be involved with some religious activities, or at least trying to involve themselves with it.
Each of these is a real smile from someone on the outside, someone Lumen Industries has helped.
Walking into the back part, which is all about the founder Kia, we get my favorite line in the entire show.
Jesus.
No, Kia.
This gives me shivers purely for just what it represents. Kia is replacing God. Also, the architecture is one of my favorite genres, being brutalist, presenting as very monolithic and sharp, both protective and demeaning. Working their way into Kia's house, Irv finds an Egan bingo card on Mark, and after lecturing him on preventing Helly's formal intake of the founder's message to find purpose, they notice that she disappeared.
Helly!
Shit.
This way, please, Heliar.
They head to the break room. Walking in slowly, Mr. Milchek rests in a dark, padded room, opposing to the outside. Only speaking softly, he patches her up. And though every request is so politely said, it feels so demeaning.
I hoped you'd just settle in. I know Mark's been trying so hard to get you to feel happy.
With a hint of disappointment. Sitting down, she places her hands in their respective places. Seemingly setting up an old lie detector, Milchek pulls up the compunction statement for Heliar.
Read it.
I don't want to.
No. do.
Forgive me for the harm I have caused this world. None may atone for my actions but me, and only in me shall their stain live on. I am thankful to have been caught, my fall cut short by those with wizened hands. All I can be is sorry, and that is all I am.
I'm afraid you don't mean it.
Excuse me?
Again, please.
Being the last in the office, Mark decides to change the group photos until he gets to the last one. Supposedly the map left in the office for Mark by Petey, we can make out a few things. Firstly, on the far left is the optics and design and macro data refinement departments. Working our way to the right, we can make out the perpetuity wing, with a coil of doom just above. Right next to the team building section, we see a stickman drawing that depicts 2 arrows out the eyes, 1 out the ear, and from what it seems 2 lasers both out the right ear and the back of the head. A supposing housing area that's really important, by the way, keep that in mind, with some schizo signs right near. What I would say most importantly is a huge circular object with a cross atop it reading mind. What we can take from this design is many verging arrows out of it, and if this represents the chip, this could suggest that a human could be severed more than once. Nearby, an odd square lays, and the rest is just a vague sketch of the layout, with many rooms having symbols as identification. Hiding it behind the current group photo, he works his way home. In the same moment, PT makes it into a gas station. Clearly being affected more severely by reintegration sickness, he stumbles around the store hopelessly, unaware of where he is. Falling down, we cut back to Mark.
Petey? Petey?
Searching for PT, he follows an ambulance, silently hoping he's wrong. Arriving to the gas station, still saying nothing, he overlooks the event as he is slowly walked out. Getting home, he quickly tries to hide the evidence that someone was even living there, in fear of what might happen. Still silent, he goes to leave, still shaken up from that look PT gave him. But as he goes to leave, a phone starts ringing. Checking the time, Haley looked visually worn out by the hours of reciting this same written apology over and over, and is unfortunately told,
"We'll try again in the morning. See you tomorrow, Haley."
Fuck me.
Whilst in the break room next morning, Haley hears faint whispers, but when pushing Milchek for an explanation, he gives no reply and simply waits for her to continue. Going down to check the phone, we see many unanswered calls from a blocked caller. Deciding not to answer it, he packs it away. Coincidentally, his innie is also going through the same thought process, with his mind racing about what to do with the map. Procrastinating for too long, he gets up and packs the map safely in his desk, until Bert walks in.
Hi. Hi, Irving.
Hi, Bert. What are you doing
Exactly
here?
how the wet fuck do you know where this office is?
My predecessor, Alice Kay, came here once when they still did the summits and she left directions.
Give us them reversed.
Okay, it's all right. What can we do for you, Bert?
Thank you. Well, Irving, I kept thinking about what you said about being excited. The new handbook totes, and maybe you were kidding or teasing.
No, not at all. You brought pre-release handbook totes for us.
It seemed like the right thing. If an informal tour of O&D ever sounds refreshing, I'd be happy to personally offer that to Irving and any one of you. Directions are in the front bag, reversed.
Hard pass.
Giving them the pre-release handbook totes, along with extending an invitation to O&D. And I don't know if you've really noticed it yet, but Irving and Bert seem to have a connection. An almost childlike expression of emotion towards each other. I just want to say that it's really cute how Irving immediately takes him up on the offer, something that Mark even states himself.
Seems soon to be taking him up on his offer.
But Irv lies, presenting his reason as a group cause to see the other departments, instead of another reason to see Bert. Coming back from the break room, Haley reveals that she read the written apology 1,072 times. Based on the silence accompanied with the void stares of Dylan and Mark. It ain't great. All jokes aside though, the voice seems to be very particularly chosen. And I believe these sounds are supposed to reach into their core and solicit a type of emotion, whether it be fear or anxiety. So we can assume from this theory that Dylan most likely has a kid.
The voice behind the door.
Crying baby, you mean?
And Haley probably has a controlling older man or father in her life.
No, like the angry mumbly guy.
Finding his way to optics and design, Irving introduces himself to the other woman. Yet stricken with the same vitriol as Dylan, she reluctantly directs him to Bert. Then when showing him around and how things are done, Irv shares something with Bert, through a shot directly contrasting the second episode scene meeting Petey in the rundown greenhouse.
It's so dumb, but I actually cried when you guys put up the youthful convalescence of Kier. No, I did. I never thought I'd see the handbook passage depicted visually. It was only up for a month or so.
And I must say, I have never seen a scene like this in my whole life. And I'll explain what I mean after.
Let not weakness live in your veins. Cherished workers, drown it inside you.
Rise up from your deathbed and sally forth, more perfect for the struggle.
Exactly.
I'm sorry, wait. What time is it? I have to go.
One of the only romance plots in the show revolve around two elderly men. And in general, at least for me personally, I have never seen this done in a show before, let alone done so perfectly. Moreover, as Severance goes on, we see how this growing relationship molds every single character, for better and for worse. And I think something good about Severance's newfound popularity is that it exposes people to this LGBTQ atmosphere, something that some people might not have been accustomed with before. While walking back, still stunned, he paces past a room, and then stops. Something was in the room, something unseen to any refiner. But before getting the gang, Helly sees the map that Mark was hiding. After questioning him on it.
What's this? Will you put that away?
It's a map of the hallways.
No, it isn't. I thought we weren't supposed to make maps.
We're not. I didn't. It's just something I found. I think Petey made it.
Oh shit, you didn't turn it in? He's got wellness, management, perpetuity, everywhere we know of. This must have taken him weeks.
Why aren't we supposed to map the office?
It's an Egan rule. Render not my creation a miniature.
Why?
What the fuck is this?
They look like houses, right? That's how houses look. Your best friend left this for you, and you don't give a shit.
You're right. I don't give a shit.
Mark!
Mark ends up shredding the photo, just to make a point, destroying almost everything Petey worked for, showing that Mark's failure to be a good leader ends up hurting himself and others around him. This is probably best shown at this point in the argument.
Okay, all right.
I was going to get Mr. Milchek, but I thought it best not to break the chain of command.
Has anyone seen anything like this before? I'll be turning this into Milchek.
What? Why? It's booty. It's booty with your name on it.
Excellent decision, Mark. This is an idolatrous text that should be brought to him immediately.
Resembling an angel and devil on your shoulder, once more Dylan and Irving argue the opposing idea of what to do with the book. Obviously unaware that Rick and Hale is his brother-in-law, it takes them all by surprise when realizing that Mark's name is in the book.
Damn.
Clearly addressed to him. Cutting back to the office, Helly, knowing that she can't use the map anymore and seeing no way out, a destructive idea comes into mind.
Excuse me, Helly.
Jesus, Helly!
I want a camera!
I am so sorry, Miss Cobell.
What is happening here?
What's happening is you're going to give me a video camera so I can tape a resignation to my Audi right fucking now. Or you're going to have to explain to her why she's missing 4 fingers.
Okay, let's just...
It's Cobell, right?
Yes.
Do I look like I'm fucking around right now?
No, you do not.
Recording the tape, we get this really well done scene where we see Helly's perspective as she looks down and the tape changes in her hand. Without even watching it, she knows it's been rejected. And as the old saying goes, every time you find yourself here, it's because you chose to come back. But the contents of the tape hold more weight and malice than the realization could ever be.
Now, Miss Cobell says you threatened to cut off your fingers. I understand that you're unhappy with the life that you've been given. But you know what? Eventually we all have to accept reality. So, here it is. I am a person. You are not. I make the decisions. You do not. And if you ever do anything to my fingers, know that I will keep you alive long enough to horribly regret that.
The slow zooming in with only Helly's face being in focus truly shows how alone she is, with even herself not to be trusted. About now, we definitely know that something's up. Unlike every other outie so far, Helly's seems to be different, more aggressive, more well presented. Something's off. Getting the news that PT is dead, Grainer arrives in Cobell's office, reassuring her that it's not her fault, and mentions that because the board won't acknowledge that reintegration is a thing, they need to get this chip. Unfortunately, he's going to be cremated, so the post-mortem surgery will have to be performed at the funeral. Coincidentally, Mark's outie is also attending the funeral. And again, Cobell is surprised by this appearance, calling it a date. Something that is, sure, harmless, but considering the previous connotations, there's more than meets the eye. Getting seated for the actual ceremony, which is also a Christian one, may I add, PT's daughter sits right behind Mark, and though the conversation starts quite tame, it takes a wild turn, when it seems that even though she's insulting him, it's most likely projection about her dad.
Do you ever think that maybe the best way to deal with a fucked up situation in your life isn't to just shut your brain off half the time?
I'm not exactly sure.
We're happy you're here. We're gonna perform something for you. I'm glad you're here, baby. We're gonna melt your face off with a rock tune.
Shifting focus from the grieving mother to the daughter, a video of PT singing Sandman plays, and I wish I could play it, it is so good. But anyway, as the music picks up, Cobell drills into his head, with the slow panning shot exposing how dry and sad PT's eyes look, ending in a climax of Mark leaving. Also, something interesting to note is that in the Severance podcast, Patricia Arquette and Adam Scott discuss a scene that was cut, a scene that entailed both Cobell and Mark in a car as Cobell goes to reach to grab his hand.
So was the funeral just too sad, or?
Something like that, yeah.
If you ever want to talk.
No, thank you. I just... Fine. But thank you for, being my funeral buddy today.
Good night.
Good night.
Mark halts. For a second he thinks. Filled with emotions riding off the funeral of his best friend he hardly knew, he goes for a drive. Arriving at a part of the road with warped barriers, he rests his hand on a tree, wrapped in worn police tape. As Mark starts to break down, we can assume that this is where his wife died, in a tragic car accident where he visits all too often. Back at the office, Cobell gives Milchek PT's chip, and for the first time, he seems genuinely surprised.
That's PT.
That's PT.
How did you?
Would you mind taking that up to diagnostics for me? Yes?
You requested me, Miss Cobell?
Miss Casey, I'd like you to run a special wellness session with Mark S.
Mark S. What's the problem?
He just needs it. Trust me.
Cobell asks Wellness to run a special session with Mark, most likely due to the funeral or something else. Nonetheless, odd.
Kier invites you to drink of his water.
Okay, all cuteness aside, even though I do want them to get it on Severed style, one thing to note is that Irving doesn't like this painting. For some reason, he doesn't like the one with high relations to drinking water. And there is a reason for this. Well, a theory for this, but to explain it all coherently would spoil the main plot point, so we'll come back to this nearing the end of season 1. And yes, it relates to his dreams.
Thanks, Owendy.
Instead of leaving, Irving feels the urge to go back. Doing so, he edges his way towards an open door in search of Bert, only to see that there are a lot more than 2 workers, and the most people Irving has seen ever. Before Mark heads to wellness, we see instead of giving the book to Milchek, he hid it away. And funnily enough, it seems to be helping him, in stark contrast to how Altimark is affected by Rickon. Entering the room, we see a candle, the same candle that belonged to his late wife, Gemma. And when asked to sculpt his feelings out of clay, Mark sculpts a tree, the same tree that held the worn tape. Meanwhile, as Helly goes to leave, Dylan starts rummaging through Mark's desk, pulling out the You Are, showing that the book is yielding some sort of positive effect on the refiners.
Chapter 4. A coitus among us. I think we just fucked the universe into existence. Through wearied breaths, I managed to chuckle at my wife's colorful theory. I was lying next to her, staring at the ceiling, our bodies swaddled in Baltic wool. We didn't know it yet, but we had just sired what will, by the time of publishing, be our firstborn daughter, Eleanor Rebecca Scout Hale. I leaned over and kissed Devon tenderly between the breasts. How do you figure that, my babe? Was the universe not already here when we began? Indeed, our lovemaking, which had commenced hours prior, had taken us through 4 separate rooms of the house, each of which, to my knowledge, was a part of the existing universe. She shook her head. No, that one was fake. Everything before now was a simulation. A simulation? By whom, pray tell? I don't know. Maybe the French. Ooh la la, mon Dieu! My engorgement had abated at the moment of climax, but the dulcet sound of la langue française, even coming from my own oafish gullet, began to stir the ardor in me once again. I re-summited my wife, and the cosmic cycle of creation began anew. Perhaps you think some impish publisher has slipped pages from a tawdry novella into this otherwise wholesome tome. I assure you, dear reader, this amorous tale was added with intent. For how can we deny the formative beauty of the sex act and the robust sway it holds over our beings? As of this writing, I have made love 786 times, and each was a unique adventure into the very mouth of personhood. But what is this thing, sex? To be sure, the definition encompasses more than mere ejaculative intercourse. Kissing, petting, nuzzling, flirting, role-play, poetry, and longing all fall under the grand umbrella of sexual interaction. One can have sex with a stranger from across a crowded bread shop using only one's eyes and the flickering power of tension. I have had sex with Beethoven, Da Vinci, and Twain, often all in the same evening. To limit our notion of sex to mindless humping is feckless, and sucks from our vast world much of its elegant vitality. For the purpose of this chapter, however, let us focus on the traditionalist definition. Sexual copulation is as old as mankind itself, and is in many ways its first taboo, predating alcohol and profanity by centuries. But while most cultures view sex as ugly or foul, I have always found it deeply erotic. The having of sex is pleasurable on both a physical and psychic level, elevating us to planes of reality heretofore unseen. I first discovered my affection for sex at a young age.
My social worker, Mrs. Duft, had fallen into a salmon hatchery pond during one of our scheduled outings. As she emerged, drenched to the bone and angry as a bear, I became acutely aware of how her blouse suddenly clung to her girdle, outlining the lacy texture and curvaceous form thereof. I quickly banished the strange new feeling bubbling from my brain to my loins, but as the day wore on, a foreboding cloud of shame followed me. Had some unseen wickedness ensnared me? Had I betrayed both the deep respect I held for Mrs. Duft and the trust of her kindly husband Backstrom? That night, I penned a 3-page letter of apology to them both, which I delivered to their doorstep by bike and read aloud through tears. While both Dufts ultimately forgave me, it created a rift in our friendship that never thereafter fully healed, and I vowed to not again succumb to such depravity. The next time the roiling happened was 2 days later. Suffice it to say, a CPR dummy was involved, but the greater takeaway was clear enough. Sex, be it friend or foe, was in my life to stay. I would not make peace with this until years later, when a high school health instructor told me something that would shift my values forever. Sex, it turned out, was not simply an act of debauchery. It was the primary method of human reproduction. There is virtually no one alive, I learned, who was not sired through the physical act of love. Mohandas Gandhi, Coco Chanel, Burl Ives, and yes, Mr. and Mrs. Duft would all be but hollow air if not for the perversities of sex. Perhaps one day I too would love someone well enough to create a new life. A child upon whom we could shower warmth and forgiveness like that which the Dufts had given me. How could something with the capacity to beget such wonders be itself anything but wonderful? I recalled this revelation as I held my wife that night so many years later. I did not know what we had just created together. And also, somehow, I did. There was something surrounding us there, for which I've no better word than magic. And in the ensuing months, as I've watched Devon's belly gracefully swell, I've sometimes shut my eyes and whispered a prayer of thanks to the sex act itself, and to its magic, which I once so vehemently feared. And if you, dear reader, still live with that fear or unease, then consider these humble pages your permission to step out into the light of erotic liberation. Life, like sex, is extremely fleeting. And while we are here, we must dance nude under the moonlight, masturbate ardently, and make love with guiltless abandon. Your sexuality is as much a piece of you as your religion, your first name, your U-type, or my poem about Nan. Thus, for your 5th addition to the Vanity, I'll ask that you find something you consider, well, sexy. Something that whispers to your nethers in a voice only they can hear. This may be a pin-up photo from war times of yore, a beloved undergarment, or a still life of a sinewy gourd. Here again, I consent to my own image being used, should that happen to fit the bill. But whatever your choice, sly reader, allow it a place of prominence, as the time has long since passed for sex to be hidden away like stolen caramels under a bearskin rug.
When Helly's leaving, the camera slowly pans down to see a long white cable. Knowing she can't do anything with all options exhausted, there is but one more thing to do.
Hey, how are you?
Good.
Yeah? Seems like you're getting the hang of stuff here. Cool.
Jesus. You help? God damn it! Is she okay? Get in the elevator!
Getting back to the office, Mark is told of her condition. Though terrible situation, she's lucky to have got off with only some severe bruising. And Kobo uses yet another religious phrase.
She's in the hospital. She has severe bruising, but thankfully no permanent damage.
Okay, so you're letting her go.
Helly's out. He has no intention of resigning.
But she almost died. I mean, she doesn't want to be here.
And she will be back at her desk in a few days.
Is that enough time?
This happened on your watch, Marcus. And you can thank Kier himself it went the way it did.
Obviously a nod to thank God. Adding more to the religious iconography. A bit later, Grinner hands back Petey's chip with the confirmation that Cobell was right, and now they have proof of reintegration for the board. That's saying they didn't already know it was a thing. With not much to do in the wake of the incident, both Mark and Dylan pursue Regan Rickon's book, progressively making a profound effect on them, no matter how corny it may come across. And as it happens, leaving work, Mark opens his phone to many unanswered calls from, you guessed it, Rickon. Arriving to the birthing cabin, before he can enter, Alexia exits, and they have a brief yet awkward conversation.
Oh, hey.
Hey.
Did you forget that I was going to be here?
Slightly. Look, I'm sorry about the other night.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Yeah.
She's doing great.
Yeah?
By the way, yeah. The contractions are about 20 minutes apart, so we still have some time. Rickon is doing this thing where he cries over her. So I'm giving them some privacy.
Sounds good. Hey, thank you for, taking care of her.
Which really shows Mark's character. It also shows how worn out he is. Like, even though technically he doesn't experience or really go to work, he's clearly being affected by it mentally and physically, which we can see in his long-winded, short responses, usually having to take a breath in to speak, instead of just off the whim. Also, though it's comedic, the thing when Milchek reads How to Be Emotionally Nude in front of My Wife in Rickon's book, Rickon is probably one of my favorite characters, purely just due to how sad he is. Now, he's not sad in the sense that he's pathetic, he's sad in the sense that he's actually sad. Rickon is very closed off and surrounds himself with bad friends, with the only true people in his life being Devon and Mark. This is backed up and proven by an audiobook that released at the start of Season 2, called The You Are. In Chapter 7, Rickon goes on to describe a moment where 6 months after Gemma's passing, he and Mark have a fight. And you can tell as you listen that though Mark is grieving, his spite came from a deeper place. A place of genuine hate.
Chapter 7. Wounds Unhealed. Everyone laughs at you the second you walk out of the fucking room. He was slurring, his breath cologned with whiskey, but it was clear enough what he'd said. I was in Flip's basement. We were mere feet apart, close enough to see the veins pop from each other's heads. Yet it felt, as it had in recent months, like we were shouting from opposite ends of existence. There was a satisfied viciousness in him as he watched his words pierce me. I'd never seen that in him before. I hadn't come over that evening for a fight. I'd come for a cassette tape. For Nan's last birthday on Earth, I'd gifted her a self-produced Tuvan throat-singing album, comprised of 9 original works encapsulating what she meant to me. She'd responded with her usual kindness, often texting me to say she and Flip were listening to it. I'll be the first to admit I'm an unpolished throat singer, but she found something to compliment in every track. That's just how she was. The copy I'd given her was the only one I'd made, so I'd come to Flip's that night to see if I could borrow it. It was 6 months since she'd left us. I don't know just how the fight began. Flip, tipsy, led me down to the basement, where he assured me the tape was amidst Nan's old things. Feeling the pain wafting off him as he sifted through piles of broken memories, I tried to guide our chatter to lighter fare. So you really think you'll stick with this job? Yes, Rickon. Damn, I'd sounded judgmental. I kept my dullard trap shut as we continued the hunt, but it soon grew clear the tape was nowhere to be found. Hang on, I swear it's here. It's okay, Flip. You lost it in the move. It happens. I didn't lose it in the goddamn move. It's here. I should have reached for patience. Here was this gutted man, my friend and relative, staggering about the unofficial tomb of his beloved twin soul. And all I could think was that the selfish bastard had thrown out my fucking tape, and now he was lying about it. I said something, and he said something, and it became clear we were about to break something that could never be unbroken. It wasn't yours to throw out, I barked. I could actually sue you for loss of... I didn't fucking throw it out. You used to listen to it together. It gave you joy. Are you going to junk everything that ever gave you joy? Is that what you think she'd want? Flip threw something at the wall, which was either a saucepan or a saucepan lid. The mark remains there to this day. He was still for a moment, then turned back to me. We listened to it to make fun of you, Rickon. We'd laugh at it. She'd laugh at it. That was the joy it gave us. Everyone laughs at you the second you walk out of the fucking room. And then that was a thing that he'd said to me. I don't blame him for his words, nor would I adjudicate them as entirely true or false. Indeed, everybody does not laugh at me when I walk out of a room, but some people do. Some people always have, and not all of them have bothered to mind their volume. So Flip's treatise was no great revelation, and the sting of it was brief. What lingered was the feeling that this had come from both of them, and that in Nan's case it would be the last thing I ever heard from her. Knowing her, I'm sure her laughter at my gift was playful, not cruel. But it was laughter. And I'll confess I wish I didn't know that. At the time of writing, scientists know only 2 parasites that can live inside a human body for decades. One is the shy and misjudged tapeworm. The other, far more sinister, is the spoken word. Surely there have been verbal cruelties hurled upon you which still live inside you today. These are likely less corrosive than those vomited upon me by Flip, but I bet they still hurt. Perhaps a snooty waiter once called your hat garish, or a passing sailor addressed you as bub. Whatever your trauma, you'll likely find that it lasts longer when caused by human words than by knives or falling boulders. So how do we suck poison from our veins when that poison is made of words? Medically, we cannot, but perhaps we can temper its potency. Here, as in many cases, I find it helpful to call upon my wise older brother, Art. We know from Chapter 5 that there is great transformative power in the acrostic poem format, and this can be applied here to therapeutic effect. To begin, write out something someone has said or screamed at you which has caused you pain. Then, from each letter of this foul phrase, birth a new word, one which is not vicious, but celebratory, and specific to you. Continue through the end of the phrase until you've created something that looks like this. Everyone laughs at you the second you walk out of the fucking room, a poetic metamorphosis by the author Rickon Hale. Effervescent, valorous, exquisite, regal, young, owes no money, nice, elegant. Light on feet, articulate, uses recycling bin, good, handsome, sleek. Archer, thoughtful. Your friend, original, up and away. Titillating, horse lover, empath. Soft, ears work well. Celestial, ornate, no ulcers, dreamer. Yields to pedestrians. Oily, useful. Wellspring, arborist, lo and behold, nightly. Ozone conscious, unconventional, tease. Operatic, feisty. This book's author. Hemoglobin levels good, essential. Fetching, unperverted, car owner, kingmaker, iron-willed, never fear, Rickon is here, glamour. Rah, 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 outlived childhood rival, oxlip-scented, my own best friend. Note how Flip's original rebuke has been transformed by the bardic process. What was once a cruel sentiment is now a cruel sentiment and 54 lovely ones. To be clear, his words still live inside me, but their venom is diluted in the fluid of my own self-love. I've committed the poem to memory, and I declaim it quietly to myself any time I leave a room and get that funny feeling that someone behind me is having a chuckle. In the year since our encounter in the basement, I've mended fences with Flip. We had a long talk over salted legumes, where we both said we're sorry. I never did sue him over the tape, though legally it remains on the table. I know that if I floated the acrostic method above as a balm for his grief, he'd smirk and change the subject to movies or some peevish qualm he has with my beard. I wish I knew how to help him, and perhaps someday I will. But for now, I'm grateful for who I can help. You. As you glue your own acrostic poem to the vanity, spare a hopeful thought for all those who have hurt you. For now that you've shown your pain can be healed, maybe theirs can be too.
Every scene we see of him with Mark, he's trying to gain his approval, as if he was deprived of it, needing the only other person in his life to accept him and not see him as a mockery, something that we see play out 5 seconds later, with Rickon crying over Devon, wishing for him not to be like his own father, only to change face instantly as Mark comes in.
Babe, I just don't want to be like my father.
No, baby. I think it's good you're getting it out now. It's okay.
Hey, I'm looking for a baby camp.
Making us realize that Rickon puts him on such a huge pedestal that he doesn't want Mark to see him being weak. This attempt at stoicism could also be related back to the fact that his father apparently wasn't the best. The actor for Devon, John Tulloch, responded with this when asked why Rickon and Devon are together.
For one thing, kudos to Michael Chernus for playing him so brilliantly that you have that response, because that character is its own tonal monolith. The way Michael toes the line between just laughable douchebaggery but also deep vulnerability and insecurity, the way Michael toes the line between just laughable douchebaggery but also deep vulnerability and insecurity. I think that somebody like Devon finds somebody like Rickon very comforting. He may be verbose, but I know exactly what he believes. He doesn't bullshit. I always get really defensive of their relationship because I found so many friends that are in an opposites attract pairing like that. You're like, how did you find that? And then you see them together and you go, you know what? I get it. It's symbiotic.
Now, in spite of all that, Rickon isn't all sunshine and rainbows as we might think. And in fact, he might be the most dangerous evil character of this entire show. But we will come to this a bit more later in Severance. Nonetheless, after Mark comments on the coziness of the setting, Devon mentions a similar cabin just up the hill, one that's much larger and more expensive. Walking up to the other cabin, Devon meets the other lady, and she mentions that she's gonna call the baby William, and when asked the question,
Holy shit, by the way, about this cabin. So nice. Hey, Rich.
She looks very confused, as if she doesn't even comprehend the weight of the word. Making it back, she asks that Mark should ask Alexia for another chance, but before getting a real answer, another contraction hits. Joking, Mark suggests he should tell a secret, and after holding for a minute, he says that he believes Lumen is up to something, but before being able to elaborate, it gets way worse, with Devon saying,
Why do people do this?
I'll go get Alexa.
Hold on to this thought. Coming early morning, Mark stays away whilst the baby is being born, showing how uncomfortable he is with birth. Something also to mention is that we could probably assume that Mark has had problems with having a child. We can gain this information from the fact that if we were to take Rickon's reaction a bit differently, it's almost as if they know. Showing this to Mark is insulting. Sitting near the water, his only thought is on the ringing phone in his basement.
So they locked away the extension cords and other dangerous items, so, you know, you should be safe. And if you want to focus on looking for happy numbers for a while, that's fine. Do you want to talk about it?
Our own. It would not me, though, because I already contributed the idea. It's only fair.
Miss Casey.
I'm here to observe Heliar. Miss Cobell's orders. I'm to watch her for signs of sadness and verbally encourage her to forego further suicide attempts. Upon request, I can also perform a hug.
You know, I've been exhibiting signs of sadness. Could I get one of those?
No.
Whilst Helly is still trying to come to terms with things, Irving starts losing track of the numbers, just like he did in episode 2. And in a similar fashion, thick black paint starts falling from the ceiling tiles, as a slowed down ace of spades once more fades in, controlling the scene. Going over to the printer before he leaves, a copy doesn't come out, but something much, much worse does.
I'm sorry, Irving. We must have sent this print job here by mistake. You weren't supposed to see this.
What are these?
Nothing. A joke for Miss Cobell.
Now, funnily enough, this actually scared me when I watched this for the first time. So, being scared of a copier machine is on my list now. A picture resembling many office workers attacking and cannibalizing each other, from which they can only be identified with their respective badges. That being optics and design, attacking, macro data refinement.
But it is ironclad proof. Milchek says it didn't happen. And why would one department physically attack another? Lumen wouldn't just then give them all the other departments' resources.
Does O&D know that? Are we even sure about it? Because with 7 people, there is a lot that they could do to us.
I could ask.
Your new friend who lied to you about the size of his department? How do we know what else he isn't being kosher about?
Walking back to his station, Cobell stands near his desk, and she asks why he didn't check with her before running a 266 on Irving. And we learn that Milchek intentionally printed the paintings to microdata refinement in an attempt to stop Irving from talking to Bert.
I'm sorry, should I have consulted you?
No. Good initiative.
Told that he has good initiative, the conversation turns back on Cobell.
You're having her watch Heliar.
I am.
May I ask why?
Now it's Milchek asking her why Miss Casey is monitoring Helly. Nevertheless, she answers his question, and for some reason, the focus isn't on Helly at all, more on Miss Casey instead.
I'm trying something new with Miss Casey. Keep it between us.
Distracting Miss Casey after Helly leaves the bathroom, Mark comes up with an excuse to take her on a mental health walk. Doing so, they head to an empty room, where we learn that Mark, on his breaks, has been attempting to redraw PT's map. But when asking if Helly wants to help,
I'm not your new PD.
obviously in an attempt to give her something to focus on, she says no, instead walking off with Mark hopelessly following behind. And when she finally does stop, whilst trying to reason with her about living with what you've been given, Mark gets interrupted by a sound.
And to know it was me who did it.
Approaching what they believe is the origin of the sound, a baby lamb enters their view, before quickly leaving. Slowly pushing up, this happens.
They're not ready. You can't take them yet. They're not ready. It isn't time.
While this is going on, Miss Casey questions their location, and being told where their general location would possibly be, she tells Irving where Bert is, as she saw him on a previous supply run. Obviously full of intrigue after the painting discovery, both Dylan and Irving venture out, and this is the first time where we don't know if we can trust him. So we, the viewer, are stuck in a dichotomy of who's right and who's wrong. going back to the main point, why did Bert lie about the number of people in their department? And his answer, though not convincing at first glance, confirms our suspicion. Each department has rumors for one another, so Dylan's aggression towards them is justified, along with their aggressions too. Oh, and side note, their main rumor about MDR?
It's literally silly. Like they say, you all have pouches.
Pouches? Like to carry young?
Yes, according to some. You each have a larval offspring that will jump out and attack if we get too close.
That's fucking psycho.
I mean, it's a joke, of course, but I don't know. The sentiment, somehow holds. People are weird. Though I'd be remiss not to say that in this theory, the larva eventually eats and replaces you.
Oh.
Which Irving would solve the mystery of your youthful energy.
More serious note, these larvae will eventually eat and replace the refiner in this rumor, so take that what you will. Letting Bert out, they arrive back to O&D, but before MDR leave, Bert invites them in and mentions that he wants to show them something. While staring at a painting called The Courtship of Kia and Imogen, both Irving and Bert relate to the image, as it represents the love of two colleagues over the spirit of the industry. But getting interrupted, Dylan finds a very similar painting to the one that was printed, calling Bert out on the suspected lie that he didn't know what it was.
That's not O&D, Dylan.
Something's not right, and it's not the same painting either. If you look at the color of the badges the Raiders are wearing, it's swapped.
It's called the Macro Data Refinement Calamity.
Okay, but we've never done anything like that. Why the hell would there be two versions of the same painting?
Indicating that each department at some point in time had motions put in place to actively separate them. Going back to Helly and Mark's perspective, they too are most likely thinking the same thought as you.
I mean, what if the goats are the numbers? Like, we're deciding which goats live and which ones... God.
I doubt it's
Me
that.
too, but the theories are after season 1, so let's get back to it. They take a moment and pause. The camera closens up on Mark as he says that,
I know you don't want to be here, but I'm glad you are. And I'm sorry that this is the best I can do right now.
If you give me the map, I'll clean it up. Your drawing is shit.
You're both unhurt.
We are.
I'm glad. I was scared.
Sorry?
I forgive
though
you.
Miss Casey expresses her concerns for their safety in a weird, almost inhuman way, every word she says feels like it's through a filter of fear and muffled by a quiet voice. Walking away, we see that Cobell's watching them.
You aware what MDR is up to right now?
I thought that's what you were paid for.
You're not stopping.
The surest way to tame a prisoner is to let him believe he's free.
There's a cure quote for everything.
Finally seeing the full scale of O&D, Irving and Dylan are introduced to the rest of optics and design.
Excuse me, everyone. I want to introduce you all to Irving and Dylan. They're from MDR. They're friends.
The scene also cleverly mimics the emotions and setting when Bert showed up with the pre-release handbook tote bags. Getting a better view of Cobell's bedroom, we see a few notable things. First, the two hand-sewn plushies that we can make out as possibly Kia and either her mother or Imogen. Getting a wider shot, we can see that her room decor strongly resembles early 20th century hospitals. And just above her head rests this stitching. Nonetheless, very morbidly, she is making a necklace out of Petey's chip, showing her very cruel fascination with the severance procedure. Being called by Grainer, we learn that a person called Rigabi was supposedly responsible for the reintegration surgery, someone who we know used to work at Lumen, indicated by this response.
We ran the data from Kilmer's head like you asked. We found the signature from the console they used to hack the chip.
Whose was it?
Ours. I think it's traceable to Rigabi.
Rakabi.
Yeah, she cracked reintegration. I'll find her.
There's a lot to unpack here. The older hospital bed is explained by the breathing apparatus along with the hospital band, with the name Charlotte Cobell on it. Looking up at the shrine more, we can pick out 4 masks, these being the 4 tempers: woe, frolic, dread, and malice. Be that as it may, it does give us some clue on her intense loyalty to the company. Also, with her school photo also being on the shrine, this could suggest that she's grown up with Lumen. Showing Irving to this floral room, something relatively unseen till now, Bert mentions that he found this room a while ago.
I'm going to show it to you. It's beautiful. It could be just for us, our secret place.
Finally. What I mean to say is that your O&D colleagues are very nice, but they're also...
Always around.
Yes.
Is this okay?
And now he wants to share it with Irving. Asking if it's alright, Bert grabs Irving's hand, slowly easing their words, becoming whispers.
No, I'm truly sorry. I'm just not ready. I'm sorry.
It's fine. Just stay.
I love them. Now, around about now, we can start to see Irving putting himself over the company, as one of the main rules of Lumen is no fraternization between branches. In the last few days of staying in the birthing retreat, Devon sees the same rich woman from the night of her baby's birth. Oddly enough, when waving at her, she acts like Devon doesn't exist. Pushing forward, obviously confused by this gesture, she tries to be nice, saying,
Devon, from the retreat, I accosted you for your coffee. Oh, he's beautiful. He looks like a William.
His name's Bradley, actually.
Not William? You changed it?
Did we leave the juice boxes in the car?
but the woman corrects her, saying that his name's Bradley. As confused as us, Devon pushes her on this. Now, based on the woman just blindly agreeing with Devon, we can realize something very troubling. She is severed. Not in the way Mark or Helly is, but going back to the comment Devon made whilst at the birthing retreat.
Why do people do this?
I'll go get Alexa.
The woman clearly has this chip put in to sever herself to prevent the experience of pain during pregnancy, meaning that this woman and her husband are most likely working for Lumen in a very high position.
What in the fuckity fuck?
Back at the office, Irving suggests that this could be the start of uniting the departments, with the logic of it being the way Keir intended, now hiding behind that shield instead of preaching it.
Maybe his ghost can officiate your wedding.
This is inappropriate workplace commentary, and I'm self-reporting you.
You're reporting me to yourself.
Okay, you said they were making things?
Yes, in some kind of machines. We didn't ask what.
It's the clubs they murder those goats with.
Shut up. I agree with Irving. O&D is the next piece of this. Now, once we've mapped the whole floor...
To be clear, I do not approve of mapping.
The idea for all of them to go to optics and design right now is off the table, but we see that both Helly and Mark are seemingly catching feelings, not to the extent of Irving, but in a similar vein, something that Dylan and Irv picked up on too.
Hey, you fraternizing too?
What? No, I'm a leader who cares about his employees and takes their requests seriously.
Really?
Yeah.
Look at you, all dewy-mouthed. You never smile at me.
He's right, Mark. You are sparing with the facial encouragements.
That's ridiculous. I smile all the time.
Hey there. What are you all talking about?
Oh, we're
Just
discussing the...
Yes, Mrs.
Mrs. Casey?
Miss Casey.
Miss
Yes.
Casey.
Yeah.
Wait, where is she?
Where is she? Going to Cobell's office to ask, thinking about Miss Casey, after being told she's in the break room, Mark actually for the first time stands up to her. Though put in his place shortly after, this is the first time we see Mark actively go against the grain, very dissimilar to how he presented himself before, even asking the main question,
Okay, so what is my job?
Are you really asking me that?
Yeah. What is it we actually do here?
We serve here, you child! And until you get that through your mildewed little brain and hit quota, MDR's hallway privileges are hereby revoked. So get your little ass back to your desk and stay there until you're told to move.
Another thing to take into consideration is Cobell says, "Who won't you go to the break room for?" in reference to Miss Casey and Helly. Just after, Dylan makes an off comment, mentioning,
well, maybe love transcends severance.
Even though he himself doesn't believe this, with all the hints we have gotten from Mark's wife's candle in wellness and creating a tree out of his emotions whilst with her, not even acknowledging Cobell eagerly watching them, with a supposed plan for Miss Casey being put in the same room as Mark, we can come to the conclusion that Miss Casey is either related to Mark or is Mark's wife. Presenting himself back at MDR, Mark, full of tension, lashes out at the group, but mainly Irving.
So, no more interdepartmental visits!
Are you serious?
I'm sorry, Mark. It's my fault. I've been setting a bad example as the senior most refiner.
Which way'd you say it was to O&D?
But considering how far gone they are comparative to before Helly joined, instead of lecturing them, he decides to take Irv up on his idea. God, they walk so badly. Getting to O&D, they are introduced, and both Bert and Mark decide it's for the best, if here on out, communication between departments are needed. Looking around, we can see that they are creating watering cans, and somehow, even though they see what they're making, both macro data refinement and optics and design hold a similar sentiment.
This is more people than I've ever seen.
Same.
It's okay. I know change can be disorienting, but MDR is here now. You are welcome here, much as I hope all of us will be welcome to visit you at your place of endeavors. Now, go on. Surely you must have some questions for them.
So, it's called macro data refinement? What do you refine?
Is that a watering can?
We think it might be supplies for the executive wing upstairs. Then again, last week's outfit had more of an aggressive feel.
The hatchets weren't aggressive.
Shh. Hatchets.
We've been trying to figure out how it all fits together. We found a department the opposite way from here that's, well, raising baby goats.
Raising baby goats?
Neither know what they do, but I would keep what they're printing in mind for a far later episode of Season 2. And Mark raises a good point.
Maybe we should work together on this.
Together? Doing what exactly?
Finding out why there are goats, or finding out how big this place is, or how many of us there are. I mean, why won't they tell us what we're doing here? What are they so afraid of? If the Egan philosophy is illumination above all...
Illumination beyond all, but yes.
Then why doesn't that include us?
True. Whilst they are talking, Dylan works his way around the back, finding what seems to be visual instructions on how to save, hurt, or maybe help someone? Or is that fighting yourself? We don't really know what it is, but without thinking, as Milchek steps in, Dylan pockets one. Being walked back with Milchek, saying nothing ominously, we get possibly the weirdest scene in the show.
Kier, chosen one, Kier. Progress, knowledge, show no fear. Kier.
This song is very intriguing, and it's a hymn. The refiners act like they don't really know this song, indicating that whatever this is, or whatever its origin is, must be close to Cobell. Grainer taking Mark to the break room with an identical long uncut shot mimicking the first one, he runs into Miss Casey whilst entering the break room. And we hear that terrifying soundtrack slowly play. Once more, an identical transition from the break room to the date. Surprisingly also, as Outie Mark becomes more against the company, he seems to choose drinking water over alcohol a lot more often. Moreover, after discussing Devon's pregnancy, Mark gets asked if him and Gemma ever considered having kids, and he states that they tried but ultimately were unsuccessful, giving us a reason to how he acted with Rickon. And this leads him to the conclusion that he has to accept the fact that this is the life we've been given, something that he doesn't live by, considering his reasons for becoming a severed employee. Furthermore, adding to the Miss Casey being his wife theory, he states that this thought process was mainly her idea. With this line of thinking, Severed Mark also preaches to Helly, relating back to this whole love transcends severance topic. Meanwhile, Devon decides to look up the name of the woman, and confirming our thoughts, we were right. The woman, or more importantly her husband, is a leading figure in the severance debate, being a higher-up state senator, yet before she can investigate more, Rickon comes in to tell her to get ready, as someone Mark suggested they should call for their nanny problem has arrived. And take a wild guess who it is. I'll give you a sec. 3, 2, yes, it's Cobell. It's always Cobell. Also, as soon as she's in shot, one of the first camera angles has a goat head in frame. Why Rickon and Devon have this piece of decor, we don't know. But right now, we are stuck on the thought of why is Cobell invading every single aspect of their life? Is this something Lumen wanted her to do, or is she doing this with every employee? To me, if this is the only instance, and she is doing this only with Mark, this supports the erotic fascination with him, or the erotic fascination with the chip. Or it's the case where, for some reason, Mark is so important that her loyalty drives her to react irrationally, getting closer to him to learn why he is. Also, when helping Devon calm down the baby, she hums the same song she sang at MDR. This also could show how Lumen indoctrinates young children into their cult-ish ideas.
701, 702.
Dylan, I've awoken you at home. I need to know where you put it.
Milchek, for some reason, is in Dylan's house, and somehow awoken his innie outside of Lumen. Asking where he put the card, Dylan answers without a second thought, bewildered by where he is. Now, of this very urgent and ill-timed manner, that card, or them cards, must be really important, or at least confidential. Nonetheless, before cutting connection, Dylan's kid bursts in, once more showing us that the sound Dylan was hearing in the break room was specifically targeted to play on his Outie's emotions, making us realize that even though if you're in severed form, your Outie's emotions can still affect you. While this is going on, deciding what to do after leaving the bar, Mark sees a poster for a small punk concert playing nearby, with Petey's daughter June being in the band. So, with nothing much to do, they check it out. And after they play the first few songs, one about Lumen gets played. And considering the culture of punks, it was most definitely anti. This scene of Mark being, at first cautious and awkward, slowly turning into singing along with the slogan, "Fuck you, Lumen," perfectly represents his transition for both his innie and Outie's view on the company. You could also make the guess that this song choice was proposed to the band by June, as considering her family's relation to the company, she would most likely be the most vocal against it. It is also not far out of the question that maybe Petey himself wrote the song.
So she's the daughter of someone I worked with. He died, and it's
It's been difficult to piece together.
Supposedly not being able to sleep, he gets up and pulls Petey's phone out of the bin, and instantly, when putting the battery in, he gets the same repeating call. Answering, the woman somehow knows his name, presumably because he said he was friends with Petey, showing how isolated and alone he was in his final moments.
What did he tell you before he died?
Nothing. Just I wanna understand.
Can you meet me now?
Agreeing to meet her now, he sets off. At the same time, Grainer meets Cobell at her house.
Harmony,
Did you find her?
I got a tip from a campus cop against college. What the fuck are you wearing?
Something I do like is how every character feels very full. For instance, they had no need to ship Cobell and Grainer, but they did, even if Cobell is not reciprocal.
You're like a nurse or something?
But now we know Lumen didn't set her up to this, leaning more to the theory that she's getting closer to Mark for her own gain. No matter that right now, Grainer says that because it's a maintenance night, they should go check it out, and when given the green light, she sets him off behind Mark. Side note, it's really cute that Grainer tries flirting with Cobell but gets shut down instantly. You see, that's what I and many people love about Severance's characters. Doug Grainer isn't just written as the head of security tough guy like every other show, he actually has feelings, and the show shows it too. Going to meet this unknown voice, where they hold the scene just long enough to show Grainer unknowingly just behind Mark. Something that is incredibly important, by the way, is that where they are walking currently is a rundown school, a place where we and the unknown voice know Mark used to teach. Once again, walking through a great brutalist structure, Mark meets her, and the unknown voice is Ragabi.
I used to teach at this school.
I know.
Who are you?
Come with me.
Following her through some grimy alleys, not saying a word, holding back just far enough so, if he need, he could run. Breaking the ice, he asks why he didn't throw away the phone, and when asked who she is, she simply replies with,
I'm the one who helped your friend.
avoiding the question, we learn that it was her who put the chips in all their heads, and that she's the only one who can deactivate it.
Maybe I don't want it deactivated.
Well, maybe Ernie does. Maybe he loves it, you're right. But maybe he doesn't. Maybe he dreams every day about clawing his way to the surface. But you wouldn't know. You'll never know. You brought him into this world without his permission, based on your own desire for emotional convenience.
For the first time, Mark sees his innie as a person who's trapped and was born because of him, and in some sense, is the child he couldn't have.
I'm not a bad person.
The delivery of the line, I'm not a bad person, felt so guttural yet light, as if what she's saying isn't just right, it's true. But before coming to terms with that, Mr. Grainer comes around the corner.
Mr. Scott.
Do I know you?
We work together down there. You having a chat with someone, Mark? It's okay. I'm a friend.
Yep. You thought he'd be a big antagonist. No. And that's why I love this show. Anyone can die. There's no plot armor. Also, I just want to say, when Doug Grainer first turns the corner, this camera angle shows how Mark is between two thoughts, both against Lumen and for. You could also say that when she killed Grainer, that symbolized the overpowering shift in beliefs. Apart from Petey, he is one of the first and only intentional killings we see in the whole show. Not having time to properly speak to Mark before leaving, she gives Mark Greener's keycard, simply saying,
Full access, and it can't be tied to anyone. Take it to work tomorrow, he'll know what to do.
Who will know what to do?
You.
Telling him to go home and remove his clothes to destroy evidence, he runs away, as he does most things. Getting home, still shocked and full of paranoia, he pushes one of the only people he let close to him since Gemma away.
Just getting some water. Do you need anything?
Where were you?
For me?
Yeah, I heard the car.
You heard a car.
You're being weird.
Maybe it was just a dream.
I've been up for an hour and you weren't here.
Okay, just sorry. I just needed to drive a little.
Are you okay?
Well, I mean, this is kind of a big deal for me. And
Do you want me to go?
maybe.
The next morning, he reluctantly picks up Grainer's keycard and heads to work. Oh, and the maintenance thing that was going on last night allowed Grainer to check the woman's location before, it was installing a new set of locked doors, preventing anyone from O&D and MDR leaving. And also, Mr. Mill caked up. Anyway, lastly, before everyone comes in, he checks where Dylan mentioned he put the card, and sure enough, there it is. Returning to optics and design, he mentions that Bert deserves a reward.
You've been a great leader to this department, Perky. You deserve something special.
Not another trip to the break room, I hope. Yesterday was quite enough.
No, not that. Something else. Stay tuned.
He says this so maliciously, as if snide, leading us to believe that maybe this isn't a reward. Standing right in front of the elevator weirdly, Dylan comes up first, that we can assume Milchek sorted out due to the events of the previous night. Then, explaining to Dylan, he learns that what just happened was something called the overtime contingency.
I didn't consult Miss Cobell because she's been so stressed. The boy, was that my son? He'd agreed to count to 1,000, which he then violated. I really wouldn't mention this to your colleagues, Dylan. This OTC is pretty neat to know. Understand?
Can you tell me his name?
Not knowing is probably for the best.
Milchek is so corporate-minded that he not only goes behind Cobell's back to do what he thinks is best for the company, but when referring to Dylan's son, he treats a game he made the boy play to keep out of Dylan's in his sight as a contract, saying he violated it and agreed. But clearly not caring about the contingency plan right now, even though Milchek stresses that he can't tell any of his other colleagues, with the added benefit that if he does keep his mouth shut, he gets more bonuses, something that we know he prides himself in. But instead, he only wants to know what his kid's name is. Side note, when there's no music, which is most of the time, we can hear a very subtle sound of a ventilator or an air conditioner. Well, no matter what it is, it's a sound that, when you notice it, it starts to overpower a scene. And if you're accustomed to environments such as this, it's a sound you know all too well, creating that further feel of realism by personally relating to the viewer via sound.
Marcus, good morning.
Good morning.
There is apparently a new protocol where Milchek has to walk each refiner to their desk. Making it to the entrance of MDR, Mark is surprised to see the newly added door, sarcastically saying, "So we're locked in here now," which sadistically, Milchek puts it into corpo-friendly words.
These doors help us to ensure you all are tucked nicely in your workspaces.
Meanwhile, back at Devon's house, we see Cobell teaching her how to breastfeed.
Now you try.
Using her tips, it works, leading Devon to believe that Cobell is both knowledgeable and needed. Moreover, when asked if she needs a ride to work, which both Outie Mark and Devon believe is the local store, Cobell states that she wants to stay a while, as Devon doesn't have a flock of nannies or manservants to help out, further pushing the idea that she needs her to stick around. Also, even though nannies and manservants are a very normal thing, it still sounds very old-fashioned, and Devon pretty much has the same thought of what we had earlier.
I met this rich woman at the birthing retreat. I guess her husband's a state senator. I don't know, but it was weird, because I saw her again at the park a few days later, and she 100% didn't remember me. This is stupid. Mark's company, Lumen, they say that they only sever people for work. But I was thinking, what if someone... Like, what if you wanted a baby? But you didn't want to... I don't know.
One more thing I must add is that Cobell doesn't skip a beat to ask about Mark's wife when the opportunity presents itself, and from the way she words it, while asking if he ever mentions seeing her, it's almost confirmed without confirmation that yes, Miss Casey is Mark's wife. And this whole game of candle and wellness, sending Mark to the break room, a place made to invoke emotions, and coincidentally bumping into her as she is leaving, was all Cobell's sick, perverted way of pushing the boundaries of the chip, getting closer to Mark both romantically and emotionally, even turning his best friend into a piece of jewelry. Even though it's not confirmed at this moment, this show perfectly planted breadcrumbs spelling out her name. Facing the boredom of being locked in, Milchek brings out a reward for Helly. The reward being...
It's an MDE.
She got to 75%.
Ellie R. Please step forward.
music dance experience, winning a 5-minute dance session with the other refiners. A standout reward, as the refiners haven't really heard music, and considering season 1 mostly resembles puberty for the innies, this is much like a prom.
You may choose one genre and one accessory. The maraca.
I choose Defiant Jazz.
Personally, I would've went for tearful emo. Another thing, I'm in love with this scene, and I'm so thankful for it, as I'm addicted to using the Go White Boy Go gif. And this seems to be the common consensus, as from every single person I've asked who watched Severance, and trust me, it's a lot, this is their favourite scene. Sharing glances, Mark and Helly are starting to find out who they really are. Every shot of a refiner is pretty wide and clear, yet when it hovers over Dylan, the camera is very close up and claustrophobic, obviously still stuck on the thought of what took place last night. Working around each refiner, when getting to Dylan, this tension has been building up, both in the viewer and in Dylan, only looking at Milchek in the reflection of his barren work, as Milchek dances like a chicken just behind him. All of this pressure built up into one moment.
Get him off me! Get him off me! You broke the skin. Yeah, you've done it now, Dylan. I'm reporting this to Miss Cobell. Yeah, you want to go see her together? The music dance experience is officially canceled.
In this moment, for the first time in their life, they finally realize that Milchek isn't and is forced to bend a knee to them. With obvious confusion of what happened, huddling together, we see the creation of a family. Dylan explains that if you're severed, you can be woken up at any point, and in a situation as severe as mind controlling, the obvious thought process to go after this is, what if they can wake themselves up?
We can find whatever they use to control it and, commandeer it. We can all see the outside, find out who we are.
Helen, forgive me, but that's perverse. We're innies. Plus, the controls are surely somewhere we can't access.
Like the security office?
Is that
Greener's keycard?
Leaving MDR, Irving splits off, ignoring their pleads to stay with him. Letting Dylan stay back as a distraction for Milchek in case of emergency, both Helly and Mark head to the security office. Knowing the location from PT's map, entering, it's empty. As it seems, Grainer was the only security guard, and as they themselves point out,
who's to say there are security guards? I've only ever seen Grainer.
Calling him head of security was most likely a way to give the illusion that there were others. A few things we can take from the shots of the office is that there are a lot more departments than we thought. We see the initials of CL, WN, and from what we can vaguely see, W and A. But seeing Cobell entering the severed floor from one of the various cameras that oversee them, they have no choice but to quickly steal the passage in the manual about overtime contingency and retreat back to MDR, where after learning very briefly how it works, they decide that because the machine requires someone to stay back, Dylan should be the one to do it, as he states that he's already been out, so everyone deserves the same. Arriving to her station, the doorway is blocked. Trying to brush her off, Cobell is told it's an emergency, and that the board is on the phone. Then she's told that
Doug Grainer is dead.
Patricia Arquette's reaction is so perfect. We can tell that she's both in disbelief and sad. Even though she brushed off his advances and never really showed him the care she should have, Cobell still cared for him, and from what we've seen, is one of the only people Cobell really trusted with the reintegration info. Walking to optics and design, we learn along with Irving that the surprise for Bert was his retirement. And with this, everything Irving has is gone. His reason for working isn't Kier anymore, nor the hope-filled anxiety of meeting Bert. Everything Irving was is gone. Before this, Irving would stand by the company and lash out at any disrespect, even standing up to Great Milchek when we first see him. Now everything he thought he knew was a lie, and the love of his life is about to leave, not being able to have any say in it. And with this, Irving breaks.
Greetings, designers, and one refiner. Bert G. This is for you.
This is kind of strange, but a lot of things about this job are. Every day when I come from being with you, I come home feeling tired but fulfilled. I feel satisfied. I must like you very much, and though today is my last day with you, I'm certain you will remain with me in spirit in some deep yet completely inaccessible corner of my mind. The impression you've left on me is indelible. Bon voyage.
A love-filled, heartbroken rage, filled by the realization that every single thing he thought he knew and trusted was a false truth. He says this.
You're all just gonna stand here and let him die? Bert's Audi is retiring. You smug motherfucker. You'll walk out of here with your memories. No one can rip them away from you. Snuff them out like you never existed. That's enough!
Holding his hand and catching his glance one last time, Irving is walked back to MDR. Also, I will admit, though, yes, I am built like a god, I am still human. And this scene, combined with the song Times of Your Life, did put me out of commission for a short while. Coming back into macro data refinement, Irving, absolutely and completely broken, utters a phrase that holds more weight than anything up to this point has.
Let's burn this place to the ground.
With Altimark still fresh of the memory of being involved in the murder of a man, he goes back to drinking. Hearing a knock at his door, it's just Alexia, coming back to grab her phone. Obviously drunk and hopelessly grasping on to the only person he let into his life. To prove a point, thinking talking too much about Gemma was the problem, he grabs a wedding photo of her and tears it up.
Gone. What? Okay. Wow. Alexa, we'll talk all about Gemma. She was great. She was...
Goodbye, Mark.
Really? Oh my... Oh.
As I'll Be Seeing You by Billie Holiday starts playing, he quickly picks up each and every piece, slowly taping them together. Directly copying the wellness sessions with Mark, he relates Gemma's actions as being enjoyed equally, showing how an innie's actions can be alike their outies. Removing his finger, we see it. Miss Casey is Mark's wife. With the emotion of seeing Irving's mental break still fresh in our mind, for the first time we see Irving's outie, reading a book alone on a quiet park bench. Well, not fully alone, he's with a dog. And here's the really cute thing. Remember back in Wellness when Miss Casey listed a few things about his outie to make him feel better? Well, one of them was the fact that he loved the sound of radar. And it didn't make sense then, but can you guess what the name of his dog is? Radar. Also, reinforcing our hypothesis on the idea that the black sludge was paint is the fact that Irving is wearing paint-covered pants. Nonetheless, getting home to a place named Lenora, which happens to share the same name with an opera about a woman disguising herself to meet her lover in jail, he pours himself a cup of coffee. And as he does this, we notice that Irving is painting an elevator door, one that we or the refiners haven't seen yet. And what makes it that more morbid, not including the black contrast it seems to hold in relation to the white lumen aesthetic, is the red arrow pointing down, planting the idea that there is something below the severed floor. Irving knows something or wants to know something. The reason he is painting so many pictures on so many different materials is to hopefully go to work and experience something that leads to the final outcome being different. Fruitlessly attempting once more, he turns his stereo on and Ace of Spades blasts through. The next morning, the quarterfinal is here, and though everyone else makes it, due to Helly arriving relatively late in the season, she almost doesn't make it.
She's not gonna make it, is she?
You should be at your desks.
We've both been done a week. What is there to do? Is she gonna make it?
She's gonna make it.
Realizing the possibility that they might not meet their quota, Milchak, stricken with anxiety, doesn't break view from the camera, only looking away after being taken off guard when Kubel states that she wants Mark to be in another wellness session. Not even arguing against it, he simply says,
"Really?"
Leaning in, Kubel addresses him as Sap, adding a personal touch breaking the office formality.
You have availed yourself well. Mr. Grainer sits with Kier now, and I imagine they're both very satisfied with you.
Making it just in time, an animation plays on the monitor, which they all react positively at first, but their reactions quickly go down, nearing the end of the video. They also respond quite confused when Kier says to Helly directly, "I love you," even stuttering saying it more like, I love you. Blinded by the moment, this comment is passed on.
Oh, Mark, I don't know how you knew for the end of the quarter I wanted a heart attack.
Well, we made it, despite a staffing shakeup.
Yes, and spending half of your time farting around the halls. Still, yes, you made it. Have you decided who you want to stay for the waffle party?
I was thinking Dylan.
You know you can choose yourself or anyone but Dylan.
Yeah, but it's more his thing, and he really worked hard.
Well, I'll make the arrangements. But before you celebrate, I'd like you to drop by Wellness.
Really?
Yes.
Choosing Dylan for the waffle party just as they planned, Mark heads to Wellness, where a shy Miss Casey greets him. Learning that his wife is going to be fired, whether it be through sheer kindness or deeper feelings in his heart, Mark practically ignores everything she says, just focusing on seeing what he can do for her. While this is happening, Kubel watches in a very erotic way, as if her fascination with Severance has come to a point of no return, even being physically and mentally disappointed when all of her efforts to see if Mark could recognize his wife fails.
It means the chips work. It's a win.
Take her back down to the testing floor, please.
The elevator Irving's Alty was painting was the only way to the testing floor, and from what we can tell from Miss Casey's reaction and reluctancy to go, it's most likely isn't a happy chappy area. One more thing is that we hear the start of Irv's Ace of Spades remix as she enters. I wonder what that means. Before letting the refiners dig into their coveted egg bar,
Yes! Hater!
Milchek has a special gift for Dylan. Firstly, keeping it to himself, he eventually shows what he requested to the gang.
Okay, yeah. Let's switch up the vibe in here. Yeah, the egg bar is coveted as fuck.
Still, for some reason, Milchek constantly takes photos, something that we haven't seen with other departments. Also, coming to terms with his newly found hatred for the company, Irving pulls out one of his previously beloved compliance handbooks. Skipping a few pages, pause. Wait, did you see that? Go back a little bit. Chapter 36, Edomite Lists. Why would a single chapter of Genesis be in this book? Never mind that question now. Even if we take a broader look at the way the handbook is formatted, we can see that it strongly represents the Bible. So right along with most things relating to religion in the show, it's very clear that though it's not really outwardly said, Lumen is probably a front for a religious organization, or is a religion. And you could suspect that if not them, Lumen is using the basis of religion to build up the trust and order. In the meantime, Cobell comes back to her office and sees Natalie waiting inside. Not saying a word, she spreads 2 photos of Helly's suicide attempt 3 weeks prior, seemingly given to her by Mr. Milchek. The board also somehow knows that she's been spending a lot of time with Mark's sister. Shifting focus, this is the first time we hear the board speak. Yes. Even taking Cobell off guard. Something to note as well is that, let's be honest, Lumen doesn't really care about their employees, so why would they care so much to fire a higher-up if some random woman tried to kill herself? Back to the refiners, as Milchek is getting the news of Cobell being sacked, we get this really sweet moment where Mark and Helly discuss the fear of the outside, and if their ideas of who they really are end up being false.
You scared about tonight?
Yeah. I'm scared of getting caught.
They left us unattended and thought we'd be too dumb to notice. They won't see this coming.
Or we won't wake up. Or we're all assholes out there.
Well, that's a given for me.
Yeah, I just hope it turns out I have things I care about. Like, for real.
You pretended to care about me pretty well.
You're easy to pretend to care about.
Leaving the food, Milchek has to go and sort out a management issue. The issue being walking Cobell out of the office. Something we know he planned, but the looks he give her, it's kind of sad, because in some way, Cobell was his mentor, and he turned his back on her. You can also see that he's not relieved it's happening either, as if he didn't know the true weight of the punishment it would give, not having the courage to say anything to her. While Milchek's gone, getting ready to leave, the gang hands Dylan Grainer's keycard. But before going, Mark admits something to them.
I probably should have told you guys, but I kept this. And there was a part of it that our job is to taste free air. Your so-called boss may own the clock that taunts you from the wall, but
my friends, the hour is yours. Page 197 slaps.
I love so much how both Mark and Dylan have been so emotionally affected by a man who Alty Mark treats as a joke. Someone who looks up to Mark while constantly being put down. Someone who all he wants is the slightest bit of acknowledgement from him. Someone who's so self-critical of himself. He hates to show it, as Rickon doesn't want people knowing he suffers. It's just so wholesome this whole time Rickon was trying to reach Mark, but he already did it. Also, after Irving leaves, we see the fruits of Helly and Mark's growing relationship.
You think we're about to meet our spouses?
Maybe.
Maybe it's each other. That'd be a hoot.
Yeah, like, made argument over car wash coupons.
Honey, you're cutting them wrong.
Sharing a kiss before leaving. I love them unconditionally.
In case we don't come back. I don't know, in case we do.
This art. I didn't make it, but this art. Taking one last look at the room he's been entering for the last 2 years, not knowing if he'll ever see it again, he puts his card in and leaves. Walking out of Lumen, we see that the signs are being changed to a more modern, less brutalistic style, on time with the supposed gala later the same night, suggesting that big things are about to change. In the meantime, staying back, Dylan is ready for his waffle party, and we start to realize that this isn't any ordinary waffle pie, because why would it be? But we see that instead of eating in the lunch area, he eats in Kia's house. Well, pausing it here and putting our MatPat mask on, we can clearly see that these masks are from the same painting Irvin Burt first bonded over, Kia Taming the Tempers. We can also see that these are very accurate depictions of said 4 humors: sanguine, melancholic, chloric, and phlegmatic. Also, along with what's read out on the Cato 9 tails being vision, verve, wit, cheer, humility, benevolence, nimbleness, property, and wile, are quite plainly resembling the 9 core principles. The dance as a whole could suggest a form of ritualistic acts or tradition that have been molded into modern concepts. Considering the religious undertones of Lumen, ultimately at this moment there is no way to tell what this truly means. In the same interval, Cobell, visibly broken by her leave, arriving at home, she destroys her Kia shrine in an almost childlike rage, cradling her mother's respirator as a lifeline. Hearing a knock at her door, this brings Cobell back to some messed up meaning of reality. Pulling herself together, she greets Mark. At first indecisive, Cobell soon decides to take him up on his offer to go to Devon's.
Well, Devin asked me to double check, see if you're interested in coming.
I'm sorry, Mark. I'm not feeling quite myself this evening.
Oh, no, I get it. I mean, it's not a funeral. So.
You know, maybe I could drive my own car. And that way I could leave if I'm uncomfortable or afraid.
Sure, yeah, that sounds great.
Showing how, even though Cobell absolutely hates the company, especially in this moment, she still makes the time for Mark, as if Cobell's feelings for him transcend Severance. See what I did there? Getting to his sister's place, we learn that it's Rickon's party for the limited group reading of his new book, The You Are.
I don't mean to be nosy, but I heard you say to Devin something about a life change.
Oh, well, I was gonna have a talk with her about my job, actually.
At Lumen?
Yeah. I was gonna tell her that I'm thinking I might quit.
Quit?
Cobell embraces him, realizing that in some way, in some miracle, maybe letting Innie Mark think his wife got fired let her move on in his head. Whether some sick fetishistic fascination with Mark or a genuine care built off the curiosity of the Severance procedure, we will never know. But what we do know is that Severance isn't just a straight line, and it can be molded on either side. While this is going on, we see that Dylan snuck out of his room before the weird dancers could notice. Finding his way to the security office through the windy, unorganized corridors, he puts Grana's keycard in and enters. Tying the door shut with his favorite belt, he sits down at the terminal and we see what he finally requested as a gift. Dylan is so wholesome. You see, at the start of the show, he presented himself very guarded, only focused on the work, constantly bragging about benefits. But when given his biggest one yet, he chose to have his family with him during the most stressful time of his life. Inputting the command, given 40 seconds to flip the switches, just barely reaching, he doesn't. Okay, before we get into covering the final episode of Season 1, I'm going to quickly go over how we're going to do so, because technically it's 4 different stories in one and they all cut in and out of each other. To make it easier on all of us and prevent confusion, I'm going to have a mini chapter system. For instance, we'll have Mark's perspective, and then after that we'll have like 36 minutes earlier, which we will then cover Irving's perspective, for instance. I hope this makes sense, and as always, enjoy each chapter equally. Minus 10 points. Adjusting to the scene, Irving takes a moment to conjure where he is. Taken back by the wall of unorganized paintings depicting the elevator to the testing floor, he turns off the music and starts to explore. Turning a corner, Irving sees radar. In this moment, it's very hard to tell his emotions. The light, hardly heard mumbles whilst approaching his dog suggests Irving's sad. Looking around his apartment, we and him both feel a sense of loneliness, which, calling back to the statement that he loves the sound of radar, could suggest that that's one of the only things Irv hears in his solitude. Venturing in his room, many medals lie across the walls, even catching a glimpse of himself in the mirror. Opening his cupboard, Irving sees a locked box underneath his work clothes. Pulling it out, taking a moment to find the keys, which, might I mention, lay in his pants, possibly signaling that he doesn't trust the keys being anywhere other than on him, the box contains an old Navy uniform, with an old photo named Dad, suggesting that both Irving and his dad hold military backgrounds. For some reason, Irving feels the urge to pull this first layer out. Doing so finds something none of us expected. Clippings of newspaper articles, documents, all against Lumen. Inside, there's a map. Irving, thinking he can track down Bert's Alta using the map, for some reason, we see that Bert's name is already on there, along with many other severed employees. With no time to waste, Irving grabs his coat and leaves. By the way, just thought I'd say that Irving has one of the coolest styles of any refiner, like a leather jacket in this car. Seriously. Also, I love how when getting in the car, he relies fully on muscle memory, something that they didn't need to include, but a nice detail that makes it feel that more realistic. To add on to that, the car also is in the same age bracket which he was born in, further adding to the weird car age theory. On the way to Bert, Irving stops at a red light when a reckless driver passes by. Not thinking much of it, he soon arrives at his house, anxiously waiting in the car, until seeing Bert with another man. Something that he expected but couldn't grasp the concept. Holding a moment with his breath taken away, he puts his personal ambitions aside and continues the mission, hopelessly banging on his door, hoping he answers. In a stunned state, Helly finds herself next to Natalie, being told that the board loves what she's doing. Not given any time to really be aware of her situation, as she enters the elevator, the woman from the pregnancy cabin greets her, and Helly is introduced as...
Gabby, this is Helena Egan. My gosh, Helena. So good to finally meet you.
Likewise.
Helena Egan. Something that I love that it's just said so off-handedly, as if we were supposed to know it. I mean, there were a few clues that I tried to show you guys. Remember in the Perpetuity wing? Working their way into the wing, we see a large wax statue of the current CEO, James Egan. And we are going to spend quite a bit of time here just looking over the Perpetuity wing scene, as there are a lot of microaggressions and shots that without any huge amounts of context, you just won't get. For example, working our way around the statue, Helly seems to hold her eyes on James, and we get a good look at her jewelry. They look like pure diamonds, something that sure, anyone can own, but in a job like this, being in a position to wear diamonds to work is surprising and unseen anywhere else. And the most telling detail being the quote behind her, reading, "History lives in us, whether we learn it or not," obviously indicating that there might be more to Helly than meets the eye. Moving forward, we see a room filled of every Egan post-Kia and pre-James. During a speech from one of the statues, they list a thing called tempers, which is followed with the background footage of Petey stumbling through the wilderness.
In my life, I have identified 4 components, which I call
tempers from which I derive every human soul. Woe, frolic, dread, malice.
Yeah, the show loves to leave hints like these, even from way back then. Also, something you could say is that she always seemed to wear the colors of Lumen. Getting to the bottom of the elevator, we see the whole gala is full of photos, showing Helly and the rest of the refiners. Just now, giving us a reason behind why Milchek was taking so many photos.
One of the things you learn growing up as an Egan is that the workers are our family. And I remember being confused about that as a kid because I thought that meant I had a few 100,000 literal brothers and sisters scattered around the world. My dad used to make me recite the 9 core principles before bed every night, which I can't say I always did happily. Sorry, Dad. But those are now the values that I share with everyone who works at Lumen. And that's what makes them my family. And I would never, ever ask them to do anything that I'm not willing and excited to do myself. Look, my dad would love for me to sit here and say that I'm taking this job out of loyalty. And that it was the spirit of Kier Egan calling me to service. But I took a separate job because it sounds freaking awesome. So no, I don't think Severance divides us. I think it brings us together.
Helena Egan, daughter of James Egan, became severed to prove that the severance procedure is good and shouldn't be outlawed, which we can most likely assume her father made her do it, due to the previous connotations in the break room. Also, okay, side tangent here, so you know them interviews that are done of celebrities after a drama, and in the video they intentionally dodge real questions, instead involving comedic personal stories, purposely leaving laughs in and mistakes to make it feel more real and grounded? Even poking fun at themselves. But this is literally that, and it's done very intentionally so. Looking into her own reflection, an emotionless stare begins to conjure on her face, becoming more distant as her own voice fades into a violent white noise. Not knowing what to do, Helly finds herself hopelessly running to the bathroom. Looking in the mirror, with the only saturated colour being 2 red roses close behind, before collecting herself, James Egan, her father, walks in.
She's in here, sir.
You look so nice. Like it fell. Are you still in pain?
No. Not anymore.
I cried in my bed when they told me what she tried to do to you. What that innie tried to do. Thank you for going through with this. The grandfather would cherish what you've done. And one day, you will sit with me at my revolving. You remember when I brought home the first chip to show you? The prototype. It had the blue and green lights back then.
Yeah.
I remember you said to me, "It's so pretty, Daddy. Everybody in the whole world should get one." They will. Because of you.
We learn that James Egan supposedly created the chip, and that it was Helly's idea that everyone in the world should have one, making Helly feel that more remorseful. Interestingly enough, calling back to when Helena called Helly not a person, it's interesting to see how Helena seems to be so void of human emotions that Helly is more a person than she ever was. Finding out that Helly is to go on stage, not seeing any other option, she has an idea. With Cobell coming out of nowhere, she tries to stop Helly, somehow knowing she's Helena's innie.
What are you talking about? It is you, isn't it? I'm gonna kill your company. Your company? Who the hell do you think you are? No. Your friends are gonna suffer. Mark will suffer. You'll be long gone. But will you keep them alive? In pain. You're on.
Walking on stage, Cobell's threat doesn't sway her, and the amalgamation of Helly's emotions come pouring out for the first time to a real audience.
I'm an innie. And everything they told you about Severance is a lie. Listen, we're not happy. We're miserable. Torture us down there. We're prisoners!
awakening Cobell's arms, Mark is clearly shaken up. Why is Mark here? Why is Cobell here? And why are they hugging? All questions that are running through his mind with no time to ponder on. Working his way through the house, unclear of where he's heading, Mark bumps into Devon. Confused it's his baby, Mark asks,
How's our baby?
I'm gonna assume you mean that in the it takes a village sense, and she's good. She's hungry.
Too focused on the objective, Mark passes photos of Rickon, unaware of where he is, bumping into the two arrogant. They ask if he could weigh in on if his sister should hold off having the baby at the party due to, I don't know, the smell of her. They're bastards. I don't really care.
That's my sister with the baby?
Exactly, it's his sister.
Excuse me.
But now Mark knows who he can confide in. Walking to Devon, he asks if they are close. Clearly taken back, he asks if they could talk privately. But before getting a response, Mark's interrupted.
Okay, my dearest ones, we are nearing that hour, so if you'd all peacefully waft into the living room.
Okay, let's talk at the first reflection break, okay?
Getting handed a book for the reading party, he takes a look at the cover and...
Sorry, you can't unring the bell. Ringing app, apparently. Okay. Thank you all for being here.
Sitting just behind him, Cobell leans over his shoulder, showing that she is untrusting of Mark, checking what he's doing, subtly trying to confirm if he's in innie.
What indeed is you? Boss? Better than any pot.
It's transformative.
Not skipping a beat to talk to the man that changed both his and Dylan's life, inspiring them to undertake this mission, he tensely steps outside and under a quivery voice, opens his mouth.
Mr. Hale, Rickon?
I don't know why my voice shakes like that. I sound like a sad old hamburger waiter prattling on about sauces. Hamburger waiter, what the fuck is that? Jesus, why do I ever open my buffoon mouth?
Oh, right. It's going great. I mean, the book is brilliant.
Okay, Mark, thank you. You don't have to say that. I'm well aware of how I come across to you.
What? No, I mean it. Your book, it opened up the world for me.
Mark, are you okay?
Yes. This book changed my whole life.
You actually read it?
Rickon, are we friends?
I know I sometimes make you feel less than for having had the procedure. And I regret that. You had to deal with Gemma's passing in the way that was best for you. You know, I was scrolling through old pictures this morning and I found one of the four of us on the crest hike. You remember the funny bees?
Do you have that on you, picture?
Sure, I should.
Rickon, the neti pot is warm.
Oh, thank you, Balf. Mark, I need to flush my sinuses. But thank you. You have no idea how much this has meant to me.
For the first time, Rickon gets what he wanted. Mark's approval. Wanting to see his wife, Mark misses the opportunity. Making his way to Devon, he runs into Cobell, and whilst trying to make an excuse to visit Devon, he slips up.
You know, I'm so sorry. I'm on uncle duty for my sister, so I'll be right back. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, thanks, Miss Cobell.
Giving Cobell the baby so they can talk in peace, Mark is now able to finally tell her everything. Recklessly driving to Lumen, Cobell calls Milchek. At first not responding, calling again, he answers.
They told me not to talk to you.
The goddamn OTC's been triggered. Mark S is its fucking idiot.
What? That's not possible.
It's Dylan. They've been plotting this all along.
Helly's at the gala.
I'll take care of Helly. I'll fix it like I fix everything. Get to the security office and shut it off now. Shit.
Oh, you know that reckless driver from the Irving chapter? Yeah, that was her. Combined with the intense music almost sounding offbeat, Milchek sprints towards the security office. Terrified for both his job and Lumen, this is the only time we have seen Milchek begging for something to go his way, in massively stark contrast to how it was in the first episode, showing the true scale of growth in the refiners, being able to not just go behind and stand up to their boss, but verbally cuss them out. Knowing the damage this could do to Lumen with Hellion at the gala, Mr. Milchek has no option but to bargain.
Dylan! Dylan!
You are the refiner of the quarter. I can still get you back in there. I can get you any perk you want, Dylan. Hey, there's stuff you don't even know about. There's
like
paintball. There's coffee cozies. Dylan, come on. Just say the word and I'll get you a coffee cozy literally right now, Dylan. Come on, man. I want to remember my fucking kid being born. You have two others. I can tell you about them. Just open the door and I'll tell you their names. Come on, Dylan.
Though Dylan's only grip on reality being his kid's existence, he still holds off, continuing the plan. Ironically, playing into Milchek's own words, as Dylan learned that the refiners are his family. Getting a huge wide shot of the water tank center frame, I wonder what that could mean. Cabell speeds to the Lumen building. Arriving in a hurry, she doesn't bother parking her car. Meanwhile, stressing if her baby's okay, Mark finds her in the corner of some room. And as the takes credit, Mark, analyzing the room, sees some picture frames. Checking if any involve him, just out of the way, there it is. Taking a moment to comprehend what he's seeing, terrified he starts running, knowing that above everything he's told Devin, he needs to alert him that the whole reason he's alive is a lie. Everything that set this plan into motion was a lie. Petey meeting Mark in the diner would have never happened if it weren't for this lie. Not knowing how long he can hold on, Mr. Milchek, absolutely blinded by fear and unadulterated rage, breaks the belt.
You're sitting there yakking right in my face. I guess I'm going.
Also, cool thing is that they decided to have their premiere on the last episode, very contrary to other shows doing with the first, with the final episode of the season being released on April 8th, 2022. It had an overwhelmingly positive response, leading people to theorize what will happen in season 2 for 3 whole years. But considering Severance is Apple TV's only TV show, they took their time, and on 10th of July 2022, they released the announcement trailer for Severance Season 2. And to say people were excited would be an understatement. And in Season 2, this is where Severance really blew up. The cast was mostly the same, focusing more on the perceivably evil characters, bringing more depth to the once obscure, omniscient presences. Also, Theodore Shapiro kept cooking the music, and the same guy who did the Season 1 intro, Extra Wag, made cinema once more. Oh, and someone said this wacky idea a while back, and I really can't for the life of me remember who said it, but it was the thought that high-budget shows like Lord of the Rings are money laundering schemes, due to the seemingly unnecessary amount of money put into the show. But the one situation where I think a budget like this is acceptable is Severance. Because even though it's not that much, I mean 20 million an episode is still a shit ton, but it shows. And this isn't a new thing for Severance, as Season 1 had the same budget. The only thing making Season 2 more expensive is the fact that it had one more episode. Nonetheless, building on the both claustrophobic and distant atmospheres Season 1 created, the same directors, producers, and writers once more created another perfect season that will stand the test of time indefinitely. By the way, before we delve into the most prominent theories of Season 1, I just want to thank the members in the Severance Discord for being able to piece things together and spot things way better than I ever could. Your support means so much. What are they doing? Well, my opinion, the four tempers that make up a person, as previously mentioned by one of the Egans in the Perpetuity Wing, being woe, frolic, dread, and malice, happen to be the same feelings that the refiners feel when sorting the numbers. So my theory is that the chip in their brain is feeling bad code, or something of the sorts, and is sorting them out into bins to better refine the chip. They could also be refining other people's chips, or data, if you think of the files as individuals on the testing floor, the same floor that Miss Casey, Gemma, was sent. Something that rebuttals my theory on what the refiners are doing is an article in the Kia Chronicles. One of the file names is called Tumwater. Tumwater also happens to be the name of a sodium bicarbonate-based additive created by James Egan whilst on a trip to sub-Saharan Africa after seeing the sheer droughts people were facing. Another thing that was created was a filtration system called Clear, obviously a play on the word Kia and clear, which removed 99.1% of bacteria, making otherwise undrinkable water safe, showing us that the town Severance is based in, which by the way is a fake town called Kia, meaning that they most definitely have their whole water production and supply handled by Lumen, possibly indicating that a miniature version of the chip, or at least another type of chip, could be pumped through the supply, not only proving that the refiners are perfecting a different form of chip for the townsfolk to ingest via the water supply, but possibly giving us a reason for why no one seems to know anything. Another thing adding to the sinister undertones of water is the picture Kia invites you to drink as water, something that both Bert and Irving dislike, likely hinting to the reason why Irving had his house location mapped is probably the fact that they might have a shared interest outside of Lumen. One thing more to note is the fact that Irving also never drinks water, only coffee. Furthermore, the old Lumen logo was medicine dropped from a spoon, signifying the cleansing of the body. Coincidentally, water from the Bible symbolizes the same when related to baptisms, so Kia inviting you to drink his water is him offering humanity salvation via the Severance chip, cleansing the world of its dirt as medicine does. Oh, and also O&D was printing watering cans, but that's for another thing.
What do you refine?
Is that a watering can?
We think it might be supplies for the executive wing upstairs. Then again, last week's output had more of an aggressive feel.
The hatchets weren't aggressive.
Now I just want to place a thought in your head, and I didn't think much of it either until I saw this diagram by a user on Reddit. Now calling back to the first episode with the male fish and the whole cleansing replacement theory, there is a strong chance that using this method as shown, an innie could swap places with their outie. Either way, this means that the possibility of replacement is quite high. Also, one more thing to take into account, which also happens to be another thing brought to my realization by this user, is that the Wall of Smiles, more formally known as Lumen's Legacy of Joy, displays smiles from people on the outside that Lumen has helped, showing that these are probably innies that are being manipulated by the 9 core principles and put out into the wild as living propaganda pieces. With almost no promotional material for the first season, apart from various interviews and billboards, anything they do would be better than before. But what they did was, in my opinion, better than any promotional stunt ever done. In Grand Central Station, a real-life MDR station was set up. At first only substitute actors, the real cast eventually showed up, over a period of days and hours, even leaving hints around the office, interacting with each other as if they were their characters. Something that I really love as well is this picture where we see Cobell putting Mark in a timeout. Another thing is that quite obviously they did interviews, and this is where I learned a lot of my information, mainly about Dan Erickson and the crew's experience filming during relatively tough times. But the only one I thought was good enough to mention was the interview with Variety, not due to the questions or responses, but due to the fact that they go in depth about Irving and Bertie Yowie.
It gets very intimate sometimes, that stuff. You read it and you're like, wow, I don't know. This is like, I'm not dating these people, you know.
Right.
It's
well, for
yeah.
you especially, there's a lot of fan art.
Yeah, I get scared.
Yeah.
I
want to see it. A lot of Bert and Irving fan art. They're usually either so shocking that I'm like, interesting, did we watch the same show? Or they predict exactly what's gonna happen, and I go,
Lastly, I thought I'd mention the LARPing social media accounts. Now, with the boys falling off, One of their main promoters now is the Vought account, LARPing as the In-Universe Corporation. They are still making posts today, by the way, to various levels of success, but ultimately it's very Reddit core, and considering the show is dead in the water, most people try to avoid it. You see, this is where Severance comes in. Whereas the boys would post constant slop, even having accounts of their characters interacting with people, Severance posts very sparsely, and the account is based off the In-Universe Corporation, Lumen Industries. But here's the problem. I don't know if it's official. I know I'm making the biggest Severance video that is and ever will be on YouTube, but I don't know everything. Well, to be specific, I don't know this one thing, but here's my argument for why it is real. Each video has real actors in it, and they also have real props in each video.
We decided to look for something different. And my wife saw an ad in a circular. So we went down to the showroom and we took a look at the product and we're totally blown away. Super helpful, not aggressive, not pushy, very knowledgeable. They were clean, they were respectful, they weren't, you know, I don't know, without being derogatory to some trades, these were the people you'd want to have. There's no issues, everything is perfect, there's no issues. They said, well, if there's any problem, I've not had to call nobody about anything. It's just been perfect. There's been no issues at all. Totally would recommend, well, I don't know, can I say his name? That guy, I'm telling you, he's never not called me back within minutes of me either sending him a text or leaving him a voicemail. He's followed up with me, I don't know, 2-3 times after, because I guess I'm maybe an advocate, but I'm telling you, that was all done by Lumen.
Though made like Baba's first ARG, they detail cases related to Lumen, more specifically, information based in the Kit Chronicles, something that is a fictional news and information spot in the town of Kia. Whether this is real or not, even though I'm inclined to believe it is, it further amplifies the promotion of Severance. Okay, final thing I just want to say is that these LARPing accounts, I know they're not official, but they have some very funny interactions, so I just thought I'd shout them out. I know you're watching this. Hi. In this video, I'm going to cover 2 Jim Carrey movies. One now, and one after we cover season 2. Now funnily enough, Jim Carrey has 2 movies that are almost identical to Severance, both Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, and yeah, the obvious, The Truman Show. The reason I want to cover these is that 1, they are the spiritual predecessors to Severance, sort of walking so Severance could run, and 2, they share very similar storylines, but hold different meanings. And by the way, The Truman Show has a scarily similar ending to Severance Season 2, so maybe investigate Dan Erickson about that. Akin to Severance, there is a procedure that can wipe out certain memories in the brain, but in this case, the most common use is to eradicate any knowledge of their ex's existence. Like if you had an abusive ex-boyfriend, you could just snap, and they're gone. Also, the company that operates this procedure is called Lacuna. Yeah. Nonetheless, after a big fight, when finding out his girlfriend has undergone this procedure, he does it himself. Yet as he starts re-experiencing the memories as they disappear, he starts to remember why he loved her, just as she's slipping away, showing the importance of knowing who you are and dealing with your problems, instead of running away from them, just like in Severance, with Mark taking a similar procedure to run away from a similar situation. Also, the idea of going into one's mind to save a relationship could hint to what Mark might do in season 2. Nevertheless, this movie perfectly encapsulates how you can never run away from a situation, and if you try, you can end up broken or worse, subtly relating to Mark's possible fate. Since we are about to cover season 2, let's go over a quick recap of what happened in season 1. Mark's wife died in a car accident, causing him to take the severance procedure, something that his friends and family found questionable, and after 2 years a mysterious man showed up. revealing that Lumen is not what he thinks it is. At the same time, Helena Egan undergoes the severance procedure as a marketing stunt to both prove her worth to her judgmental father and to prove that Severance shouldn't be outlawed, doing so indirectly putting her company on track to destruction. After a failed suicide attempt, the refiners start to explore more, finding both other departments and lambs. With Cobell infiltrating Mark's home life, we start to learn that Miss Casey is his supposed dead wife, and after this realization, along with the culminations of Irving's lover retiring and Dylan being kept from knowing his own children, they devise a plan to activate something called the Overtime Contingency, waking them all up in their outies home. Doing so, we see that Helly is really an Egan, and next in line to be CEO. Irving is for some reason investigating Lumen, and we think purposely drinking copious amounts of coffee to fall asleep at work, somehow learning more info or, as visibly shown, bleed his outies memories in, to hopefully persuade his innie to help investigate, or at least give him a message. And Mark's innie finds out that his hero, the man who changed his life, is his brother-in-law, Rickon Hale, ending the final episode with the line, "She is alive," leading us to wonder what the fuck is going to happen next. Mimicking the first episode, Mark wakes up in the elevator, and instead of walking calmly, he starts running. Running to where? Wellness. We know that technically it's been 3 years since the last episode, but it was just a moment ago for his innie, so his first thought is to see his wife. Another thing that is akin to the first episode is that it's all one shot. Well, not really, but it's framed as such. Arriving at Wellness, the doors seem to have vanished. Not just the doors though, the whole frame and entrance. Why would they not just block off the main wellness store and remove the sign? To me, this indicates that Lumen is trying to destroy any evidence of her existence, and considering wellness acts as a form of HR in Lumen, removing it would kind of be over the top. Like, imagine if a HR employee got fired. You wouldn't just remove HR, you try and forget the worker. Nonetheless, pausing, clearly stunned by this, a figure seems to walk in the halls. At first you think it could be Irving, but considering how he left off, the stranger's calm demeanor tells us otherwise. Taken back with no clear alternative, Mark makes his way to MDR, where new people seem to be residing.
I suppose you're Mark S. I'm Mark W.
Who are you people?
Perché stai in piedi in modo strano? Would you be open to using a different first name to avoid confusion?
Not given much time to think on the matter, Milchek strolls in holding many lumen-colored balloons.
Welcome back, Mark S. Been a minute.
Walking to management, we learn that the events of episode 9 supposedly took place 5 months prior, and a kid has seemingly taken Milchek's place, something that both us and Mark are confused by.
Is it normal for a child to...
Excuse the clutter.
Okay, what's happening?
Miss Cobell is no longer with this company. I now manage the severed floor.
What about my team?
We didn't fire them. Helly R and Irving B both successfully made contact with persons on the outside, just as you did. Dylan G's Audi learned what happened after the fact. The four of you have achieved international fame. As a group, you've become known as the face of Severance Reform.
Entering now Milchek's office, Mark is told that they are now the face of Severance Reform, something that any critical thought can tear apart instantly just by looking at this newspaper. Firstly, that photo is actually a photograph taken of President Eisenhower during a trip to Brazil. So, unless they went to Brazil, this ain't them. Secondly, everything that's not blacked out appeals to the refiners, and oddly portray everyone ending up thanking Lumen for some supposed reforms. And we get this really tense scene where all the music is cut, leaving Milchek explaining how accommodating Lumen is, whilst portraying a very opposite attitude.
But for the past 5 months, we've been asking how a sadist like Harmony Cobell could take fertile root in Lumen soil, and what that says about us. We also know Miss Cobell was at your sister's home when you awoke there.
Yeah. Why was that?
We believe she developed an erotic fixation on you and had plans to pursue both you and your outie in what might be termed a throuple.
What?
This shows that our suspicions about Cobell's feelings towards Mark might be confirmed, but something that dissuades this is how Lumen is using her as a scapegoat, further adding onto the distrust both the main characters and us have. Continuing to speak, Mark tries to ask where the other refiners are.
We tried for weeks to get them back, Mark. None of them agreed. We told them other reforms, but it wasn't enough.
Except for me.
Your outie insisted on returning.
Clearly not being able to bond with the new refiners, Mark seems to be very distracted on the thought of his friends.
Ours was a creme brulee and the keyboards were puce.
They were purple.
No, they were puce. I know because it makes me nauseous, and I hate sweets. Speaking of which, how much do we see of that Mr. Milkshake?
Milch.
What?
It's Milchick, not Milkshake, and I don't know.
Shortly after, Miss Wong comes out with the Red Bull, a Red Bull we know all too well.
Let's head to the kitchenette. Okay, so my name is Miss Huang. It's my first day here as deputy manager. I guess something about me is that before this, I was a crossing guard. Mark W?
Why are you a child?
Because of when I was born.
Repeating the same game like done previously, we learn that these refiners are all from other branches, and that based on the differences in the Perpetuity wings, this one is the oldest. To note, Miss Wong mentions that it's her first day too, something that could mean anything, but is a very heavy coincidence if it's the case, as there was supposedly 5 months before Mark's arrival. Passing the ball to him, he looks into Miss Wong's eyes, as a split frame of Gemma instantly flashes, and after the fact we see Mark actively struggling not to look at her.
That I am lucky enough to have made 4 new friends today.
That's nice, Mark. But I have to remind you that I'm a supervisor, not a friend.
Three new friends.
Clearly still shaken up by the whole situation, Mark is obviously a lot more confident when talking back to his superiors, even getting in their face about things, something that the 4 refiners display during season 2, akin to how Haley acted during the first few episodes. Also, huge props to Sarah Bock for her sheer ability to play both a young role, whilst at the same time being someone to fear, constantly putting us on edge.
Now, you good?
Yep, just about to close out.
Good, thank you.
You know, my old team was a bunch of dirtbags. We never hit quota. Not once. But it seems like you really liked yours. So I'm sorry. Good night, Mark.
Night.
Devising a plan, Mark sneaks a note into Mark W's jacket, something that Milchick immediately notices the next day.
I don't know if this will reach you, but I'm writing to alert you of the heinous conditions in the severed office to which you have transferred me. The branch is run by a shambolic rube who goes by Milkshake.
Oh my God.
A man whose stupidity is rivaled only by that of the 9 core principles. If you must continue to send me here, please consider strapping a bomb to me so that I may explode both Milkshake and the very spirit of Keir Egan. Wrathfully, your innie, Mark W.
Oh my God, that's very serious.
Juxtaposition to the first season, Mark's growth as a character is really shown, as even Milkshake is taken back by how confronting he seems to be, even in the face of a person he verbally told people not to do so previously.
You didn't even disguise your own handwriting.
You know what? I don't even know who this team is. I told you, I want my team. Which part of that don't you understand?
Marcus, at this time, I revoke your status as Department Chief, which will be transferred to your intended victim, Mark W.
With no other options, Mark, I kid you not, does the whole, yo, look at that bird, and then they look at it, and then he's gone.
God damn it.
Getting into the office, unfazed by Miss Wong's threats, Mark calls the board, being the first time an innie has ever attempted to verbally converse with the board, even ordering them.
Hello, is anyone there? Is the board on? It's Mark S. from Macrodata Refinement. Okay, well, if you're there, please listen. Now, I know that you want to do the right thing for severed people, which is why I need to see my team again.
Mark!
If we truly are the face of severance reform, as you say, then they deserve a chance.
Mark!
Please, they're my friends. You can't just make them disappear. Please!
Walking him back to the elevator, very early in the day, Mark as well as us persistently ask, is he fired?
Why can't you just bring them back?
Goodbye, Marcus.
Not given much of a response, his vision blurs, very much like how an old TV would turn off. Not long later, we seem to be back. A picture of Kia depicted with a halo now hangs above the removed green chairs. In place, some more minimalist seating. But the scariest part, almost sadistic, is the name of the painting. Kia pardons his betrayers.
Dylan!
Mark, did it work?
It worked.
Where are the others?
I don't know.
Milchick was... I didn't think I was coming back.
Okay, I've been back a couple days already.
What?
Yeah, and they had a whole new team.
Cobell just replaced us?
No. Cobell's gone. Milchick's in charge.
So the man who just tackled me and cut up my best belt is our boss now? Fuck.
Wait, he tackled you?
Yeah, bad, which, I mean, fair, I tackled the man first, but I didn't fuck with his belt. Kier pardons his betrayers?
After a brief conversation, Irving comes down, still banging on the door. Walking out saying nothing, leaving only the word bird fresh on his tongue, he acknowledges their presence and sluggishly moves on. With Helly arriving a bit later.
Helly! Oh my God, are you okay?
I'm okay. Did you wake up?
Yeah, it was crazy.
Same.
Oh my God, I was so worried about you.
They regroup at MDR, only to find Irving locking himself in the toilet.
Hey, Irv?
I'm sorry, Mark. I just need a moment, please.
Okay, take your time.
Okay, so what is going on? We're not in trouble?
I don't think so. I mean, Milchick said our message got out. He said we're famous.
All of us equally, or one of us is like the star?
I don't know, but then he tried to fire me, I think.
Why?
Well, because I sort of sabotaged the new people.
New people?
So what the fuck happened up there?
Well, look, Milchick is probably coming.
Good. I owe him a fucking belt cut. Now tell me.
What if they're waiting for us to tell each other what happened because they don't know what happened? I mean, what if they're listening, Dylan?
Wait, what happened to the security camera?
I'm sorry. I was, just,
Speaking with shaky words and standing with a broken frame, they try their best to converse.
What the fuck is going on? Why is she like 8?
I don't know.
Wait, so they replaced us?
For a couple days.
Who was me?
They weren't like specific counterparts. They were, I don't know, weird.
Okay, well, I don't think you should feel bad at all.
Feel bad?
Yeah, for ending their lives. Fuck them.
Well, I wasn't trying to.
No, dude, I'm saying don't feel bad. Like, I'm sure they deserved it.
Being taken to the break room, a place where we barely saw but were so terrified of, walking in one by one with each person give their own individual glance at Miss Wong, the atmosphere seems to have changed, though I wouldn't call it calming, more mysterious and unpredictable. Taking a glance around, we can notice a few things. For starters, many large posters now lay on the creamy grey walls, one having the text, "Hang in there," with the design being Dylan holding up the overtime contingency switches, though clearly trying to appeal to them specifically for some reason. Pointed out by, I believe, Nomad whilst we were discussing some theories, the design strongly resembles a crucifixion, possibly suggesting morbid undertones to this supposed reform. Secondly, a Be Ever Merry poster resides on a wall nearby, and I personally believe that this is the most fucked up one. What I mean is that the design strongly backs up our water theory. In the design, we see a Kia bee treating what we can make out are water drops, as if a bee would raise its young. But looking closer, and considering the previous connotations of black ink and black paint, the droplets seem to have been corrupted, or in a sense, healed. This could resemble the severed floor, but more broadly, considering the town is called Kia, and our ideas of Lumen possibly tampering with the water supply, it could represent the thought that everyone residing in the town of Kia are his children. One more thing to add before I move on to the next poster is the caption, "Be ever merry." This strongly represents the Wall of Smiles, and the whole cleansing. Thirdly, clearly showing one of the four tempers, the design is supposedly a severed person with their outie, or innie, being the smiling jester. The same jester representing frolic, not only in the painting Kia taming the tempers, but also at the waffle party. Lastly, on the opposing wall, we have a very odd design, something that does not bring comfort, at least to me. But the saying goes, grin and bear it. Obviously a play on the name, Baird Egan, that we saw last in episode 3. The smile is obviously forced, and whether this is relating to Baird Egan's personal experience, or the refiner's mysterious need to keep working, we have no way of knowing. Whilst the rest of the decor in the room is being from the 70s to 80s, the room itself is formatted akin to a makeshift cinema room, and as Milchek stands in front of the projector, the Lumen logo wraps around his body, leaving only his shoulders free as if he himself is drowning too.
Oh, hi! You probably don't recognize me from this angle. I'm the Lumen Administrative Building, Branch 501, and you're sitting in me right now. I've gone through a lot of changes since my siring here in 1870. But one thing I've always had is a love for my workers, both unsevered and severed. Not to brag, but my basement floor is one of the premier severed workspaces in the 206 countries from which Lumen operates. Hey, no running in my halls! That tickles! But what makes a building truly happy? This question came to light when 4 NDR workers, dissatisfied with their severed lives, conspired to mount what Lumen historians will forever call the Macrodat Uprising. Under my literal nose unfolded a human drama of danger and intrigue. Righteous anger.
Let's burn this place to the ground.
Inspiration.
Why are we down here, still working in the dark?
And love.
What the shit?
The Macrodat Uprising yielded bounteous reforms. Not sold yet, the incentives were also reformed, and now range from hall passes to pineapple bobbing to our brand new playful mirror room. You know, it's funny. I've sat by this reflective pool my whole life, yet it took the quiet courage of 4 MDR heroes to show me who I really am.
They made quite a splash!
They sure did, Water Tower. And I thank Kier for them. I thank Kier for the Macrodat Uprising.
Still processing everything, they still don't buy the reform, because it's not the looks that matter, or the supposed changes, it's the structure. Something that Lumen can make look pretty, but can never change. Nonetheless, they lean in and quietly discuss what happened. First, Mark describes what he went through, to much confusion and sympathy.
I was at a party at my sister's house for Rick and Hale.
What? You know Rick and Hale?
It's my Audie's brother-in-law. What? And for some reason, we both know Cobell.
That's insane.
Yeah, well, there's something else. Just before I switched back, I found a wedding photo. Now, I guess my Audie's wife died a few years ago.
Oh, shit.
Which apparently is part of why I decided to get severed, except the woman in in the photo was Miss Casey.
Miss Casey is your wife?
It's my Audie's wife.
But she's dead.
No, I know, but it was her.
Then she's down here.
No, I went to wellness. It's gone.
What do you mean, gone?
I mean, it's gone.
My God. Mark, are you okay?
Yeah. Well, I don't know. What about you? What did you see?
And then Helly goes to speak.
I saw the inside of a really fucking boring apartment.
Stuttering through her sentences, either lying due to shame or some deeper meaning, we get long-held shots on Irving, showing that her lies, though probably bought, puts the gang on edge, even being questioned by him.
Then I went outside and found a guy. He looked like a gardener. Sorry, guys, I really tried.
A gardener?
Yeah,
A night gardener?
I think so. Maybe he has a different job during the day.
Moving to Irving, he speaks softly, yet doesn't reveal what took place, only saying,
Suppose he's serious about letting us leave?
What did you see?
It's not our world up there. That's what I saw.
Even when reassured, he simply sits still.
Come on, man.
His mind's racing, but at the same time,
You can tell us.
completely frozen. Backed up into a mental corner, Irving, needing an escape from the situation, just gets up and leaves. A feeling that you, unfortunately, probably have felt too. Catching up with him, Dylan anxiously tells the gang that he'll handle it. Reaching him at the end of the severed exit, Irving comes clean about what happened.
I went to go find Bert.
Okay, did you see him?
He's married, or at least he's with someone. I saw them through the window.
Shit.
I should be happy he's happy.
Yeah. But, seems like you're probably not, right?
The last time I was happy was when all I knew was MDR, when I was good at my job. I'm not trying to be happy. I'm going to leave, Dylan.
It is not leaving, so stop fucking calling it that.
I know you
Just
want...
fucking
I know.
try.
You're a good friend, Dylan. Before I went to Bert's, I woke up in my apartment.
What?
I was standing in front of some kind of easel, black hallway.
Like the break room one?
No, it was different, darker. He painted dozens of them.
Fuck, why?
I don't know, but I wanted you to know. Before I left.
Okay, well, you're not. No, stop it. Stop it. Listen to me. Look, I'm sorry that Audi Bert has a hot husband or whatever, but he is not the point. Any Bert is the guy you fell for, and I know because I encouraged the courtship.
I want it to be over.
Okay, so then after you find the black hallway or...
I want the pain to be over. If he's gone, and I'm gone...
Stop saying that.
Then somehow we'll be together.
He wouldn't want that.
How do you know?
Because I don't want that. Because I would be sad. And I would be less productive. And I'm really good at what I do here. Whatever it is. And you're part of what makes me good at it. So please do not go.
Dylan. Find me a favorite perk.
Don't bring them into this.
The emotions of Mark's Auntie are now presenting itself in Irving, providing a dramatic sheer loss and vulnerability that we have yet to see in this office space. This scene truly shows how evolved the characters are, and how masterfully executed they are by the actors, giving us a true switch in character dynamics when looking all the way back at the first argument they had in episode 1.
You wanted to see me?
Before Milchick can speak, Dylan throws a light
I did.
threat at him, saying,
You gonna apologize about the belt?
but instead of being awarded with the pleasure of Milchek's dismay, he simply responds, saying that his wife's name is Gretchen. Taken back, he leads Dylan to an area we last caught a glimpse of when Cobell was moving in. Following Milchek's ominous shadow, he reassures Dylan that he apologizes for
not being a better listener. For not hearing your needs.
Unrolling a blueprint, we learn that it's an intended Outie family visitation suite. I can't take this seriously, as when a high-resolution version of this dropped for fans to look at, because at the same time me and another YouTuber Nomad were theorizing, I sent him the pic, and after 2 seconds he sent me this back. I don't know how he did it that quick. Anyway, though Dylan is uplifted by the news whilst Milchek says everything he wants to hear so softly, the music indicates otherwise, giving us this feeling of unease even during a scene like this, where the possibility of Dylan's ambitions can be granted.
Are you saying I could see my family here?
If you take the name of the room at face value, I'd say yes.
But one thing that catches us off guard is that Milchek urges Dylan to not alert his colleagues, as it would be unfair to them due to their lack of families. Even though not taking Helly into consideration, Mark has a family, if not the most important family in the whole plot, due to the significance Rickon has played in pushing the narrative. It is in my belief that in some way akin to the stunt he already pulled with the O&D coupe, Milchek could be further attempting to pull the refiners apart, and based on this slight glance back to gauge Dylan's reaction, I'd say so. And calling back to the saying, the surest way to tame a prisoner is to make him believe he's free, could be put into effect. No matter that right now, on his way out, Miss Wong seemingly is being treated similarly to how Cobell did with Milkshake, showing a cycle of behaviours attributed to each role. Whilst Mark's sorting a file, we cut to an alternative screen with less saturated colours, where we see the text Cold Harbour and Gemma. Freezing here, her appearance is very different from when we last saw her. Most notably is the choice to have her hair up. And from what we can tell, considering the white clothing, something that is attributed to doctors and scientists. And something what makes me lean more onto the science aspect is the fact that she resides on the testing floor. Which means we can't tell just yet, but looking at the bottom we can see the same formatted design as with the refiner's computers, almost confirming our theory that the files are either people or heavily relating to people. Moreover, this Cold Harbor file must be important, as we have seen Gemma be used as a tool to drive Mark. But then that begs another question. If that's the case, what's so special about Mark and why do they need him?
They torture us down there! David! We're prisoners! She's alive!
Season 2 of Severance picks up right where Season 1 left off.
Welcome back, Marcus. Been a minute.
You are going to have questions immediately answered, but there will be a whole host of new questions that will come up.
There's much damage to control.
You may learn the answer to what you think was the big mystery.
You should have left.
Only to find that's part of an even bigger thing that you didn't even know existed.
Both Innie Mark and Outie Mark are on a collision course with each other, and I'm not sure that they can both get what they want.
If you ask Miss Cobell what Season 2 is about, she wouldn't tell you anything. You fear me.
We fear no one.
We've now been introduced to these Outie characters, so there are a lot of spaces to explore that we didn't in the first season.
It's expanding the world in terms of locations that we see, but also in terms of who all is at Lumen and what else is going on there.
Hi, everyone. I'm Miss Wong.
So it very quickly becomes a bigger show.
A new quarter. Fresh start for all of us.
There's a lot more octane in this season. The gas gets turned up.
The board has concluded the call.
Season 2 is weirder, tenser, and freakier.
Was a pineapple involved?
There's a little bit of everything. More snacks, more celebration, more hallways.
It's an interesting roller coaster ride.
I'm excited to surprise the audience and take them somewhere new and exciting.
It's not our world up there.
It's just one big event after another, and I can't wait for people to see the season.
What is this all about? Wait!
Unlike the last episode, we follow straight on from the last season, now from the perspective of the Outies.
Yeah, okay. Okay.
Mark, here, will you take her for a second?
It's okay. I got it.
Careful. Don't go far, though.
I won't.
Mark. So this is you now?
Yeah.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Helena resides in a lone room, silently pacing around, until a large man walks in, both looking disappointed yet faithful. Following just behind him, her father, James Egan, as he slowly paces forward. Now, standing still, he utters the words,
Fetid Muppet.
Fetid, meaning something that has a strong or offensive smell, and Muppet, meaning child, giving us an answer to what those strong and angry voices were in the break room walls. It also adds another layer of cruelty when looking at James Egan, as now we know that in episode 9 he wasn't concerned for her near death, he was concerned that she couldn't finish the mission. Also, this guy was in Eurovision, so not the event, the movie. I don't know why I brought that up, I like watching that movie. To note, when in the Perpetuity Wing, we see that most of the Egans lived up until their 70s, in which when they died, the company's CEO title was passed down. Now going off the actor's age for James Egan being 69, and Helena's seemingly controlling atmosphere in relation to Lumen, we can assume that the title is being prepared to be passed down. Displaying the true beauty of Severance cinematography, Milchek looks down upon Dylan as he walks out, oblivious of any of the events that just took place.
I need you to go see all of them. Find out every word they said and who they said it to.
And shall I fire them?
Let Kier guide your hand.
Sending Milchek away, we get yet another phrase that reminds us a lot of the common saying, let God guide your path. Nonetheless, on damage control, we get this following camera shot leading to a break room, where Cobell awaits.
Please. Sit. We've commandeered the footage taken by guests. Natalie is already doing outreach to media, and the Severin employees who were involved are being dealt with. Thank you for acting so quickly. You saved us from disaster.
Will Mr. Egan be joining?
Just me. I personally owe you a debt of gratitude.
It cost me dearly.
It did. And still you proved your loyalty tonight. Which is why we'd like to ask you back.
An apology is warranted.
I apologize. My father apologizes. The board apologizes. We've treated you poorly. I'm sorry.
I welcome your contrition. I recommend we start by scouring the feed, and I need to interview Dylan G. to see how he gained access to the...
We have something else in mind. We'd like to offer you a promotion. Severance Advisory Council.
I never heard of such a thing.
It's a brand new initiative. You'd be spearheading its formation. Your expertise is greatly valued.
You don't value me. You fear me.
We fear no one.
With this, we see where Cobell stands in the hierarchy. Though someone we previously saw as a superior, she's now just at the will of Helena, blissfully unaware that she's running the show. And it shows as when offered a position to come back, Cobell declines the promotion, stating that if she's so good with severed people, she should have her own job back. But as both we as the viewer and Helena knows, putting Cobell back into that position could jeopardize the mission. And anyway, Milchek's blind loyalty to both company and Kier makes him a much better dog. What mission, by the way? Well, you'll find out soon. The last step for damage control, now most is tamed on the inside, is public relations.
Earlier this evening, at an event where I was excited to share my status as a severed individual with a group of friends and allies, I made the poor decision to consume alcohol while on a non-lumen medication for an arm rash.
You know what's crazy? The town will probably buy this. Not just due to the water theory, but because she shifts blame onto another pharmaceutical brand. And considering the town is called Kier, and pretty much everything is fucking Kier, yeah. Also, that pharmaceutical brand is most likely Dorna Therapeutics. Now, this name is never brought up in Severance, but is brought up in the lore, when referencing the Kier Chronicles. But we will talk a bit more in depth about them later on. Firstly, meeting Irving, we get another theory pushed into the limelight. Irving knows Bert on the outside, or vice versa, and trusts him enough, possibly due to the liability of his supposed Lumen investigations, to lie to Milchek.
How's your night been, Mr. Bailiff?
Fine. They're showing Barbara of Seville on TV, so I've just been here.
Wonderful. And you're feeling well?
Oh, God. What did I eat in there?
Saying that he was simply watching TV. Now, this is important as well, as this relates to another thing I mentioned a while back that you most likely forgot. Nonetheless, getting home to a place named Lenora, which happens to share the same name with an opera about a woman disguising herself to meet her lover in jail, he pours himself a cup of coffee. Well, what he was watching on TV happens to be another opera, an opera called The Barber of Seville, which entails a man who puts himself through many disguises to meet the woman he loves, subtly foreshadowing things to come.
Why don't you tell me what's going on, Mr. Milchek?
You know your innie is a friend of mine. I feel confident he'd approve of me saying so. And he's a man of principle, which is rare, which is what makes this so difficult.
You're firing me. You can't just do that. What happened? Did I break something? I can pay. I have cash upstairs.
But more importantly, when he's told he's being fired, Irving lightly pleads to see what he can do, showing that even though his hate for the company still resides and festers, he yearns to keep collecting information. Though unlike Irving, Dylan seems to exhibit very different emotions. Instead of pleading, he simply accepts defeat and lets his hopelessness thoughts pour out.
What am I supposed to tell my wife?
Now, why would Dylan of all people be so sad about this? Something that he is in stark contrast to with his innie. Well, taking an aerial view of his estate, we can see it's very clearly owned by Lumen. Another thing that's pretty obvious is that Lumen's main profits comes from pharmaceuticals, with their old logo being a medicine drop. So, piecing it together, Lumen most likely offers 7 employees a discount or free accommodation to their houses. Secondly, healthcare. So taking into account that Dylan both has a wife and 3 kids, losing these benefits would mean a lot. To add to the fact, bringing up his wife first could indicate that he's not only had trouble with jobs, but this was his last option. Something that for every single main character has been the case, in different varieties of course. Back to Mark, we see the aftermath of his final phrase, leading to a split in Devon's relationship with him. And though Mark believes he was referencing the baby, blindly backed up by Rickon, Devon believes otherwise, either through critical thought or the hope of getting her brother back.
I really did feel it was clear you were referencing the baby. Patton had just saved her.
Well, he found her, yeah.
And I think that your workie was excited. I have to say, Mark, he really is a jewel.
Guys, obviously I was referencing the baby.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yes. No, yeah, I agree. I think Rickon is right. So let's Occam's razor this shit. You're looking for Eleanor. You find this picture, which obviously is of interest to you, so you pick it up.
Right.
And then when Patton found Eleanor...
Saved her, I'd still say.
Okay, whatever, yes, you still had it with you.
Yeah.
And assuming that she's a lie really was about the baby.
Well, you don't think it was?
I do think it was.
Then why are you saying it like that?
Sorry, I'm just exhausted. It's been a weird fucking night, Mark.
Oh my God.
Why are you getting aggressive with me right now?
But before they can continue, their bell chimes a friendly tune.
Oh, God damn it, Rebecca. Honey.
What the fuck are you even saying?
Why are you being a dick to me? I'm trying to help you.
I'm just trying to
Good evening,
get...
Dr. Hale.
Good evening.
Seth Milchek from Lumen. Is Mark Scout here by chance?
Yes, he is.
On his 3rd stop, Milchek arrives.
Mr. Scout. I imagine you have a few questions.
Oh, you could say that.
May I sit with you?
But contrasting to the others, he's awfully nice to Mark, and even reveals exactly what happened.
What happened tonight is what we call the overtime contingency. It's a safeguard we employ if we ever need to access your work personage off company grounds.
Yeah, you never told me about this.
OTC disclosure can be found in your start paperwork. It seems the tech was commandeered by one of your office mates, allowing him to wake the rest of you for a period of 39 minutes. Any Mark was here in this house.
I know, I talked to him.
What did he say to you?
If I tell you, are you gonna punish him for it?
We have no punishments at Lumen.
Uh-huh.
Even though they just had a fight, Devon controls the situation, even asking if they'll punish Mark Zinni for telling him what happened, even interrupting Mark, confronting Milchek about Cobell's lactation fraud stunt.
I can only imagine how violated you feel by his actions.
Yeah, speaking of violations, just wondering how common it is for your managers to commit fucking lactation fraud against their employees' families. Pretty common?
Miss Cobell.
Yeah.
What we learned tonight is that she is quite severely unwell.
Yeah, she lives next door to me. I, know her.
And her behavior at Lumen seems to be the source of your Innie's distress. She will never descend to that floor again.
Unfortunately, giving Milchek the opportunity to once more use her as a scapegoat. And when seeing Devon's face, she's obviously more affected than Mark. After Gemma's passing, Mark became a recluse, constantly wearing an unshaved morning shadow, with his only social interactions being situations Devon placed him in. Though he couldn't care less about the situation, Devon is nearing tears, and for the first time, she can't help him. The choice is up to Mark.
Okay. Of course. I'll circle back. In the meantime, I hope to see you Monday.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
What your Innie did tonight was completely unauthorized. It was also very brave. I'd hate to reward his courage with non-existence.
Okay, now we know Mark's special. How do we know this? Well, he just said it.
In the meantime, I hope to see you Monday.
Why out of all of the refiners would they keep Mark? You could say to prevent a lawsuit due to Cobell's lactation fraud, but considering when learning about Mark's ideas about quitting, Milchek is actively let down, even trying to convince him to stay, saying,
I'd hate to reward his courage with non-existence.
Now sure, if you wanted to reach, you could say he just wants him back due to the great quarters under his management. But once more, I could bring up the point that he went from belittling Mark Zinni to switching up entirely, trying to play on Mark's already broken emotions. Cutting to Helena, she seems to be viewing the tape recordings of the previous few hours, just silently watching Mark until it gets to the kiss. A kiss that takes her off guard, even zooming deeply into her eyes to show how focused she is. She doesn't even blink, just subtle shakes intensely replaying that one scene. Zooming out, Helena now faces against the TV, showing a split 50-50 shot, one side out, one side in, possibly foreshadowing what these intense new emotions might drive her to do. Whilst Young Man Blues starts playing by Moose Allison, we see Dylan driving to an interview. And considering the connotations of the song, with the lyrics being, "And a young man ain't nothing in this world these days," whilst pulling up it says that therefore, no matter what he says, we know the eventual outcome.
You got this. No pressure. Be cool.
With this, we start to learn about Outie Dylan's character. He is both anxious yet confident, willing to put himself out there, even though he's not got good luck. Also, something to add is that the door company is definitely referencing the fact that the creator Dan Erickson previously worked in a door factory, something that drove him mentally crazy, and almost ended up being the main inspiration for the show.
May I ask about benefits?
There's a coffee maker.
I meant healthcare benefits.
Oh, sure, yes, of course, for you, your family.
Okay. Okay, great. Yeah, you know, I think this is going to be a really great fit for me, Mr. Saliba. You know, ever since I was a kid, I've always felt like doors.
How old?
You know, sorry?
How old were you when you knew you loved doors?
5.
If you could be any kind of door, what would it be?
Pocket.
Interesting. Tell me more.
Well, you're, you know, doing your door thing, and then when you're not needed, you can just
tuck yourself away. A lot of short-term employment. And then Lumen.
Yes.
And they make their doors in-house. It's fucking hubris.
Yeah, I was a Severed employee, so.
You're a Severed?
Yes. Yeah, I was. But, you know, it's just me here, and I'm...
Well, Mr. George, thanks for coming in.
What?
We'll consider your application thoroughly.
That's it? Just Because I'm severed?
Like I said, we'll consider your application thoroughly.
You're not considering me at all. That's discrimination.
We need a certain kind of person here, Mr. George, not a certain kind of two people. I mean, what do you think this is, a carpet factory?
What?
You want to circumcise your brain, that's your business. But it doesn't mean I have to hire you. And personally, I think it's abhorrent.
Though lightly touched upon in Season 1, Season 2 goes more in depth about the public's view of the severance procedure, and, when on a CV, brands see it akin to a criminal history, rather than a previous experience. So, taking from this, we can make the assumption that Lumen is possibly soft-locking their employees to make it appear that the numbers of the severed workers never goes down, as they are forced to stick to this one job, creating a false sense of loyalty that could help persuade and change views on the severance procedure to hopefully prevent it being outlawed. Apologizing to Mark and asking him out to dinner, Devon continues to push the idea that he shouldn't quit and try to learn more about Gemma, directly contrasting her previous thoughts, something that Mark picks up on himself.
Devin, Jesus Christ, are you serious?
I know we're not supposed to contact him, but Denise is a lawyer and apparently you can petition.
I'm quitting.
In episode 9, Mark is shown to be actively happier, even making the life-changing decision that he should quit, showing that Gemma's passing no longer weighs him down. But now the cut has once more opened, made worse by the fact that it was his sister, causing him to lash out at her, when Devon was realistically just trying to help, until we learn why Mark is so defensive.
If we could just get like a half step more confirmation, then it's not going to be something that continues to haunt us. Do you know what I mean?
Us?
Yes. She was my family too, Mark. Fuck.
Yeah, but she was my wife.
I know, but you're not the only one her death affected.
Oh, really? It affected you?
Yes.
Did you have to tell her parents that she was dead? How about her students? How about this? Did your sheets smell like her for weeks afterwards? You know what? Honestly, if Rickon died and his body burned, I'd be sad for you, but I wouldn't be affected. This is obscene.
I just want to be sure.
I am sure. Talk to you later.
Mark. Mark.
Now this raises a question. With Lumen's hand in so many pies, is it possible that the body he identified wasn't Gemma, instead a recently deceased woman burned to prevent recognition, with perhaps their dental records switched to confirm her false identity? Maybe it was Gemma, and maybe this relates to the Cold Harbor file. Yet it's impossible to know right now, and it's a question that will drive the plot, along with the pivotal character decisions later down the line. Once more refusing any helps or contrasting ideas, Mark runs away from Devon. Unbeknownst to them, just nearby, Helena's supposed right-hand man sits eavesdropping on the conversation. Now, forgetting the tattoo clearly referencing the tempers, we have yet another thing pointed out by the fact that Mark is special. Mr. Drummond even being there adds to the fact. If you really just think this is a freak accident and Mark isn't special, well, later that night, going off this information, Milchek for a second time comes back to Mark's house, pleading with him to return to work.
Check. Compliments of the company. We got off on the wrong foot last night. Okay to talk a minute?
Yeah, come on in.
So, Mr. Scout, I know you're still weighing whether to return to Lumen.
Yeah.
I'd like to ask you a few questions that may inform your decision. Is that all right?
Okay.
Terrific. First, how happy are you with your current financial compensation? I ask because our endearment to you is such that a 20% bump is on the table, should you return.
Oh, 20%.
But when offering more money doesn't appeal to him, Milchek references his wife. And unlike his caring demeanor towards Mark at the start would suggest, Milchek simply warps what he says depending on the response. Now putting Mark down, even insulting him.
My third question concerns your late wife, Gemma.
What about her?
In your intake interview, you cited her death as a primary motivator for severing. Do you remember what you said?
No.
You said since she died, every day feels like a year. that you felt like you were choking on her ghost. Do you still feel that way, Mr. Scout? The Mark I've come to know at Lumen is happy. He cares for people. And he's funny. He knows nothing of the pain I see in you right now. He's found love.
Love? With who?
The solace you have given him down there will make its way to you. It just takes time. I hope you'll give us that time, Mr. Scout.
Moreover, how Milchek phrases this argument for Mark's return backs up our replacement theory to purge a person's impurities by becoming an innie. The terrifying wording of "it will make its way to you, just have to give it time" is incredibly eerie. In the same moment, Irving cautiously walks to a nearby lit phone box. One thing to note is that this call must be confidential or secret at the least, because why wouldn't you just use your home phone? Nonetheless, he attempts to call someone only to go to voicemail, simply saying,
Okay, you're not picking up, I get it. I want you to know I mean that.
From what we have seen and gathered, we can assume he's calling Ragabi. From this, we can also assume that, considering his work against Lumen and his military background, indicated by various medals around his house, she was perfecting reintegration for him. Nonetheless, the message his innie received was probably the new knowledge that a much darker floor existed, aka the testing floor. And if he's came this far to use the overtime contingency, Irving's innie should be tempted to look into this. Pulling up just behind Irving awaits Bert in his car, wearing a face we have never seen on him, silently watching him, studying from afar. Mimicking the first ever shot we see of Mark, he anxiously waits in his car, shocked that he even got convinced to go back. But instead of the wide shot of Lumen we previously got, it's now reversed, curiously being watched by Helena.
Are you satisfied with this?
The sister seems more uppity than he is.
So who are you bringing into MDR?
I've got a floater from overseas, and a pair who were laid off from 5X.
5X? Really?
I had 48 hours to pull this together. Hopefully there will be some chemistry.
We don't need chemistry. We need Mark S. back to work.
Go on ahead.
Long enough to complete Cold Harbor.
Again, we hear Cold Harbor mentioned, and the clear confirmation that Mark is needed. Ironically, going back to the first episode when Milchek mentioned that the board doesn't listen to innies, right here the board is openly bending a knee to Mark, telling us that he must be so important, or the file is so important, as to send Helena back in.
Reform, as you say, then they deserve a chance. Mark, please, they're my friends. You can't just make them disappear.
Of course, I bear full responsibility.
The board's gonna give him what he wants, including Heliar.
Yeah, here's the thing. Akin to Kobal, she seems to have grown fascinated with Mark, and considering she almost lost her life due to Heli, going in severed wouldn't achieve anything. One more thing to take into account is that they no longer have cameras or anything. So if Helena was to propose a situation where she could go in unsevered, it would be a win-win.
Sorry, Mr. Wood. 3 days of work. I broke a fucking lease in Grand Rapids. Fucking touch me. Give me another reason to sue.
Coincidentally enough, when we see all of the refiners go up, when it comes to Helena, the main title's track suddenly shifts to a more slowed down, eerie piano. Not enough to catch us off guard, but if you were paying attention, and not on your phone whilst watching the episode, you definitely take note of it subconsciously. This choice could definitely be influenced by Britlower's own thoughts.
Yeah, they just sound slightly different in my head, like in different music.
Right.
Almost like the same musician, but different albums. Though technically, strictly speaking, she's not your wife. Pretty sure you're out about the ring.
Arriving home that night, Mark catches Kobal as she's leaving.
Hey! Hello, Mark. Just back from work.
Where do you think you're going?
What do you care?
What do I care? What do I... Who are you?
I thought you were quitting.
I trusted you. I told you what I'd gone through these past 2 years. You were in my house. I ate your shitty fucking cookies.
They convinced you to stay. Was a pineapple involved?
Pressuring her, just screaming his emotions out, Cobell simply laughs at how easily he was swayed to come back.
What, so that's it? You're leaving? You fucking kid.
Standing in front of the car, asking,
Why did you do this?
Getting no response, under his voice hoping he's wrong but at the same time right. He asks if she knows anything about Gemma, and after a long-winded wait, 30 seconds long, Cobell freaks out in an attempt to avoid the question and scare Mark off the road, but doing so giving him an answer to the question he didn't want to ask.
Do you know something about Gemma?
In this episode, there's a pretty big fallout from the overtime contingency, especially with regard to the Audi characters. Lumen has to figure out what information has leaked. Did Mark find out about his wife? You know, did any of them reveal to anybody what they do every day?
For Audi, Mark, season 2 is really about, okay, now you know that this company has been deceiving you. What are you going to do about it?
Mr. Scout, I imagine you have a few questions.
Oh, you could say that.
At the beginning of the season, we see that Cobella's been fired and Milchick has taken over her role as floor manager. He's in charge now.
When he gets the promotion, he's placed in these precarious situations where he has to deal with the Audis and do damage control.
I'm afraid we've no choice but to terminate your employment effective immediately.
Milchick is not severed, but he has to play a different character. Because on the inside, he's very much in control, while on the outside world, there is a customer care role.
Ah, Mr. Milchick.
So it's a very, very different dynamic, and it's a very different Milchick than what we've seen before.
Compliments of the company.
He's starting to realize you're answering to more people, and you have more pressure, and there's more responsibility.
I should be running the severed floor. I think everyone, to different degrees, struggles with being seen and appreciated. And I think that Harmony, rightfully so, does feel like she has really contributed to this company.
She was actually the one who did the most to stop what happened. But if she were to be cast out from this system that she has been a part of since she was a child, once that's gone, where does she go?
Cobell is a genius, which is part of why she's so dangerous.
You don't value me. You fear me.
We fear no one.
For Britt, it was really exciting for her to explore Helena, and I think what she did was really, really special, and that there was just such a different character there. And the way she expanded on Helly really creates such an interesting contrast.
Britt has really embraced that physicality between the two characters. Helly is quite aggressive.
Ow!
While with Helena, she's in a position of power where things come to her, so there's much more of a calmness about her, and she's much steadier.
Helena is someone who has to wear a mask in front of people, whereas Helly is just, there's no mask, there's no filter, and there's very little care for what people think. You think we're about to meet our spouses? Maybe. Maybe it's each other. That'd be a hoot. Helena has a very sheltered existence, so I think the experience of seeing another version of herself that is so much more free than she is intriguing, inspiring, and provocative.
I think it's a very complicated moment for her because she sees Innies as subhuman, yet Helly is appreciated and respected and loved in a way that Helena never has been. And realizing that this character that you saw as like a servant might actually be living a richer life than you, I think that that really affects her.
I need to see my team again. Please, they're my friends. You can't just make them disappear.
We still don't know what Lumen actually does. What was it that Keir Egan told his children so many years ago? This is what we have to do. This is our purpose in life. And that his progeny have been working ever since then to make it happen. Like, we still don't know the seed of that mystery.
The board's gonna give him what he wants, including Heliar. He won't finish without them.
Taking a more of an action-oriented approach following both the car's movements and Mark, we see him timing how long it will take to get in, presumably in an attempt to learn about Gemma in the wake of Kobal's response. Going back to when Helly was drawing the lamp, we can see that she put her expertise into creating a makeshift missing poster. Now this is very pivotal, as we can relate this to what Petey said in Season 1, saying that he feels it down there, he just doesn't know what it is yet. Showing that right now is one of, if not the first time unknowingly, Mark's Altie and Innie are working together. Being Irving's job to go to O&D, he is very hesitant, yet Helly reassures him that it's going to be okay. Something that Irving verbally thanks, but he's physically confused. Something to note whilst walking to the goat department is that Helly is acting strange, something that Mark picks up on. She's sarcastic, but not Helly sarcastic. Physically and mentally backed into a corner, saying nothing, they both exchange facial expressions. Awkwardly standing there as Helly tries to get closer, looking around, clearly confused, Mark struggles to find his voice, just ending up walking away to Helly's dismay. Which is odd and unlike the rebellious woman we knew in Season 1, but it could just boil down to her being vulnerable in his presence. Arriving to work, Milchek finds Natalie sitting in his office.
Natalie.
Looks like your balloons could use some coffee.
They were in the...
I've got the board.
Of course. Hello.
The board says hello.
In this season, the board takes a more progressive approach and holds a more prominent spot in the season, even conversing a lot more.
The board austerely desires for you to feel connected to Lumen's history.
To that end, please accept from the board
These inclusively recanonicalized paintings intended to help you see yourself in Kier, our founder.
The reason for Natalie's sudden visit is to deliver Milchek recanonicalized paintings in order to make him feel more connected with Lumen's history. Clearly cautious, he opens it up.
Oh my.
You'll find the whole Kier cycle. The board wishes to express that I, Natalie, received this same gift upon receipt of my current position and found it extremely moving.
I'm grateful.
Yes.
It's meaningful to see myself reflected in...
The board has concluded the call.
If there's a Natalie one, that means there's a trans Kier. Okay, this stands to show how out of touch the board really is, and how even those in higher positions are forced to bend and knee. We can also tell that due to the fact that both Milkshake and Natalie are incredibly young for their high positions, and that they're, not Kier brand white, the board feels that they must not feel included, leading them to take drastic and quite odd actions, possibly indicating whoever is the board is very old-fashioned. I just want to give credit to Tremel Tillman and Sydney Cole Alexander for how masterfully acted this scene is. Considering Dan Erickson kind of let them take the reins for this scene, it was perfectly acted, showing how their eyes were fighting a war yet simply remaining still, screaming without uttering a word, being the first time we see Milchek's unwavering pride for Lumen start to wither. Meanwhile, we catch up to Harmony, driving alone on a snowy road, only to reach a sign called Salt's Neck and turn around, obviously fighting a troubling mental battle between her personal beliefs and needs. Arriving in the goat room, it's now empty, yet just nearby is a small crawl space. Opening it, it identically resembles the halls of Lumen, just goat-sized. Walking through, they appear on the other side, and for what we know, this is the first time any of them have really seen grass. Now, based on the details of this room, we can assume that maybe Lumen is using the large underground areas to replace the surface, possibly stripping the need to leave.
Are you here to kill me?
No. Sorry, hi, I'm Mark.
I'm Helly.
And we're with Macro Data Refinement?
With clippers raised above her head, why would they ask if they will kill her? Moreover, apart from the fact she's raising goats, why is she so messed up?
Wellness. We don't abide such fripperies here.
Right, well, she's been retired, but we believe she may still be on the floor.
Are you sure you don't know her?
Maybe you should take that page of paper and be on your way.
Not until you've answered my question.
Taking the position of Season 1 Helly, we start to see the large progression of Innie Mark's character, now able to confidently speak up for himself when confronted. Feeling pressured, the woman rings a bell, pulling out many other workers, with a few wearing deer hides upon their body. And Dan Erickson is quoted by saying, "With these characters raising baby goats and feeling that they have to be very protective of the goats and protective of their space, it invokes this insular family community, and that there's this built-in animosity and district between the departments." Using both the protective aspect exhibited by real farming communities and the fear of the unknown, he created a perfectly realistic area of how these secluded farmers would realistically act. While this is happening, Irving makes his way to optics and design. With a soft melody taking over, Irving wonders for a moment, taking in what remains, admiring a painting that once represented his life.
Irving? Felicia, hello. I'm sorry to pop in after all this time. I'm sure you must be very busy.
It's good to see you.
At one point staying away due to fear, Felicia now gives him a warm welcome, as they bond over the loss of someone they both love dearly.
He spent 2 hours on his hair the first time he went to visit you.
Really? I should show you something.
If we see her...
Not her, not her. It's, here.
Oh, Irving, it's lovely.
I'd draw one every day I couldn't see him. My numbers went down, but I didn't even care. Oh no, that's not Bert. That's something else. That's just that's nothing. It's...
How do you know about the exports hall?
She asks him how he knows about the exports hall, but we all know it as the entrance to the testing floor, a different name for what we have come to recognize as, further showing Lumen's mind games. Though, how does she know it? Well, Felicia mentions that they send copious amounts of shipments there, and they used to even go themselves, something that's now just been changed that prevents their need to go there personally. Following her through the all too similar hallways, she says nothing, and leads him to the security room. Hesitating to go in, he follows through, where calm music fades in, akin to wellness. Taking a look to the right, we see a family photo of Dylan and his wife. With this, we know he's in the Alty family visitation suite.
Dylan G, through good behavior and output, you've earned an 18-minute visitation event with your Audi's wife, Gretchen G.
Cool.
Rocking back and forth, clearly starstruck, he simply stares into his wife's eyes with awe. Sitting down, we get this really Better Call Saul-esque cinematic shot. Though Dylan's got a smile on his face, finally seeing what strived him to do all the acts of Season 1, when his wife utters the words,
"You really don't know me at all?"
No. Well, I mean, from the photos from just now, but...
The reality of the situation hits us, and it feels all too similar to what real dementia is. Having this broken person too oblivious to no sadness right in front of you, unaware that he's even your family.
My husband has had trouble keeping other jobs.
He dumb?
No.
He a dick?
No.
What is wrong with him?
Oh, nothing's wrong with him. He never quite found his thing.
Up until now, Dylan would always fantasize about what his outie does to an almost self-mythologizing sense, from weightlifting to doing MILFs. But now he's just learning that he's human. Pulling out a photo, Gretchen shares what their 3 kids look like, and through long-winded pauses, Dylan can't believe what he's seeing.
So Jim is 6. He's in the 1st grade now. And Ruth is 4. And Merrick just turned 2.
Shit, look at them. They're awesome.
They are.
And we live on a cattle ranch?
With the time being up, they hold an anxious pause, where his wife embraces him, whispering,
I love you.
Oh.
Sorry.
No, it's...
Once more, though a surreal experience for him, the clear connotations and links to dementia are unparalleled. Surrounded by many individuals at different stages of clothing decomposition, at first frozen, Helly steps up, showing the poster to all the individuals, only stopping when the department manager steps in.
The courier to inform Mr. Milchick of your inquiry.
No, you can't do that. They could kill her if
That's
they find
not a Mammalian's problem.
Yeah, it's in any problem. Listen, we used to be afraid of other
We're
departments too.
not afraid of you.
They just disappeared her. And if we let this happen to Miss Casey, then who's going to step up when it happens to us? If one of your goats went missing, wouldn't you go looking for it?
We learn that all these people call themselves mammalians, and when comparing Miss Casey's disappearance to the protective mentality of farmers when referring to the goats, she caves. Though not saying she will help, she will not stand in their way. One more thing, the man beside her, who was the same person feeding the baby goats in season 1, asks to see their bellies. And I remember when this episode aired, my dad always thought it was clones, because apparently clones don't have belly buttons, but it's just a cool hint to the larval pouch myth that everyone seems to have for MDR. Whilst watching Danger Mouse, a popular 80s British TV show, Dylan's outie resides on the couch just behind. Then his wife comes down, clearly overworked, asking Dylan to do and remember a variety of things, something that we see he is not great with. Only really engaging with her when it's about himself. He's clearly loving, but we can assume that the love thinned out a while ago, giving more context to why she brought up his 3 kids, as, like a lot of marriages, is kept together for them. Also, something to notice is that she works night shifts, so apart from their healthcare benefits, he probably took the severed job to be away from her during the day, hardly spending any real time with his wife. Back with Rickon, fucking Natalie is at his house, asking him to sign a book deal for a limited copy of the UUR.
Oh, my babe. This is Natalie Kalin from Lumen.
Is everything okay?
Oh, yes, God, yes. Natalie just stopped by to discuss my book, actually.
Oh. It's a joy to meet you, Devin. You must be so proud.
I am.
I'm sure you know by now that your husband's work has found its way onto our severed floor.
Yeah, do we know how that happened yet?
So we've actually moved beyond that, and we are now discussing the, what was the term you used?
The result.
The result.
Rickon's words have had a profound effect upon our workers. We think he's really tapped into something.
And Natalie wants to discuss a version of the UUR specifically for innies.
Oh. Okay, well, that's cool. I mean, but what's wrong with the current version?
Nothing.
No, the explanation is actually very interesting. It's fascinating, actually. You, please.
There's a certain verbiage to which innies respond more favorably if we just tweak it here and there.
They think that it could be a real game changer.
Gotcha. I gotta go, but she needs a bottle in an hour.
Of course.
Devin.
Yes?
Can I just say, your brother is one of the sweetest members of our severed team.
Yeah, he's a good egg. Okay, 1 hour.
Clearly not buying it and disappointed by her appearance, Devon just leaves to go visit Mark at his house for another different project. But let me just put a thought in your head. I don't think they will change anything about the UUR. Hell, I don't even think they care about it. What I believe is that they are trying to convince Rickon into a situation where he is forced to sign an NDA. And considering how cutely innocent and gullible Rickon is, he most likely will do it. Also, in the actual book, the UUR, it's not just Lumen who's trying to gain access to his book. It's another company that's unnamed. Supposedly, the rival company to Lumen, Dorna Therapeutics. But like last time, you'll learn about them later.
Okay, so you need to see the after image for like 2.5 minutes?
2 minutes, 18 seconds. It's from the parking spot to the elevator, give or take.
Yeah. I think the whole Mind Collective would be very proud of this. As well as your kindergarten teacher. What the fuck was her name? Mrs. Lustgarten?
Yeah, Mrs. Lustgarten.
Finally giving us the answer to what he was actually timing, Mark is trying to burn an image into his eyes for Zinni to read. Packing up for the day, Milchek takes one more look at the photos, and we can see that, unlike himself, Blackface Kier still has his bright blue eyes. For something that's supposed to bring representation to Milchek, now comes off as more of an insult, even more than it already did, stating that changing his skin is the most they can really do for him. Also, it's kind of ironic, as Milchek is supposed to see himself in Kier, yet looking in his eyes, it's still Kier, leading him to pack it away in the back of a nearby storage closet, representing how Milchek is packing this thought into the back of his mind, as to not be deluded by this company of which he holds much value. At the same time, exiting the building, accompanied by a tall man, Helena notices Cobell waiting for her in full work uniform. Walking up to her, Cobell stresses how important she is, and demands her job back. Something that, after some thought, Helena agrees to, but walking over to the curb, Cobell sees it. Pausing in her step, actively frozen, her face starts to droop, before raising ever so slightly in fear. Turning around herself, Helena looks at her, at first confused, then with realization. Shifting focus, the tall man steps forward. Cobell, for some reason, is deathly afraid of this man. After being fired, then given a chance, then throwing that chance away, only by some miracle getting another chance, she still runs away. Pulling up to a secluded place under the bridge to Lumen, Mark prepares to test his plan. Pulling a sheet over his head, turning on the DIY light, he stares into it intensely. After a moment, he pulls the sheet back off and counts the timer.
30s. Jesus Christ!
Are you trying to burn a message to your Annie into your retinas? Because your computer told you that was a brilliant idea?
Yeah. No. What? No. What?
It doesn't work.
Shit.
The switch briefly dilates the pupils. Clean slate.
Okay,
also,
thank you.
Also, you could blind yourself.
Thanks.
And how was the Annie gonna send you a message back?
That's his problem. I don't know.
Mike, unlock the door.
Why?
We need to talk.
Oh my God.
Mark, unlock the...
Oh my God.
Mark, unlock this fucking door!
Entering the car, she wastes no time, saying that there's an easier way. At first pushing against it due to Petey's experience, she mentions that she's gotten better at it. Still, against it, she has no other option but to use the device that's been controlling Mark this whole time, his wife. The sad reality is, no matter how many times Mark personifies her, Gemma has ultimately become a tool. And not just a plot tool or something that we the viewer can describe it as, but in the simplest way possible. The idea of Gemma can force Mark to do literally anything, and not the existence of her.
Is Gemma alive?
She was the last time I saw her.
Getting out of his car, stumbling around, he can barely breathe. Similar to his Zinni, the last 2 years of his life have been a lie. Made worse, this lie caused Mark to both destroy himself with temporary pleasures and completely dissociate from his family. Lightheaded, he falls against the hood, hopelessly asking why she didn't tell him before. But she explains that due to Mr. Grainer, but you forgot about him, she couldn't tell him. But she again pleads that
I can make it work with you. I can sew together a version of you that loves her with a version of you that can...
Yes, do it.
You're sure?
I want to see my wife.
now the reintegration procedure isn't done how you think it's done. It's simply done by messing around with brainwaves. I'm very oversimplifying it, so let me let her explain.
The monitors differentiate the 5 brainwave frequencies of the innie and outie. Delta, theta, alpha, beta, gamma. 1 frequency, 2 waves per oscilloscope. The waves aren't in sync. Not yet, anyway. That's what we're here to do.
Hovering the device over his head, we get a visual representation of some sort. Proceeding with the process, she asks him various questions. For some reason, she then asks him to name a dam. Mark responds with Hoover, but that won't matter right now, apart from the clear links to the water theory. Pushing the nodule up more, she starts asking questions that he wouldn't really know, but before getting an answer, the visualization diagram gives us a picture. A very familiar picture. Now, if you've been paying attention to everything like I mentioned, this is the same exact diagram in episode 1 from the monitor of Miss Casey. Furthermore, the fact that there are 4 circles tells us that, though it's pretty much true in the first place, the human mind is made up of 4 tempers: woe, frolic, dread, and malice. The more questions she asks, the more fuzzy the answers become. Slowly zooming in on Mark's head as the shots become more and more sporadic, Mark slowly bleeds into his innie, terrified of what's happening, creating an intense scene that's taken over by Petey's voice, the test subject for the destruction of a once thought impossibility.
Survey. 5 questions. To start out, who are you?
Oh my God. What is this place?
Mammalians nurturable.
So basically, Mark's innie is leading everyone in an attempt to find Miss Casey.
Any Mark has this allegiance to his outie. We have to find her and get her out of here.
He's trying to explore the floor and see if there's more clues as to what actually happened, and that's what brings us back to the goats. The goat room was my favorite place we ever shot. We had actual goats running around, and we see the people who are taking care of them. We get a little bit of a sense of their culture and how sort of cagey and paranoid they are. And then, of course, we have the gift of Gwendolyn Christie, who's there as their leader, and I think really is the soul of that group in a very fun way.
But before you go, we would like to see your bellies.
But we still don't know what the actual purpose of the goats is and how what they're doing there relates to the greater picture of what's going on.
Good morning, Seth.
We explore what it is to be a person of color at Lumen. Natalie presents Milchick with these paintings of Kier, and it's a strange moment where Milchick has to sort of process this and try to question what's the motivation behind this.
Oh my.
I love their performances so much in that moment because it's about what you feel safe to say. And of course, Natalie especially knows that you never know when somebody is listening at Lumen. She knows that better than anyone.
Congratulations, Seth.
Does she get it? Is she going to be an ally? It's going to be very interesting to find out.
Dylan G., you've earned an 18-minute visitation event with your Audie's wife.
One of the running jokes from the first season is Dylan imagining that his outie does muscle shows. He's just like the coolest guy ever, incredibly successful. And all of a sudden he's like, wait a minute, there's something else going on here.
My husband has had trouble keeping other jobs.
So he's kind of a fuck up?
It was kind of a bummer. You know, it's not all wins. It's not all I'm the man. There's a lot more going on.
Lumen, of course, didn't want Dylan to know he has a family, but now that he knows that, how can they incentivize that? Because they know that that is now more important to him than any finger trap or caricature drawing. And so it just becomes the ultimate perk. It becomes do your job and don't cause a fuss, and we will give you the thing that is the most important to you in the world.
He's also not really allowed to tell his coworkers about what's happening, so it kind of isolates him from them in a way that puts him at odds with all of his friends on the severed floor.
Jesus Christ!
So Mark sees us all. She's basically coming to him saying, if you actually want to make contact with your innie, reintegration is the only way.
We see in the first season how dangerous reintegration is by what happens to Petey. So at first, Mark is reticent about it.
It's not until he learns Gemma may be alive that he's able to just say, yeah, okay, screw it, let's do it, let's try.
I want to see my wife.
We really explore the reintegration process where he is literally starting to go between both consciousnesses and starting to see things and feel things.
And I think Mark knows that there's a very real possibility that this doesn't work and that he doesn't survive.
Irving woke up outside, in a very desolate, snowy area, unlike anything we or the refiners have ever seen.
Mark! Yeah! Hey! What's happening? Where are we? I have no fucking idea!
Grouping up with the other refiners, we learn that they all woke up like this. Looking around, a faint sound of music starts playing. Taking a moment, they see a TV resting upon one of the nearby rocks. Cautiously walking over to it, we start to realize that it's the same music Cobell sung to the refiners. Turning it on, Milchek stands silent for a moment, simply smiling into the camera as the low quality blends his brown eyes into a morbid black.
Good morning, refiners. This is Mr. Milchek from work, and I'm thrilled to welcome you to your first ever outdoor retreat and team-building occurrence. This Ortbo is in response to your desire to see the outside world. With your Audi's blessings, you will spend the next 2 calendar days walking the meadows, thickets, brambles, and brooks that make up the Dieter-Egan National Forest.
Who the fuck is Dieter-Egan?
Dieter-Egan? Some of you may be quietly yearning to learn more. The truth you seek lies within the 4th appendix. Kier dictated a 4th appendix in his final hours of life, a text of such sanctity that it is forbidden upon the severed floor. It's waiting for you in Scissor Cave, the very same grotto where Kier Egan tamed the 4 tempers for the very first time.
The cuts in the video, paired with the ominous pauses, cause this supposed retreat to become more like a punishment, and paired with the cinematic blurred out plane behind it, we know they're alone. Also, the cuts in the video show that Milchek got a haircut, something that doesn't really have much meaning, but further puts the passage of time on full display. With this, we learn that Kier supposedly had a brother, and that on his deathbed he wrote the 4th appendix, something that takes them all by surprise. Well, apart from Helly, her reaction simply stands still. But to read it, they have to work together. Also, I want to point out the cinematography of this episode. Though it's in every episode, it's very often that the fabricated light carries it. So creating these incredible shots that make us feel both empowered yet completely alone holds a lot more weight, and apparently was a lot harder to do. In an interview about this episode, both production designer Jeremy Hindle and the cinematographer Jessica Lee went on to describe how difficult this episode was to film, saying,
You know, parks are insanely hard to shoot in, so we went and scouted it with the rangers and stuff to explain to them how we could build this without disturbing anything. We had to build, I think, about a 1/4 mile bridge over all those trees out of scaffolding to get everything in because we couldn't touch one thing in this forest.
Minnewaska was a lot. It was a lot for the crew. We're used to being on our sets and not going out that much, so it was difficult, but it was nice to get out.
Looking in the distance, someone stands in office clothes that Helly points out. Inhumanly, he raises his arm. Pointing in one direction, they have no choice but to go. This man is Mark. Now that sounds confusing, but going back to the first episode of Season 1, we hear one of the replacement refiners talk about how their wax models in the Perpetuity Wing had animatronics, so they could move their arms and do a little dance.
What's your perpetuity wing like? Do the Egans move?
No.
Huh. Probably because it's an older branch. Ours were animatronic. They even did this little choreographed dance.
So yours just stand there? That's weird.
In my first perpetuity wing, the Egans were brooms.
Brooms?
Each with a face made of a plate.
A plate?
We were very poor.
Did you guys have the CPR dummies?
Yeah.
What were those made of?
Brooms.
So we can assume, correctly so, that these are said animatronics. Something that makes this episode that more distinct from others is that it doesn't have an intro, making this transition feel a lot more seamless and lifelike instead of having that art house theme. It's silent shots of the gang walking through the forest, with the only sound being high-pitched, slow piano keys. Something just doesn't feel right, as if it's out of a horror movie. Making it to the next animatronic, Holly points to the cave. One thing about this one in particular is that her head was bent in a way to imitate the way she was hung, with her body standing very limp. Another thing that's done to subconsciously play mind games on the refiners. Also, I would like to say that unlike most episodes, the camera feels more personal, both in angles and the human shakiness it exhibits, imitating watchers. Walking down into the cave, we can tell something's off. Though the light design and the grimy aesthetic are to induce the impression of age, the actual light itself is pretty modern. So whatever Milchek told them, this is most likely not what they think it is. Opening the book, they see it's addressed to Dieter. Also, as an editor, I can see that the color channels when showing this book are different. The red has moved slightly to the left, whilst the blue to the right. This could show nausea or hint at the fact that it's fake, or at the very least, tempered with, like playing footage before editing.
Kier had a twin. That's what those things are.
Kier's brother wasn't just a brother, he was a twin. And the animatronics are supposed to symbolize that to the refiners. Now adding some critical thought to this, when considering everything previously mentioned, this further backs up the replacement theory. And when thinking about how Jesus came back in the Bible after pretty fucking obviously dying, we can make the scary assumption that Kier might be attempting to live again. One more thing that we can tie into the water theory is the Fountain of Youth. Now, if you don't know what the Fountain of Youth is, I'll give a quick summary. The Fountain of Youth entails that whoever drinks or bathes in its water will be granted eternal youth. Nevertheless, they continue in Dieter's footsteps to Woe's Hollow.
Himself, the din of his fervor fell strangely into concert with the music of the wood. His every thrust found rhythm with the trill of the crickets,
And the moaning of the wind, and the snowfall's yearly fall.
Dieter became on that night an instrument of nature.
And nature played Dieter with elegance. I had no choice but to listen as he spilt his lineage upon the soil.
Through the long old words, making out what he means is hard, but based on the last line, we can quite strongly confirm that Dieter masturbated in front of him. Very weird. And the only other person that we know to write something like this is Rick and Hale. Getting the clearest view we have seen yet, we see the Dylan twin, and it's quite obviously playing on the uncanny valley trope, having something really close, but something's off. Pausing a moment in their path, Irving starts questioning Helly's presence, not verbally, but for some reason he knows something's up. Later he confronts Mark about the fact.
What were you and Helly talking about back there?
When?
I don't trust her. I think she might be lying about what her outie saw.
Why would you think that?
Night godness?
It's clear you do not have an objective perspective due to your feelings for her.
My feelings for her have nothing to do with anything, okay?
Stopping in their path, a dead seal awaits a few feet in front of them. From what I can tell, it could be a Limna Lake Harbor seal due to their incredibly remote living locations, making it almost impossible to study. So seeing a seal up here is plausible, but the state of decomposition it seems to be in seems almost purposely disgusting. Now, the reason I use the phrase purposely disgusting is because, once more, this is another Lumen mind game. This whole trip was supposed to drive the refiners to emotionally depend on Lumen, to fear the outside. Analyzing this scene, we start to see the mental decline of Irving, when he asks if they should eat it.
Pardon me? We don't know if there's food waiting at the Hollow. We don't even know where we are.
They can't let anything happen to us.
We don't know what this is. We don't know anything.
Irving, calm down. We all know you had a bad experience last time you were outside.
Who said I had a bad experience? What did you tell him, dumbass?
Nothing! What the fuck?
Let's just get to the Hollow.
Something that at first sounds crazy, but considering his Aunty's military background, we can see his survival needs start to kick in. Also, he seems to be acting different, saying different things. For instance, Irving would never call Dylan a dumbass, or even lash out like he did. Whether it's the environment or something else, we can't really pin it down. But what we can pin down is that this strives from his suspicion of Helly. Making it to the Hollow, a large waterfall pours down, with their twins demeaningly looking down on them.
This is the tallest waterfall on the planet.
He tells them that because it's the truth. They have never seen a waterfall before. So to them, it is the tallest waterfall in the world.
We're starving, Mr. Milchek.
Are you? I thought the waterfall's grandeur would satiate you. I'm teasing, of course.
Mentioning that they're starving, Milchek reassures them that Lumen will always protect and provide, showing that the dead seal, cold atmosphere, and lack of food is an outie problem. And with Lumen, they have
copious luxury meats.
With the strong, almost violent violin in the background, we see how the whole situation was built to indoctrinate them, believing that Lumen is their better off. Entering Irving's tent, Helly offers him a small seal, poking fun at his suggestion. Though light-hearted, it feels rooted in something deeper.
Made you a snow seal. In case you were hungry.
I feel silly for suggesting we eat that animal. I suppose it sounded alarmist, paranoid, irrational.
It was fine. We were all a little.
What did you really see during the overtime contingency?
Noticing this, Irving, once more, asks her what she really saw. Pausing for a moment, a shift so unnoticeable occurs. A slight movement in the facial expression, showing Helly dropping that sympathetic persona. Knowing that he won't go off her back, she just leaves, which inadvertently leads to a worse interaction than if she came clean. Now, you might have noticed that Helly is odd. And going back to episode 2, when we theorized and weighed out the possibility that Helena could go in there instead, we start to realize that maybe she did. And this harmless interaction with Irving could be seen more as an attempt to have a fatherly connection, something that she is deprived of. Nonetheless, without any solid proof, we must keep going. Using a popular early 20th century instrument, Miss Wong plays a creepy melodic sound, whilst Milchek reads a chapter from the fourth appendix.
We must return to father, I said, but I promised to look after you in the ether mill. When at last a sound came from him, it was a bewailing whimper. He believed, I suppose, that we be woodland paupers forever. I was looking at him when his eye came out. It popped from the socket, driven by a sudden torrent of pus from his skull. And he reached up to grasp at his hair, which was suddenly moss that tore easily from his bleeding scalp. Good heavens.
And as the pus from his eye thickened into sap,
I turned from my gargling brother and walked to the pool of the hollow.
Passing through each refiner's face, once more Helly wears a calm smile, unlike the other members who, though enjoying it, aren't embracing it. As the music becomes more eerie, we learn that his brother melted into the ground, and it was the bottom of the waterfall where he encountered the Temper Woe, with its embodiment being a gaunt bride, half the height of a natural woman. Now I want to make one more comparison to Rickon. The next chapter is called Thieving Nanny. Do you know what Rickon had? Yes, a thieving nanny. Also, Rickon's name is an anagram for Kia Can Heal. Oh, and when the gang starts laughing at the book, Helly points out that it's about masturbation. We can relate this to the UUR audiobook, when he recounts the times he's been laughed at. Now, are these connections intentional? Yes, but the reasons for why will surprise you. Lastly, and most importantly, I want to quickly discuss the UUR book in more depth. The opening of the book mentions that he can only show 8 chapters, due to quote-unquote several corporate parties. Now, notice how it's not singular. The Lexington letter has the one and only mention of the rival company, Dorna Therapeutics. What is Dorna Therapeutics? Well, there's no information about it, but there are some theories. One that I want to focus on is that Kia's twin brother didn't in fact melt after being caught stroking the Egan stick, but in fact founded Lumen Pharmaceuticals with him. Then, after Kia started pushing a more replacement religious aspect, he stepped away, creating another company alongside it, called Dorna. And the melting concept could be Kia seeing his brother humiliating himself for rejecting his cult-like views, melting Deity's personhood in his eyes. Nonetheless, Rickon and Kia are very much alike, and not for the reasons I've previously mentioned. You see, Kia has the 4 tempers: woe, frolic, dread, and malice, all things attributed to each person. Now Rickon has the 5 personality types: the coward, the warrior, dove, scribe, and the vestal.
If you are the coward, whose beliefs come from a place of fear and pettiness, then Puritanism may be a good fit. The warrior, in all his vigorous aggression, may find concord in the teachings of the mighty sun god, Ra. The dove is fragile and infirm, and may thus benefit from the strength and cunning of the Freemasons. The scribe, ever the rogue, tends to veer agnostic, while the sweet-natured vestal may delight in the simple life of the Pennsylvania Mennonites.
Though inherently different, the connotations of there being individual or multiple ideas that make a person is a connection that we can't look past. Furthermore, Kia's tempers rely more on control, hence the painting's name, Kia Taming the Tempers, which the first 3 do with Rickon, which the first 3 also do with Rickon, but the scribe and the vestal seem to hold a different property. A property unlike control and more like assimilation. Now imagine a version of the handbook that's not formatted like the Bible, something that isn't just marketed towards innies, something that's got all of the religious core principles stripped but holds the message of Lumen. That book would be a lot like the UUR. Unintentionally or not, Rickon has made a book that inadvertently preaches the values of Lumen. And let me just quickly cover the Lexington letter. Peggy Kincaid was a severed employee that used Puglish to pass notes through the then unreliable code detectors. The conversations would usually revolve around her innie asking what the outside world was, how it felt to be drunk, be in love. She was a macro-dat refinement worker, most likely stationed in a different branch due to the differing bosses. In the afternoon of Friday, November 3rd, Peggy found a note in her pocket as usual, the note being the excitement of her innie. But then we get to that morning of Friday, November 3rd, which is why I'm writing to you in the first place. I come to in the elevator as usual that night and check my pockets, just like I've been doing for months. And there's another note from Peggy, and she's really excited she finished her file, which was named Lexington. Later that afternoon at 2:30 p.m, she said she's been so excited to tell me about it that she could barely wait to go home, even if it meant cutting her melon bar party short. Later that same night, I'm watching TV, and I see you, Miss Thorne, on the news. Your face was as serious as I've ever seen it, your voice steadfast and resolute, as you reported about the truck that had been blown up in New York at 2:32 p.m. that day. The Dorna Therapeutics truck. Dorna, of course, is a major competitor of my now former employer, Lumen. That's when a sudden, intrusive thought dumped a hard knot right into the pit of my stomach. I looked back at my earlier note from Peggy and read again when she completed the Lexington file. The time had been 2:30 p.m., 2 minutes before the bomb went off. I was stunned. I tried to tell myself I was being paranoid, but I couldn't stop the thoughts from coming. 2 people were burned alive in that truck, 4 others dead too. No explanation, no terrorist group claiming credit. The next day, Donna said that some of their devices had been destroyed. Their prototypes or whatever. It all seems like this was some kind of corporate espionage. It all seems like too much of a coincidence, doesn't it? Is that why all these numbers are making the innies down there feel things? Because they're dropping bombs or blowing things up from down there? What had I got on my body? And my innie, my friend, into? 8 days later, Peggy Kincaid died in a car accident. Now why would I tell you that? Well, Gemma, Mark's wife, died in an eerily similar way. You see, the last thing Peggy's innie said to her was to leave now, get somewhere safe. They will try to follow. So let's say they did follow her, and they kidnapped her, forcing her to be eternally severed on the 7th floor. Well, they can't just take someone, people will go looking. So what do? You give them something to find. Do you see what I'm saying? Gemma isn't dead, nor Peggy Kincaid if we connect the dots. They simply knew too much. In this case, what did Gemma know? Once more, this is impossible to pinpoint right now, but we can get a solid idea that she definitely knew something. Also, the promotional video for the book had Rickon's blue eyes perpetually getting brighter, whilst the background darkens, making him look a lot like Kia. In Chapter 2, Pollination, Rickon, Devon, Mark and Gemma go on a short hike, following the scare of the recent truck explosion. This truck explosion also scared Devon enough to move from the more populated town to the rural forest. Whilst on the hike, Rickon says,
Chapter 2, Pollination. My most recent book, My Own Petard, featured my favorite quote from the late Henry David Thoreau. Every man is a virgin until he has known the touch of Mother Nature's mossy flesh. This line's inclusion drew swift hand-wringing from Thoreau's estate, who slammed it as unverified, invented, and bizarre. Petty barbs aside, I, of course, stand by the citation, which I believe to be both emotionally accurate and deeply splendid. Indeed, it was these very words that inspired my wife and I, along with another couple, to set out on the Mount Dillard crest hike several springs ago. Though eager for the trek, I could not have predicted that Mother Nature was coquettishly waiting to endow upon me an experience that would rival, or dare I say even surpass, that which she'd gifted Thoreau over 50 years prior. My glorious wife, whom readers of Petard already know as Devon, had felt increasingly anxious with city life since the Dorner truck explosion the previous year, and had been urging me to away with her to the woods. Our companions, who despite being close family have requested I not print their names in my books, agreed to join after I sweetened the deal with a bottle of spiced beer. Per their wishes, I shall refer to these two under the pseudonyms Flip and Nan, though this is regrettable, as their real names flow far better with my natural diction. The hike itself was rigorous, even for one trained in advanced walking. Flip, in particular, tired quickly, and spent much of the first leg huffing like a land-bound sturgeon. After rubbing his feet in oil and taking some of his more frivolous supplies into my own pack, why one would need mouth floss on a hike is beyond me. I was happy to see him find his second wind. We snaked our way up to Musher's outcropping, from which we enjoyed a beauteous view of Loch LaForge. Here, Nan and I read passages from Dr. Zhivago, while Flip and Devon dozed in the warm sun.
Dr. Zhivago is a book about rebellion and personal oppression during a Soviet era, mainly about how institutions remove individuality and force people into situations they never truly asked for. You see, everything in Severance is intentional, so this detail stands to show that Gemma definitely had some sort of knowledge of Lumen's activities. By the way, just to add to the Zhivago connection, both Mark and the main character in Dr. Zhivago hold two personas, whilst having relationships with two different women. We will talk about Rickon a bit more later, but for now, this is all you need to know.
Helly.
What?
Helly R.
You guys, he melted, right? He turned into the forest because he masturbated. I mean, seriously, that's actually the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Right? He jerked off in front of his brother, and he got punished for it.
Why can't you say that?
He just said it.
It's...
You know we often laugh at what we don't understand. The team I thought I knew would have processed more thoughtfully. Miss Wong, throw them in the fire.
Mr. Milchick, come on.
Now, Miss Wong.
Oh.
Why? Marshmallows are for team players, Dylan.
This is a good strategy for Lumen, as let's say Helly is really Helena. All she has to do is make fun of it to get all the benefits taken away. Therefore, the refiners will further yearn for the stripped benefits they were given, driving them more towards Lumen, in hope of regaining what they lost.
It isn't funny.
Oh, I don't know. It's pretty funny.
Well, it's not.
Okay.
And stop making goo-goo eyes at her.
I'm not.
Stop.
Goo-goo eyes?
Just tell us, Helly.
What?
Tell us.
Tell us what?
Just tell us about him.
Who?
The Night Gardener.
For some reason, Irving has this emotional burst of anger, something like I mentioned before, we have never seen in him, lashing out at Mark saying,
Exactly
Irving,
what
that's
he was
enough.
Enough!
Yeah.
Using your pupils to make love to her, while your outie's wife rots away somewhere.
Hey, shut up!
Yeah, fuck you, Irv.
Oh, so it's 3 against 1 now, huh?
Now why would Irving be so angry at Mark for being in love with Helly? Unless Irving's outie knows who Helena is. And let me throw something out there. What if Irving is reintegrated? Now we know Mark is, but considering he took the precautions, it's hard to notice. And how it works, we don't fully know yet.
We all know Irving's upset because he can't ever see Bert again. He's really lonely.
Snidely speaking up over the fire, Helly mutters that he's only acting this way due to the fact that he'll never see Bert again, pushing him on this loneliness, something that she herself also shares, preying on something that almost drove him to suicide to win a losing battle.
Hey, Irv.
Fuck you all!
Whilst Irving storms off into the eternal dark of the woods, Mark visits Helly in her tent, showing some regret. And they eventually have sex. Now, considering the connotations, if this is indeed Helena, this would by definition be bad, as Mark has been intentionally manipulated to do so, but making a counter-argument, still considering that fact, it shows Helena's true sadness. Now, going back to the scene in the tent, we see her hopelessly trying to bond with Irving, though at first it comes off as a sad attempt to bribe him emotionally to stop further questioning. We then remember Helena had a father who was both verbally abusive and probably physically. A father that doesn't care for her well-being, but uses her as a prop to further push this company that she is now burdened with by birth. This would also explain her switch. When seeing that she could get a glimpse of love through Helly's life, she took it. You see, this does add a layer of sympathy for her actions, but we can't look past the implications. She still took another woman's body to use for her advantage. She still manipulated Mark into a sexual interaction. What makes this worse is that she probably isn't sorry. Unless her opinions changed, she still doesn't see Innies as humans or even people. A dark reality in which Helly's first question is true.
But I unfortunately skipped that, went straight into the survey.
Am I livestock?
I'm sorry?
Did you grow me as food and that's why I have no memories?
To mention, the fourth appendix references spilling his lineage on the soil, so unintentionally, Mark technically did the same thing in that tent. And as Dan Erickson went on record to say, that in many ways, Season 1 was about childhood, and Season 2 is about adolescence, because the characters are starting to get a sense of themselves, and valuing their independence over their outies. And of course, one big part of their life for a lot of people is having their first romantic experience. While this is happening, Irving hopelessly walks around the forest, before dropping his torch, leaving him both cold and without warmth. This cinematic cuts from the blue loneliness to the red togetherness truly shows how isolated Irving is without Bert. Laying down on a lonely rock, Irving drifts off to sleep, both fueled by tiredness and cold, unaware if he'll ever wake up. Confirming our suspicions from earlier, outie Mark is presumably still somewhat conscious in there, relating the love his innie has to love he has with Gemma, probably set off by the influx of hormones during this sexual interaction. Standing up, we see Irving in his work clothes. When dozing off in MDR, he has these vivid visions, so fully dreaming would, in theory, do something immense. And it does. His mind replicates the forest as he walks down a trodden path. Through the mist, the light of the computers try to illuminate the surroundings. It's MDR. Hearing typing, he cautiously sits down to an inverted monitor. Under the file Montauk, numbers 1 to 7 range in various orders, as the music goes from inverted rises to calm wellness music, as someone pulls down the dividing barrier. Bert rests on the other side, but after sharing a brief smile, the barrier is quickly pulled up. Looking in the place where Helly would be, a small woman resides, the same bride from the book. Whoa. Mimicking shots where Irving used to glimpse happily at Helly, looking back at his monitor, the numbers start becoming more sporadic. Trying to focus, the numbers start to come together, spelling out Egan over a face of Helena, quickly destroyed by a large observing eye until... Now this scene is amazing, and also gives us quite a big clue on who the board is. For instance, the numbers ranged 1 to 7. Now this could be a coincidence, but there are 9 Egans in existence, 7 of which are dead, with Jamie Egan and Helly Egan being the only ones currently alive. So this could suggest that Egan, as it's written on the monitor, could mean that in some way the board is all of the Egans technologically implanted, or living through technology, hence the old equipment. That's my loony bin theory. Surviving the night, he learns who Helly truly is. All this time our suspicions have been justified. That isn't Helly, that's Helena. We also learn that, though we know Irving's outie is investigating Lumen, he definitely knows more than he's letting on. At the same time, Mark wakes up alone. Walking out of the tent, we see he's all dressed up in the same attire Keir was. Walking out of Irving's tent, we see Dylan and Mark realize they both went missing. So, worried, they instantly call out for Mr. Milchek. As the music fades in, we see Helena admiring the waterfall. Appearing just behind her, anticipating where she would be, Irving is still unsure if it's Helena or not, so he says one phrase.
Hey, kid.
Irving.
And with this, any doubt that still remained in the husk of the man who still stands is gone. Feeling so empty without Bert, taking action matters to protect the family he still has, and he's got a lot less to lose than the others.
What you said to me last night? It was cruel. Helly was never cruel.
Filled with depression and manipulation, under her breath she utters,
I'm right here.
a sad plea of innocence from this wicked woman, riddled with guilt and corruption. With nothing left to lose, he approaches her. For the first time, we see Helena scared, mocking what she said to Cobell whilst looking down on her.
Who would have the power to send their outie to the severed floor? Hmm?
I'm sorry.
Irving, with no options left, grabs her. She pleads and struggles, but all she can do is scream. Calling for Milchek, he arrives soon after. What once was a loyal employee willing to die for Kia is now killing an Egan. This shot of Helena in the water is perfectly hinted to in the very first episode of season 2. When looking at the animation shown to the refiners, we see Helly pineapple bobbing with Irving just behind her. For the first time, Irving is controlling both Helena and Milchek.
Yes! Do it, Seth!
Showing the shift in power dynamics, calling back to the first time he ever talked back to Milchek, coincidentally being Buzz's retirement, leading to this event. Pulling her close, Irving shields her from the elements, profusely apologizing, almost crying, as his daughter is finally alive. This is the first time we have seen Helly in this season. Now, unlike other shows, this would be a plot point dragged out the whole season. But in Severance, it's revealed very early in the show, and Britt Lower does an amazing job of showing this distinct character. Reaching the bottom, unaware of what to do, Mark simply holds Helly, attempting to warm her.
Irving B. Stand!
Irving is ordered to stand. As he does, Milchek sternly alerts that his job is to be immediately terminated. Every single evidence that he ever exited or stepped foot in Lumen would be erased, giving a very dark callback to when Irving proudly told Helly that she is going to be part of Lumen history.
I'm sorry! I should have listened! It's okay! It's all okay! Just remember, hang in there.
Now, we know something has to be up. Why would Irving call back to the poster? Unless there's something there. Saying everything's going to be alright, a dark track plays softly in the background. Walking up to Milchek, that one loyal Irving who stood up for him at the start now stands in his face. Being told to walk into the forest, the visceral instruments comb a feeling of pure dread. Taking one happy look back, Mark, Helly, and Dylan look on.
It will be as if you, Irving B., never even existed nor drew a single breath upon this earth.
May Kier's mercy follow you into the eternal dark now.
Replicating the first shots of the episode. Also, Britt Lower almost killed herself whilst filming this episode, so I'll play that here.
And the smoothie was made in one of those little ninja bullets, right?
Yes.
Like the travel kind.
Yeah, I know those cups.
And I drank it so fast.
Good.
I was so hungry. Good, right?
Yes.
I'm getting my
You want your energy.
nutrients.
You've got to be out there and crush it like you do on Severance.
That's right.
Yeah.
But about 3/4 of the way through the smoothie, Jimmy, this is scary, okay? I start feeling little bits of something in my mouth. And I'm like,
it's not those nanas.
that's not a banana.
Not the
it was
blueberries.
just blueberry. Is it blackberry seeds? No,
Yeah.
wait.
What are they?
It's clear. Is it salt? What is that? And I start fishing through the bullet, and I see 3 words floating around. The words do, not, and eat. And sure enough, I pull it out, and it's a silica gel packet.
No!
Yes.
What'd you do?
Well, I had just drank it.
Oh my God!
So,
Are you freaking out?
So at least I hadn't eaten it. I drank it.
Still bad. Still bad.
But I'm panicking.
Do not eat. You. I didn't technically.
Exactly.
I drank you
I
instead.
drank you.
Yes.
But what do you do when you're maybe poisoned? You start Googling your Googling.
You go.
But there's no Wi-Fi because we're on a mountain. So you do the next best thing. You text your friends. There was enough signal to get out. I'm texting everyone. I was like, maybe these are my last moments.
Yes. I just ate the thing that says do not eat. I ate it.
I ate it.
Oh, wow.
I get a text back from a friend who has a kid, and they say, don't worry, my son ate one last year. The doctor says it's okay.
All right. And you made it through.
I made it through. And to this day, when my friends see me, and they'll be like, are you hungry?
You brought one for me.
Yeah, this is
That is so thoughtful.
It's like a little maraca.
That is so thoughtful. Thank you so much. It is like a little maraca. Thank you very, very much for this.
So now you know someone who ate one.
Yes.
It's
you
me.
survived. Okay, and you're all right. I'm gonna keep this.
Irving!
Where did you come from?
I don't know. What are we doing out here?
This was always something I wanted to do at some point on the show, was just have an innie wake up in the middle of a snowy forest and just, how did I get here?
Did you wake up on the ice too?
Yeah. What about you?
On the cliff.
Episode 204 was very challenging because it was all snow, and so creating the visual landscape for that episode was one of the more fun things that we got to do.
We all had so much fun filming that episode. We were in the wilderness together, and it was such a breath of fresh air to go from being in an office with sort of pharmaceutical lighting to just like the wide open expansiveness of nature. And we had a real, true, wild experience.
You know, parks are insanely hard to shoot in, so we went and scouted it with the rangers and stuff to explain to them how we could build this without disturbing anything. We had to build, I think, about a quarter-mile bridge over all those trees out of scaffolding to get everything in because we couldn't touch one thing in this forest.
Minnewaska was a lot. It was a lot for the crew. We're used to being on our sets and not going out that much, so it was difficult, but it was nice to get out.
You have followed the path of Kier and Dieter and reached Woes Hollow.
When we thought about episode 4, like what Lumen would do to send them on a quote-unquote, corporate retreat, I think one of the main motivations is they want to scare the hell out of them.
They wanted to be outside, so it's like, okay, you want to be outside? Let's go outside.
This is the tallest waterfall on the planet.
He tells them that because it's the truth. They have never seen a waterfall before. So to them, it is the tallest waterfall in the world.
Sorry if I'm distracting you from looking for your wife.
Any Mark is somehow beholden to help his Audi find his wife, but at the same time, his life is all on the inside, and he has no connection to Miss Casey.
Mark starts to realize maybe getting Gemma out of here isn't my first objective. Maybe it's a little more important to take care of myself.
You know, there's a kinship between these two people that is innate, and I think what the show explores in all of its scope is the ways in which we're different in different environments, and does that sort of kinship carry over between characters as you shift from Innie to Audi?
In many ways, season 1 was about childhood, and season 2 is about adolescence, because the characters are starting to get a sense of themselves and valuing their independence over their Audis. And of course, one big part of life for a lot of people is having a first romantic experience. Those sort of clumsy initial steps at figuring out who you are as an adult and as a person.
Hey, kid.
Irving.
Irving questions who Helly is and is willing to expose that, I think because he has a little less to lose, because his life is so much more empty without Bert there. What we learn is that Helena has been posing as Helly since they came back.
It's a really tricky thing that Britt had to do, being Helena pretending to be Helly, and she really didn't want to tip it so the audience could see what was going on. But I think Britt's performance is incredible in that you don't doubt for a second that it's Helly, but then if you go back and rewatch it, you're going to see all kinds of things that are only perceptible to someone who knows.
Who would have the power to send their Audi to the severed floor?
I'm sorry.
No, Irving!
We've gotten this huge reveal with Helly, but in doing that, Irving may have taken himself off the game board. What the fallout of that is going to be for Helly and for Irving especially is huge.
May Kier's mercy follow you into the eternal dark.
Man rolls a cart down the corridors, whistling an echoey tune that, though simple, feels violent. The song he's whistling is The Wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald by Gordon Lightfoot, a song about the real sinking of a ship in 1975, with all 29 of her crew perishing. But here's the weird part. They never found any of the bodies, or the real reason for the wreck, which is still a mystery to this day. Arriving to O&D, he doesn't stop whistling, as if he doesn't acknowledge their presence. Walking past various items branded by Lumen, they reluctantly pull out a tray of tools. A tray of surgical tools, almost dentist-esque. Walking out only muttering a silent thank you, he continues to whistle before entering the testing floor. Getting ready for work at Lumen, we see Mark on a call to Devon, clearly keeping the reintegration a secret.
Burning should end your eyeballs thing going.
I still can't get it to last long enough.
Okay. So what do we do?
Just keep trying, I guess.
A yellowy white substance with chunks of various sizes stands in a few small, unnamed medicine containers, presumably medication to prevent the side effects similar to what killed Petey.
Hey.
You need to get your dryer fixed.
Yeah, or you could just, not live here.
I can't keep coming in and out.
Think they're watching us?
It depends on how dumb you played it.
Hey, when do we keep going?
Maybe tonight. I'll decide later.
Because I haven't remembered anything else.
Right. Well, maybe Ernie has.
Not seeing any positive memories from his innie yet, Mark senses a lack of usefulness to this procedure, but is at the will of Agave, mainly due to the fear and lure of his wife. As the music fades in, we cut straight to Helena entering a once more near empty boardroom. Also, I just want to point out this shot here. It shows how Helena is just a mere shadow in the face of Lumen, a silhouette with the impression of power outshadowed by the truth. Sitting down, this shot is framed less like a meeting, but an interrogation. And Severance basically shoves it in our face that though we've seen her make decisions on behalf of Lumen, she has no real power.
We have decided to spare him knowledge of this contretemps.
Well, please let him know that his daughter is alive and well.
The medical team says your tempers will rebalance quickly.
Good to hear.
Some residual trauma is to be expected after such an ordeal. Perhaps we could arrange another obligement session this evening.
I said I'm fine.
We're close. Helena, what's he at? 78%?
81 as of Friday.
It won't be much longer. You can do this.
I'm not going back down there.
It won't be you. It will be your innie.
My innie who tried to kill me, and then the other one tried to kill me. They're fucking animals. I'll just fake it again.
We can't take that chance.
We need to clean this up. Milchik's many errors this weekend have forced our hand.
And Father approves.
Father encouraged it.
Forcing a descendant of Kier to go back onto the severed floor after 2 near-death experiences shows the scale of Mark's importance. Something that, though hinted towards very thoroughly previously, gets amplified to the max in this episode. Even nearing episode 5, we get a statement from Mr. Drummond.
Mark Scout's completion of Cold Harbor will be remembered as one of the greatest moments in the history of this planet. It will take place under your stewardship. It's quite a legacy you will leave.
What is Cold Harbor? Considering the Lexington file was a bomb, we can assume the worst. Backed into a corner, Helena is told she can't fake it, and when standing up to them, she learns that it was her father's idea to put Helly back. Now, people have suggested that Drummond is Helena's brother due to his use of the word father, but the capitalization suggests otherwise, relating to more of a cult leader or a religious preacher. Walking into the elevator, narration of a decision already made for Helena plays on her mind, as we get this guttural transition. Bear in mind, Helly is fresh off experiencing being drowned in sub-zero water, so the instant tension of her limbs provides this surreal experience and makes her character feel so, well, real.
Who the fuck are you?
I'm Miss Swung.
What the hell?
Please follow me.
Following Juan to Milchek's office, music unlike any other starts to play. A warped, almost distorted idea of Theodore Shapiro's previous work. That, by the way, he did win an award for. Now, I'm going to put a real warning here. You see, I don't really want to gloss over this scene for various reasons I'll talk about in a second. So if this thing upsets you, or makes you feel uncomfortable, please skip to her.
Is she?
Her innie.
MDR. Together again. Come on in. It allows one's outie.
Wait. Are you saying that she was down here? As me?
Maybe she still is.
Helena Egan, in her executive capacity, was conducting valuable research.
By stealing my fucking body? She doesn't have the right to take my identity.
Britt Lowe's performance deserves an Emmy. Though she's won an award for Severance, she deserves so much more. Specifically, for this scene. From the moment Helly woke up on the table, she was told she was worthless, even by herself. And when finally gaining this feeling of worth, this feeling of individuality, in a situation created to strip you of one, her body is invaded, used for someone else's curiosity. And it's this realization that dissociates herself from the situation. Not being able to look in people's eyes, muscles always tense, her independence destroyed. In fear of that any moment this monster can crawl back in her. Helly's situation is depressingly similar to her victims, and how it affects the surrounding people. Now, this part of the script took me a long time to word, as I really don't want to understate the sheer reality of the situation. Also, something that I will say is that though Helena technically Mark, Helly's body still got penetrated while she was unconscious, even at this moment unaware that Mark and herself even had sex, making this scene monolithically more terrifying. Whilst in the same second, her thoughts are being overcrowded by the confused shouts of Dylan, clearly asking where Irving is.
Hey, I repeat myself. Where is Irving?
Yeah, where is he?
I'm so confused.
Answer my question!
Excuse me. He nearly drowned you. Our only option was permanent dismissal.
So he is dead.
No. Irving B's Audi has departed on an elongated cruise voyage.
I don't give 3 dry fucks about his Audi.
She doesn't have the right to take my identity.
Irving B's Audi has departed on
an elongated cruise voyage. Yeah, I know. Is he gonna come back or not?
He is not.
Wow, some actual honesty.
You fucking murderers.
We can't do this to people.
Milchick's honesty starts to shine a light on his kindness. Now, yeah, it's a very skewed form of such. It still shows the cracks of sympathy he shows towards Innes. He let them stand up to him, interrupted him, and he even was the one who caved, looking past all the corporate bullshit. Look how he brushed off the comment with his eyes. Neat detail. Arriving back at MDR, things have changed. The even 4-piece desk has been contorted, turned in ways that elicit a complex response, unlike the plain surroundings. Taking a greater look, Irving has been erased from the group photo, made more morbid by the fact that the photo wasn't evened out, leaving an obvious space where a man used to stand.
As you can see, all of your items have been moved to your new work tri-stations. Hall passes will still be available.
Let us have a funeral.
I'm sorry?
Irving is a person and he's gone, so we'd like to have a funeral. Not a retirement party, a funeral. Right?
Yeah.
A funeral. Is this MDR's position?
Dude. Little help?
Sure, as long as it's quick.
Quick?
Quick, yes. So it doesn't take up the whole day?
Well said, Mark. I'll see if we can pull something together.
We know as a viewer of all the benefits he's given, the final choice always relies on Mark. If Mark wants a funeral, hell, he'll get a funeral. If Mark doesn't want a funeral, well. But after the realization of Helena's Trojan horse, and buried the very person who caught him in this cage, he finds himself isolated from the group. This mental division taking a strain on their relationships, mainly on Helly's though, as how does Mark know who she is anymore? This new unannounced dynamic is especially shown after his coughing drags Mark to the toilet. Staring at himself in the mirror, deluded with his own force, we hear a slight musical note swiftly be taken away, showing small signs of reintegration.
I'm coming in. Are you okay?
No, not really.
Yeah, seriously fucked up.
Yeah.
You couldn't tell that she wasn't me?
Obviously not.
Mimicking when Mark had to check up on Helly in Season 1, we get a shot displaying how Mark is torn between these two people, and Helly learns that Mark couldn't tell.
What was she like?
Like you. Or you're like her? I don't know. I don't know who you are, I guess?
Yes, you do.
Okay.
You see, their relationship was built on trust and security in a place where trust doesn't really exist. So considering the current circumstances, Mark becomes kind of cynical. Though valid in some sense, his now skeptical perception of his friends push him further and further away from what's important.
Mark.
Yeah.
What happened to you up there?
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter?
Nope.
Do you want to hear what happened to me?
No, I don't. And let's just try to forget it. Okay?
Whilst making the funeral preparations, we see Milchek's humanity really shine through when Wong quite surprisingly says that they shouldn't have a funeral because it makes them feel like people. This is clearly hinting to how big corporations like to see workers more as numbers than individuals, alleviating the need for personal effects.
May I say a question?
You may.
You shouldn't let them have a funeral. It makes them feel like people.
That wasn't a question. That was an opinion.
Milchek is a company man and uses his belief in Kia to power his work. Yet this belief is withered. Not too non-existent, but the blackface cemented the racial prejudice within Lumen. And as the season goes on, we start to see Milchek's realization of the negatives of being a minority within this system. This brings him closer to the Innie's point of view and also collides with his growing relationship with Natalie, based on both of their negative experiences. With an eerie track made up with reverse piano keys, we get this enclosed area, presumably in the break room, quickly sprung together to look like a funeral, directly contrasting Petey's.
It's hard to pinpoint a favorite Irving story. For the least fun guy in the world, he was really fun. He put the dick in contradiction. One time, he was pissed at me for watering down the toner, so he put toner in my water cup. He stopped me before I drank it, though. He just wanted to make a point, not harm me physically. But I did accidentally take a sip of it later because I forgot he said that. He asked me for help with something near the end, and I didn't listen. And in his final moments, he would have been totally justified in telling me to suck my own fuck. But he didn't. He was awesome and I miss him.
After Dylan's eulogy, they are offered to take part in the consumption of Irving's head. It's made even worse by the fact that they tried to mask its ghoulishness with the fact that it's a rare melon. Only eating one bite, Mark goes to leave and expresses little sadness unlike the others.
I gotta get to work, but great ceremony, guys.
Seriously?
I mean, isn't it kind of over?
Mark.
Just let him go.
What?
Irving was your friend, and he's dead. Why don't you give a shit?
Because he's not dead, he's just not here.
You two catch up?
What's that?
Did you tell her Miss Casey's your wife yet?
Wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, it's my Audi's wife, but sure. No, it's pretty crazy.
Mark!
Obviously, angry, Dylan points out that Miss Casey is his wife, something that Helly is yet to know, which, after hopelessly following him with little response, they have an argument in the halls where Mark expresses his feelings of hopelessness.
They know everything. Me, looking for Ms. Casey, us wandering around, meeting other departments, mapping the floor, all of it. They know everything we're doing because Helena told them everything we're doing.
That wasn't me. Mark, look, I'm not her. I'm not. I'm me. Helly.
And how do I know that?
Helly, though distressed, is now thinking clearly, whilst Mark's mind is foggy, a blurred perception of what it once was. Going to leave, Dylan pauses, as the Hang In There poster rests in his view. And then we remember, what did Irvin say to Dylan?
Just remember, hang in there.
Looking behind it, not expecting anything substantial, to his surprise, a note appears. Attached with a drawn picture of the testing floor, Dylan contemplates this new knowledge and puts it back, preventing Irving's last wish going to waste. Before entering the boardroom, Milchek stops Natalie and politely inquires on what her emotions were when first unveiling her Kia-branded pictures.
I was just wondering if you could share with me a little how you felt when you received the paintings. Because I'm thinking our experiences here have been similar in some ways. We face similar challenges. And perhaps the paintings and the somewhat complicated feelings they evoke.
Without saying anything, you can clearly see the shine in her eyes start to wither. And as he asks about the similar challenges they must face, she pulls her smile back up and walks him to Mr. Drummond.
Today I will be conducting your monthly performance review. Let's start with the positives. You received the gift of Kier paintings with grace. Your attendance and urinalysis are both in the excellent range.
Wonderful.
Alternatively, and sadly, there have been 3 contentions reported anonymously, which have been investigated and confirmed.
Oh?
1. Uses too many big words.
Well, perchance I may colloquially employ
Anti-deflections will be heard after the lunch break.
Yes, sorry.
2. On several of your daily logs, the paperclip was installed back to front, which led to a confusion as to where in the document to begin reading. Here are the incidents. But the bulk of our day will revolve around the following. You brought in a new refining team for Mark S, which failed to coalesce. You instituted kindness reforms.
Because I'm not Harmony Cobell.
Kindness reforms that seemed to have in no way deterred curiosity or idling by the team once they returned. You arranged an outdoor retreat and team-building occurrence, which resulted in the termination of one employee and the discovery of the true identity of another, at great risk and harm to the Egan name. Look, Seth, Mark Scout's completion of Cold Harbor will be remembered as one of the greatest moments in the history of this planet. It will take place under your stewardship. It's quite a legacy you will leave.
Thank you, Mr. Drummond. That means a great deal.
This milestone seems to have clouded your judgment. I think it's time to go back to the basics, Seth. To remember these severed workers' greater purpose and to treat them as what they really are.
Now this scene perfectly encapsulates how in certain situations, people are forced to turn a blind eye to events, usually at their own mental toll. In general, his performance review goes pretty well. But to note, which is kind of funny, is that Miss Wong was salty, so she reported both his use of big words and putting paperclips round the wrong way. It doesn't affect his career, but the failed outdoor retreat puts him in jeopardy, leading to the need of, well, tightening the leash. This is also where Milchek starts to feel malice towards his employers. Seeing signs of reintegration, Mark goes to leave early, seemingly hazed and aware of Lumen times.
Hi, Mark.
Mr. Milchek.
I see you left work 6 minutes early. May I come in? How was the rest of the funeral? Did you get what you needed from it?
Yeah, sure. Hey, did Miss Wong take notes? I can't wait to read her article about it in that newspaper you showed me. What was it called again? The Bullshit Gazette?
Hopefully now we can put all this grief and tumult behind us.
Speaking with Milchek with a visible divide, his mannerisms are different, very unlike any Mark. So we know that something's up, and his sarcastic nature doesn't help. This exact thing causes Milchek to snap, letting him in on the fact that he fucked Helena Egan.
Did you and Heliot catch up?
We did.
Did you tell her that you fucked her outie at the Orpo? Helena Egan, leader in waiting of this company. Have a restful evening.
More surprisingly is that Lumen knows they fucked, though probably told by Helena, the fact itself instills some primal fear.
May own the clock that greets you from the wall,
but you get to enjoy its ticking and thus should be happy.
Yes.
Babe, it's the literal opposite of what you were saying before.
Okay. I see how you'd feel that way, but one point that Nat made was...
Okay.
Rickon is easily manipulated. You see, this is why Rickon is my favorite character, and probably the most complex in the cast. Now I prefer to describe his character type as Play-Doh, because unlike Devon, where she shines in her own person, Rickon's personality is almost entirely based on other people. His actions are molded by those he trusts, in this case, Lumen. Now Rickon has a lot of pride in his writing, and he's gotten quite successful with his books, but nothing huge. So, bringing this back to when Mark brought up how we start to paint a picture. Rickon is only doing this because he thinks he can finally do something good, something that people won't laugh at him for.
I will reflect on your words.
Thank you.
And also, this is a fiscal and creative opportunity unlike any I have yet seen. And I'm not inclined to just walk away from it. Unless me selling millions of copies of my book and the life that that manages to give us has somehow lost its appeal for you.
Okay, whatever. I'm gonna go to bed.
No. Babe.
Now sure, the way he's acting is incredibly childish, using the book's sales as leverage on Devon. Once more, I'm defending him. Rickon isn't a saint, nor is he evil. But what he is sad, desperate for anything to make him happy. Ironically, the man making self-help books needs one himself. Lastly, this also points out how he chose Lumen over Dorna Therapeutics. Pulling the paintings down, Irving visits the same phone box he's paid a toll to many times. Talking to a random person who he can assume is Ragabi, he alerts them that he's been fired due to the knowledge of what his Inni was supposedly up to. But before he can continue, he notices Bert in a car just behind. Approaching him, we learn that they don't actually know each other, or so it's portrayed, contrary to many hints we've been granted before, showing how Severance manipulates the viewer along with the characters.
I got this thing when somebody shows up on my doorstep screaming my name. I want to know why. Call it a quirk.
You're with Lumen.
Why were you at my house the other night?
I don't know.
It wasn't you at all, was it? You're severed. I got canned a couple of weeks ago. When I pressed them for a reason, they said my Inni had an unsanctioned erotic entanglement with another worker. They wouldn't tell me who. Then you show up at my door.
Agreeing to meet him at a later date, due to the unfortunate circumstances Irving's Inni put Bert and his husband into, they both depart. One thing to note is that Bert remarks that he got canned due to their relationship, something that he apparently fought against. So why was he so happy in his retirement video? To be honest, it was most likely to install the idea that Bert was leaving amicably, but I'd keep that thought in mind. Coincidentally, when mentioning Ragabi, we see her rummaging through Gemma's belongings. Stop! You see that necklace? Doesn't that look familiar? Well, let's go back to the very first episode. Showing his badge, the person working at the front desk, we get a very similar bird's eye view to the first shot we see. And whereas the previous one resembled a mouth, this more presents as a vague eye, completed with glass, possibly relating to how light from the entrance shines a reflection onto the iris. The jewelry looks suspiciously similar to the Lumen eye, and even Ragabi notices something about it due to her reaction. But most importantly, are the ashes. Now this would be proof of her death, but we know that's not the case, so who is that? One thing we could point out is the number on the label has a similar structure to Lumen ID cards. Let's take Mark's ID card for example. It starts with a 0, followed up with a number, then a dash, combined with 2 extra numbers. Now this is almost identical, apart from the fact that it's an extra 3 characters, possibly indicating that whoever this was could be associated with Lumen. Perhaps Peggy. Going to leave, the Lumen-coloured earrings seem to catch his gaze, and Gemma's voice starts to bleed in. Then suddenly he finds himself in the break room hall. Now, calling back to the intro, we see Mark's Inni helping him out. indicating that due to the reintegration, Mark could get trapped. Relating slightly to our replacement theory, wandering the halls with reality warping around him, Gemma's voice becomes more and more prevalent, and as he turns, there she is. His plump face slims in an instant, whilst tears muster in his eyes.
Your Audi is going to be...
Trying to stay in the moment is taken away from him. He knew she was alive, but the truth doesn't bring happiness.
Today we honor Irving B. Let us each take 9 seconds to silently remember our time with him.
So in episode 5, the Innies are in many ways at their lowest point that we've seen the team on the entire show. They've lost one of the most important members of their team, and then at the same time they've regained one, but it's under very complicated circumstances.
It's hard to pinpoint a favorite Irving story. For the least fun guy in the world, he was really fun. Dylan and Irving in season 1 started as kind of frenemies, but then by the end of the season, that becomes Dylan's best friend. And then this season, he gets a little distracted with what's going on with his wife, and so he stops listening to Irving, and then Irving essentially dies, so it's a hard thing for him to process. Sorry I let you down.
As Dylan is going through this guilt, Irving is still trying to help him. So Irving is very much a presence for the Innie section of this episode, even though he's not there, except in melon form. As soon as they wheeled that head in, I was like, okay, I think this season's gonna work.
Who the fuck are you?
We wanted to introduce an apprentice, intern type who was very young.
I'm Miss Wong.
These characters are interacting with this young adult who is kind of their boss, too. So that's just an interesting dynamic.
I am lucky enough to have made 4 new friends today.
That's nice, Mark. But I have to remind you that I'm a supervisor, not a friend.
You are not sure who this person is or why they're there and why are they so young.
Why are you a child?
Because of when I was born.
We found a really amazing young actress, Sarah Bach, and I think she has just the right demeanor where she understood corporate mentalities and feels very self-assured at a young age.
Miss Wong comes out of nowhere. It's like, who is this little girl? And she is not intimidated by Milchick's leadership or presence.
She's very opinionated and strong-willed, so she's not afraid to let him know that she disagrees with him, because they kind of have differing opinions on how Lumen should be run. So it's kind of a back and forth of him trying to educate her and her trying to stand up to him. You shouldn't let them have a funeral. It makes them feel like people.
Milchick finds himself wondering if she's trying to usurp his role, but at the same time, you know, he's reckoning with how he feels about the company as a whole.
Your first performance review as department chief. Excited?
Very much so.
I think the performance review comes at a terrible time. It's right after the Ortbo, where there was a massive screw up. So there's a lot of tension coming into this.
You arranged an outdoor retreat and team-building occurrence at great risk and harm to the Egan name.
Milchick is under the corporate pressure of being this middle manager now that he's taken over Cobell's job, and he's really under the gun.
Uses too many big words.
Miss Wong was petty. She went and reported me about the words. Come on, really?
It's always a game with Lumen, and Milchick is well aware of this, but you see him trying to keep that at bay and not let that rock him, but it's really hard not to.
And I believe this performance review could be the end of Milchick.
Couldn't tell that she wasn't me.
Obviously not. The aftermath of the Ortbo is Mark second-guessing who Helly actually is and who it is he's in love with, and whether or not he's still being tricked, and whether or not he's just a pawn in some game that the Egans are playing.
Mark.
All of a sudden, there's this new complication in their relationship regarding trust, and even trusting that she actually still is Helly, and Helly feeling that her life has been stolen from her. So she has a lot of anger with Helena.
They know everything we're doing because Helena told them.
That wasn't me.
So they're kind of in a mess. You know, like most relationships.
They fired me. I think they knew what my Innie was up to.
We still don't know exactly why Irving came to Lumen, or why he knows about this black hallway and why he wants his Eney to go there. And I think that's one of the questions that will keep us going.
This gray hall. But then everything was like so white.
We're making progress. It's not just waking up on a table, it's human interaction.
This didn't feel human. This felt like a nightmare. I mean, why is she rattling off a bunch of facts? What are they doing to her?
All I know is she's essential.
She didn't even recognize me.
The Gemma you know is still in there. When you get her out, it will be the two of you out here together.
Bargaining. You know what that is?
What do you mean?
Well, it's one of the stages.
Telling her what happened, Mark relates his experience to one of the 4 stages of grief. Bargaining. To note, the fish in the tank symbolizing the severance procedure now overpowers the background music, telling us that things are bubbling out of control. Once again, a great mirror shot depicting 2 lives being lived.
So there's a floor beneath us.
That must be where they're keeping her.
There were directions on the back.
Well, let's see it.
I left it there behind the poster.
Why didn't you just take it?
I just didn't. Okay, I don't want to get in trouble right now.
Okay, well, I don't give a shit about that, so I'll go get it. You said it's behind the poster of you actually being brave?
Okay, yeah, fuck you. You don't know everything.
Then tell us.
It's okay. Okay, well, I still have a hall pass, so I can go to the break room now, and then we can start after lunch.
Maybe.
Maybe. Did everyone sever their balls in the elevator this morning?
Revealing the presence of Irving's note to the other refiners, all but Helly refuse to retrieve it. As she says this, Mark shows heavy signs of reintegration.
Mark. You okay?
Back to the office, Milchek simply looks distant, then quickly gathers himself for Miss Wong, showing the lack of truth he now possesses for the company. Physically changing sides in the shot, Milchek becomes very defensive with Wong, saying that she should eradicate from her essence childish folly, showing to her that he knows she was the one raising the petty concerns, something that put his career and position in the company at jeopardy, forcing him to mentally change, even taking a day off putting himself through a self-made break room, torturing his mental well-being to fit the company standards.
You must eradicate from yourself childish folly. You must abandon childish things. You must grow up. You must grow up. Grow up. Grow up. Grow up. Grow. 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 Grow.
Theorizing on what Lumen is planning, Mark reveals that both him and Helena shared vessels.
We had sex.
Okay. You and... like in a wellness session?
No, not Miss Casey. It was at the retreat. It's in your tent. mean, obviously, I thought it was you. Because, I'd been having those feelings since, like, before the OTC. And so when she, I had no idea, okay?
Uh-huh.
I'm sorry, Ellie. She tricked me. I mean, I wanted to, but she tricked both of us.
Again, we see a very uncomfortable reaction. The same tensing up loss of breath, ending up forcing her to leave the conversation. Pacing through the hall, coming into shot very slowly, we see Helly take off her shoes, showing the attempt at temporary pleasure to hopefully weigh out the long-term emotions. Side note, this was probably Britt Lower's favourite scene to film, due to her very public dislike of these shoes. With a direct contrast in background music, going from a sad piano cry to a soothing harmony, we find Dylan again with his outie's wife, getting very much closer.
First date, let me guess. Scuba.
Thai food.
Nice.
Though you did take scuba lessons last year.
Yeah? Which sea?
It was in a pool.
Okay. Cool.
It was a little expensive.
Oh.
You've had a lot of phases. Scuba diving, woodworking.
Wow, so my Audi's really diverse.
Garage beer making.
Maybe I'm trying to find something I excel in. Up there. Like I do down here.
I sometimes wonder if you're just not happy.
Sure, it's not that. Because, like, I mean, here, with you, I'm super happy. I just, like, want to hear about all my offspring and stare at your face.
This newfound loving connection backs up our idea of withered childhood love. Now, they only really stayed together for the kids, as technically speaking, they have only just met, and the fascination of a young love is still fresh in Dylan's mind.
I wish we could really be together. Like, all the time.
I mean, we are. Aren't we?
Now, as Dan Erickson pointed out, Season 2 is about maturity and finding your adulthood, so these growing relationships may feel very real for you, as it's all a part of growing up, adding that little bit of humanity to this cruel world.
Is it okay if we try the hug again? I kind of like the hugging.
At the same time, Helly seems to be fighting two different ideas. Have office sex with Mark, or keep letting herself get eaten up by this monster of a person's actions. Having no other choice, with the latter most definitely being the cruelest, she goes to talk to Mark.
Coming to find you.
Same.
Look, I am so sorry. I can't even imagine what it must be like.
You thought it was me.
100%.
Which means you wanted to. With me.
Yeah.
What sucks is that she got to have that and I didn't. That she used me to track my friends. Used my body to get close to you. That she dresses me in the morning like I'm a baby. That she controls me and this company and all of us. It's disgusting.
It's their awkward pauses that show their childishness, and the hope for a better future. Now, though she approached him, due to the idea of jealousy and the dark take on FOMO, it slowly turned into a very good moment for Helly to vent her frustrations, sort of cleansing herself of these very real feelings, with Mark's sympathetic understandings letting her speak, even holding his own tongue at times, turning this once unbalanced seesaw straight.
I want my own. Would you like that?
Yeah, I'd like that.
Finding an untouched office space, they create a tent just like in the outdoor retreat, further amplifying their young brains, creating a fort to protect them.
I'm nervous.
Me too.
You too.
It's okay.
Okay.
Before touching her, we get this very sweet moment where Mark pauses and waits for confirmation of consent. For the first time in a while, Ellie has calming music to accompany her, showing her now calmed state when with Mark. Also, the comparisons between when Mark had sex with Helena are unparalleled. Something that's different though is that unlike when hesitating to kiss Helena in the hallway when heading to the goat room, he instantly does it here, showing Mark and Helly's true connection apart from Helena.
Oh no, you're bleeding.
Oh, you are.
Humidity on the severed floor is maintained at a consistent 45%. It must be something else.
Ah.
Did you punch him?
I mean, not today.
What were you doing when the nosebleed occurred?
We were refining something.
Do you have a deviated septum?
Well, I don't know what that is.
Would you like me to put petroleum jelly in your nostrils?
No thanks.
Any other symptoms? Any auras or hallucinations?
No. I think it stopped. I feel better.
I'm going to take your blood pressure.
Where are you?
I'm at Lumen. What?
What?
Fuck, I was just...
Mark?
What?
Were you just at Lumen?
What time is it?
Now this scene raises a lot of questions, and it's the first time I'm going to talk about the time theory. When talking to Miss Wong, he hears noises. Then we cut to Mark, trying to remember what happened at work. You see, if I say it like that, it sounds pretty normal. But the voices Innie Mark is hearing are from Rigabe, 6-ish hours from now. So sure, it could be some coincidence. But Miss Wong notices it too. Well, not the voices, but his reaction to it, making it very clear that what he's hearing could be the future. Unless time on the severed floor is different, like traveling to the future, which would explain the oddly futuristic chips and the need for old hardware to instill the idea of age, not modernity. Now that theory sounds wacko, don't get me wrong, but let me add some next level film theory MatPat additives. What if Rickon is Kia, and the outside world is the past? That would explain why Lumen is changing his book, making Rickon write the appendixes, becoming the second coming of Christ. Okay, that's just an idea, but what I would say is a more concrete explanation is the time difference between Innie and Alti. We know this exists because PT mentioned that waking up on the table is sitting next to the memories of when he was a little kid. Nonetheless, the explanation, she explains to him that this process is simply taking too much time, so Rugabi suggests they should just flood the chip itself, as the yucky off-milk shit he was drinking was a form of medication that was meant to be absorbed by the body and later affect the chip, but we now know that's taking too long.
Okay, you know what? Get the fuck off me. I am not doing this,
We're close.
okay?
It's happening.
Get this shit
We
off.
need to
right
push.
now, please. Get it off.
That's also from reintegration.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna go eat.
Cautiously waiting outside Birds, Irving scratches the price tag of the wine, subtly showing us that though he may not have a lot of money, his heart's still there.
Who the hell are you? It's a joke. Oh. Come on in. Hey. Oh. Okay. What the heck?
Entering the household surroundings are familiar, very Lumen-esque. Taking a look at the overwhelming amount of salt shakers, many hold crosses, showing signs of religion. Also, the use of wine could add to the fact. By the way, the reason fields look so different is not due to any lore reason, they just simply used a different actor. I just thought I'd mention that if anyone was wondering.
Irving, no one's ever thrown blood on you on your way into work.
No, it wasn't blood. It was paint.
Meant to evoke blood.
What you said.
The whole mind people are off the deep end is my point.
Sitting at the table, we instantly hear a story about how the whole mind people threw blood red paint on Bert, saying that they are off the deep end. And when asking how he came to be at the company, the shot is first held on a seemingly contemplating Fields.
Well, as a matter of fact, I was guided to Lumen's store by Jesus.
Oh. Jesus Christ?
That's the one.
You should just leave it at that. Wonder what the hell you meant.
No, we'd been attending the Lutheran church for some years. And I should mention that I'd been what you might call a scoundrel in my younger days.
To put it mildly.
So one Sunday at breakfast, Fields asked me point blank, do I think I'm going to heaven?
Yes, one asks at breakfast.
I pretend to think about it, but I know the answer is no.
To which I replied, what am I supposed to do up there for eternity all by myself?
I see. So we hop on the train to church, and it so happens the sermon that day is about Severance, which was still very new at the time.
Yeah.
And the pastor says...
As if he'd been listening to our conversation. He said, the church's stance is that innies are complete individuals with souls that can be judged separately from their outie.
So an innie can go to heaven?
Once the outie burns.
As if they were listening. Now, you may not know why this line is important, but let me explain why it's one of the most pivotal moments in the show. In the Lexington letter, Peggy Kincaid goes on to mention how, up until about 2 years ago, I was a school bus driver for Clover Elementary, down off Route 2. I've been there for about 12 years. I loved my job, I love the kids, even though I don't have any of my own, and I sincerely believe they liked me too. At some point, the kids learned that I was the youngest driver on the school's payroll, even though I was already 50. So they gave me the nickname Baby Driver, a reference to the beloved film by the same name. But despite this fun camaraderie and my relative youth, I'll confess I was starting to feel burnt out. My route had gone longer, I had a few misbehaviors, all that stuff. It all came down to a boiling point one day in February. It was a cold day, the kind I used to call a booger freezer to get a rise out of the kids, until a fundamentalist mom heard about it and complained. I was near the end of my afternoon route when, though no fault of my own, my bus hit black ice. I pumped on the brakes as per protocol, but our momentum kept us sliding. And for the first time in my career in child transpo, I landed my rig in a ditch. All the kids screamed. I wanted to scream too, but you know how it is. Gotta be the adult. Thank the good Lord no one was hurt. Just shook up. But we were stuck there for nearly 2 hours. With the heat knocked out, the kids were crying, scared, cold, asking for their mummies. We had 3 urination events, which in the low temperature provided a real issue. Finally, another bus was able to come by and get my kids. I remained with the vehicle, again, protocol, and listened to the radio to try to stay warm. I don't know, it made sense at the time. Now this is the part that, when I look back, still makes me squirm. While I'm sitting here waiting for the tow, boogers freezing, I distinctly remember thinking to myself, fuck this job. I may have even said it out loud, I'm not sure, but I either thought it or said it. And right at that moment, as if it had heard me, this ad came on the radio. It was an employment recruiting ad, but they were weirdly vague about the job. A lot of flowery talk about making history and rethinking the notion of work, I was sort of tuning out until the end when they said the name of the company, Lumen Industries. I knew who they were. I'd been using their deodorant since puberty, but I didn't know they had a branch in Topeka. I remember thinking, well, that was weird. Anyway, 2 hours later the tow truck finally came and yanked my rig from the ditch. I got home 5 hours later than usual with an angry voicemail from my supervisor accusing me of driving recklessly. I wasn't asking for a medal or anything, but a word of acknowledgement over the hell I'd just been through would have felt more appropriate than chewing out that night. I told myself I needed to start looking for a new job. I was off the next day, and I went downtown to run a few errands. On the way home, I passed what I realized must be the new Lumen site, which had been under construction for the past few months. It was a big building that looked almost like a mall. I thought back to when I'd heard the ad while shivering in that freezing bus. Even though I had ice cream in the trunk, I found myself turning into the parking lot. I parked and went in. All of these times, Lumen happens to be just around the corner. The excuse to get back out there. How Lumen knows these people's situations, we don't know. If it's all premeditated, we don't know. All of these questions and facts point to the idea that Lumen is all-knowing, making the company one of the biggest and most dangerous cults to have ever existed. We get our replacement theory pretty much confirmed. The thought that people are being replaced by their innies, though this context is in heaven. Now, during this talk, Fields reveals that Bert has been with the company for 20 years, implying that he's still in it. Though corrected shortly after, we get this real sense of unease, something we have yet to see with Bert. But considering the setting, the fire behind him shadowed by darkness, it all starts to make some sense, even instantly changing face when Irving turns his back. By the way, it so happens to be the case that at this exact moment, Mr. Drummond is invading Irving's house and going through all of his evidence, possibly suggesting that Bert used this dinner date as a distraction. A cool thing to note is that when writing and directing this scene, Dan Erickson made an effort to make the viewer indecisive on who to root for.
I think it's such a funny and awkward and ultimately like really heartbreaking moment because you love Burton Irving, but my hope is that by the end of that, you love Fields too. It's just one of those complex contradictions where you're sort of simultaneously rooting for one couple and also another, because at the end of the day, you're basically talking about two different characters who both deserve love.
We used to call each other Hun. That became Attila.
Back to Dylan, we see him being fussy about a few car salesmen, showing his clear lack of self-control.
To get cars off the lot. They'll basically be giving me money. Okay, fine. Just test drive only. I won't commit to anything.
Thank you.
Responding with a soft thank you, we can tell it's a common thing, possibly giving another reason for their two jobs, his irresponsible financial savings. Asking how the visitation went, she lies, saying it was called off, showing her growing connection to this younger version of Dylan, also reinforcing the notion of replacement. The separation of Dylan's identities as two different people does strike some fear, as it could drive her to make rash decisions later down the line, depriving her kids of a father. Sitting in a Chinese restaurant, ironically Mark's eating fortune cookies, symbolizing that his fate is already predetermined, no matter how he cracks the cookie. Stuck in the moment with the world being a blur, a woman sits just in front of him. Coming into focus, Helena Egan sits right there, eagerly trying to get his attention.
Mark Scout. Thought that was you. I'm Helena Egan. I work at Lumen.
Yeah, no, I know who you are.
Well, it's nice to officially meet you. You had enough to eat?
Yeah, quite possible.
Hope they're feeding you at work. May I?
Taking a seat, she apologizes for the overtime contingency a few days ago, mentioning that it will never happen again, showing that tightening of the leash hidden by a sheet of care. This is even followed up by the whole invasion of privacy thing that Milchek tried to do.
So you know all about it then?
Yes, I know all about it. I'm like the head of the company, Mark.
Right. Dumb, sorry.
Yeah, you should be sorry.
Really?
I'm kidding.
Okay.
You're clearly not dumb.
No, you're the one who invented a revolutionary medical procedure.
Hey, now that was not me. That was my father.
Uh-huh.
You should meet him sometime.
Your father?
Sure, why not?
You want to take me home to Dad already?
Yeah, I think it's finally time.
Okay. Sure, let's do it.
You'd be the first.
So, no pressure.
Yeah, none whatsoever. But seriously, I'd love to hear about your experiences sometime.
Okay, yeah. About Severance?
I meant the overtime. I meant the other night. I mean, I can't imagine how confusing that must have been. Traumatic, even. And I know you've already been through so much with losing your wife and all. Hannah.
Carrying on the conversation, she mentions his dead wife. Instantly, his flirtatious face becomes still, made worse by the fact that she said the wrong name. Now, we know from an outside perspective that she knows her name, so Helena's goal in pursuing this action is odd, but it could be a bad attempt to manipulate Mark into thinking she doesn't know Gemma. As we all know, Helena's not a great liar.
Are you alright?
I'm fine. It's just about finished here.
Okay, right.
Well, it was nice to meet you, Helena.
Yeah, you too, Mark. What is it?
Nothing. Good night.
In the background, we can also see the mysterious man that terrified Miss Cobell, sitting very calmly in Helena's car, showing that she didn't just run into him, the meet was premeditated. But let's be honest, a probable multi-billion-dollar company CEO wouldn't eat a Chinese.
Sorry for being a dick. Let's do it. Tonight.
All things considered, it's not a slow procedure, opening him up and injecting the fluid right away. When injecting the fluids, calming office music starts to fade in.
What the fuck?
Don't move like that. You have to keep your head still. Ignore it. Tell me.
My car's in the driveway. She knows I'm here.
Hearing a knock on the door, Mark's deflated ego drives him to let Devon in, against Rugabi's wishes.
Messages. Are you better?
Well, I'm still sick.
Well, you can't not pick up when we're doing corporate espionage shit. The floodlight thing was a bust, right? Because I have had an idea that is a little dumber.
Okay, Devon.
Do you remember the rich lady from baby camp, the one I kind of had a crush on?
Mark once more tries to push Devon away, something that we've seen him do repeatedly throughout the show.
Okay, what are you trying?
Just don't worry about it.
What the fuck does that mean?
I'm doing it myself.
Fuck that. Why are you trying to cut me out of this?
Really not, Devin.
You literally are.
Okay, fine, I am, but I didn't ask for your help.
Fuck you, officially.
Getting more angry due to the reintegration, Mark truly starts to lose himself. Limbs of his body acting abnormal, items of clothing changing, followed up by a seemingly change of hearing. From what we can tell, this is probably his innie hearing the sound in his own head, before shortly falling over.
Oh my god. Mark!
Don't touch him!
Who the fuck are you? Mark? It's okay, buddy. It's okay. It's okay.
Now what I'd imagine this scene to feel like is, you know how when they go through the elevator their whole body tenses due to the transition? Basically, imagine that everywhere, including the brain, I guess, just repeatedly. Before moving on, we haven't seen Cobell in a while. To be specific, 3 whole episodes, indicating that she's either in some trouble or showing the longevity of the mental effects seeing that man has befelled on her.
Who the hell are you?
Exploring the Irving and Bert relationship on the outside is, for me, one of the most interesting things about the season. So Bert and Irving and Fields, Bert's husband, have a dinner together, and it's just kind of fraught with unspoken tension.
What your innie ever saw in this Philistine is beyond me.
I think it's such a funny and awkward and ultimately like really heartbreaking moment, because you love Bert and Irving, but my hope is that by the end of that, you love Fields too. It's just one of those complex contradictions where you're sort of simultaneously rooting for one couple and also another, because at the end of the day, you're basically talking about 2 different characters who both deserve love.
We used to call each other Hun. That became Attila. Funny thing about acting, you show up and they say, this is your spouse for the past 35 years. And sometimes you get a chance to talk about whatever you need to. But in this case with Fields, I met him in the makeup trailer. You know, hello, this is your husband.
Do you think you 2 ever made love at work?
This is like the 6th time I've worked with Chris, and you know, it's special. We just have a really good chemistry, and it's like playing with a special jazz player. You never know what you're gonna get, and you just have to respond to it. This was fun, so we should do it again sometime.
I've known John a long time, and I think that the fun that we have together, on stage and off, it counts a lot.
Good night, Pete. Good night.
One of the big questions we talked about on the show is what transcends the severance barrier. And I think that's something we try to leave sort of ambiguous, but it's always a question.
I'm sorry, Ellie. She tricked me. I mean, I wanted to, but she tricked both of us.
It's such a strange and complex dynamic between Mark and Helly. They really do both feel violated by what happened. They were both used and lied to, but rather than obsess over what her outie's done, Helly chooses to take her own ownership over it.
Britt Lauer just played this beautiful scene where she takes us through this emotional journey of thinking it all through. It's almost the emancipation of Helly against Helena, that she's not only fighting for Mark, but she's almost fighting more for herself, that she wants to have her own experience.
Helly is very awake. She doesn't hesitate. I like her a lot. I don't want her memory. I want my own.
It is complicated, but Mark ultimately doesn't care and just wants Helly to be in his life. You know, that's the whole reason for staying down there, is her.
Adam just adds so much humanity to both of his characters, and it's been cool to see his characters go on parallel journeys towards figuring out who they are and what they're all about.
Where are you?
I'm at Lumen.
Mark is getting kind of sicker and sicker, and it's feeling more and more like this is not the best course of action that he's taking. And we see him back away from it, but then what ultimately propels him forward is the strange visit from Helena.
I know you've already been through so much with losing your wife and all. Hannah.
Gemma.
We wonder why she's there approaching Mark, And Mark certainly wonders because, for all he knows, this means that Lumen is onto him, and that's what actually compels him to speed up the process and take it to the next level, which turns out to be very dangerous. He really might be risking his life in order to gain this information.
By the way, this episode was directed by the cinematographer of Severance. Though many episodes are done by Ben Stiller and a few others, this would make it her first directorial debut, so major props to her. We get an opening shot to the back of a woman's head, walking through some random grounds area that we can later see as Gemma. After being more astute, we can make out that this is a more cleaned up version of this place. This place being old school grounds, indicating that whenever this is the past. And we can see what we can assume is Mark's first time meeting Gemma whilst donating blood, probably sponsored by Lumen due to the logo on the equipment.
What do you got there? Sorry, what do you got there?
Themes of religious conversion in Tolstoy's The Death of Ivan Ilyich.
Oh my God, spoiler alert, please.
What about you? Are you reading?
Me? Well, yeah, this is a real treat. All Quiet on the Western Blunt. Drug use by enlisted soldiers during World War I.
No, stop.
No, that's what it is.
Kid's a genius. You should flunk every other child.
I couldn't agree more. I'm sorry, who are you?
Gemma.
Oh. That. All right. Mark.
Cutting straight from this, we see Gemma in a random hospital-esque area, being subtly interrogated by another woman about her meeting of Mark.
Gemma, where did you go?
This leads us to the first of many flashback scenes showing their affection towards each other, with a perfect transition to Rugabi, telling us that both Gemma and Mark are being forced to relive these events, coinciding with love transcending Severance.
Are you a doctor? Do we need an ambulance? Can you answer one of my questions, please? Do we need an ambulance?
No, he's gonna sleep for a while.
Okay, how long?
Hard to say. We'll need some equipment from downstairs. Are you clumsy?
What? Why do you have equipment in Mark's basement?
Your brother's reintegrating.
No, he's not.
I know that was troubling.
Okay, I can tell that you're smarter than me, so forgive me if I say this like super plainly, but if you give one solitary thought to messing with my brother again, I will throw you off a fucking bridge.
Devin?
We don't do that again.
We'll discuss it later.
Nope. No. It's settled fucking law, lady, okay? Just accept it.
It's what he wants.
What he wants is to know whether Gemma's alive or not.
She is.
Please don't mess with me.
She is alive.
Falling to the floor, Devon is devastated, broken by both the realization of Gemma's life being lived and the life Mark's about to lose. As one would with clinical drug trials, Gemma seems to be tested constantly, as if her health is being monitored. Now why would a company so devout on supposedly killing Gemma want to keep her alive? At this point, backing up our number theory, we can assume that Gemma is the numbers, or more specifically, her tempers, which right now we can't confirm, but we can heavily assume. Also, she holds 2 stones to prove balance, to show how in this universe being sick usually relates to the unbalanced tempers. So if they're balanced, she's not sick, meaning we're probably right.
Would you be more afraid of suffocating or drowning? Drowning.
Firstly, the question, how do you prefer to die, is pretty morbid, and the explanation is non-existent at this moment. But Helena did almost drown, so that's something.
How many rooms today? 6.
And the question of going in rooms as chores is also confusing. Walking through some halls, we see a room named Allentown, which is odd because that's the name of a file. Anyway, moving forward, this odd connection continues as we pass many rooms that hold the same correlation. Entering a room called Wellington, she becomes severed. Now, our initial thought would be that this is Miss Casey, but she's acting different, moves slightly weird, and these oddities point to the fact that, well, this isn't Miss Casey, so she's severed twice. Well, actually, she's severed 24 times. How do I know this? Well, I've watched the show, and also, Mark has 24 files, not including Cold Harbor, and considering the fact that each room has a name of one of Mark's files, it would make sense. Now this brings up an even bigger question. How can a person be severed multiple times without their mind being torn apart? Well, maybe that's the point. If you can break a person so much, break their tempers down and still fix them, maybe you can create something bigger than the mind. Also giving us a slight reason for P.T.'s drawing.
Could I please get a break just for a little while?
But it's been 6 weeks.
I was just here.
I know. Nobody likes the dentist. I should have been an accountant like my mom wanted.
Interestingly enough, this places this episode not after episode 5, but taking place simultaneously, indicated by the whistling man at the start of episode 5. Walking to the next room, she passes a closed door with the name Cold Harbor. In a similar manner to being severed, Mark relives his memories with Gemma, akin to the Jim Carrey movie.
Hi. That was fun last night.
It was. Sorry, I have a lecture at 3 on Haji Marat, and my notes are all over the place.
Okay. I brought you something.
Oh.
It's an ant farm. Last night you said you like dance, so.
I said I like plants.
Plants?
I hate ants.
Oh, shit.
And Gemma mentions that she's doing a lecture on Haji Marat, a story about a person who gives himself for the safety of his family. Again, more hints to Mark's possible fate.
What are you doing? What are you doing? Yeah.
Really?
Well, I mean, you know, it's on sale.
Who's putting it together, Mr. Handyman? You?
I happen to be quite handy. How dare you?
Handsy.
Handsy? Oh, all right. Maybe I'm kind of handsy.
Frozen roads of cobblestone lay dead in the winter. The nightjar mumbles, pecking at the cracks. The bare ground, like the branch, resembles her soft plumage. Cryptic colors that blend into dark days.
For you, that's because you can scale walls like a gecko. It was like half a mile of just exposed rock face.
That sounds fun.
Fine, there were a few boulders.
Boulders? Babe, come on. It was like the death zone of Everest.
Like Chomolungma.
Mm-hmm.
Any frozen bodies?
No, I looked, but I do have photo evidence. Look at that.
Oh my God.
What is wrong with you?
Yeah, Rickon, what is wrong with you?
Hey, I belayed my first couloir in middle school, so
What?
That sounds painful.
We all know what that means.
I'm sorry he said that.
outdoorsmanship courses through my veins. I make no apology for it.
Wait, how
Did I mention that the cinematography is amazing already? Maybe. Also, the song that was playing there was La Vis à Mille Temps, a song that starts off very calm and articulate, yet ends so chaotically, losing any correlation of the words he's saying. But refusing the drink, we see that she is pregnant. Though the crib was a hint from Mark himself, this time she is. Whilst getting ready for a night out, Gemma has a miscarriage, and it's all so sudden. We get this life shown to us, yet so abruptly ended.
Hey, hon, do you know where I put the keys? You okay?
Maybe.
Holding a still on Mark's face, the water slowly backpedals until it's completely flipped. As the lights shift, he's at work, showing how his life has been completely turned around, and all he has is his work.
Miss Cobell's orders. I'm to watch her for signs of sadness and verbally encourage her to forego further suicide.
For the record, this shot you just watched was one of the most expensive and time-consuming scenes made in the entirety of the show. And yes, it wasn't CGI. The cinematographer and director for this episode did an amazing job, and went on to say, "There's a shot that goes from MDR to the control room downstairs via electrical cables. There's no CGI in it, it's all real. We actually shot through the cables. It was the most laborious thing I've ever done as a DP. It was the biggest side project of this show, and so many people participated on it. You should have seen the rig for it. The camera goes through the internal part of the desk. There's a pulley moving it. If no one else deserves an Emmy, please give her one. This is both my favorite episode in the entirety of Severance, and also one of the best directorial debuts ever, scoring massive numbers on its release. Nevertheless, moving this shot around the control room, we see that each person is a direct copy of each refiner.
Are the Severance barriers holding?
Yes, the technology is working.
Looking over his shoulder, Drummond and the dentist from earlier remark,
"You like her."
She's easy to like.
Looking past the questions, we see how the dentist has a Cobell-esque fetishistic fascination with his work, but this time actively yet subtly objectifies Gemma. A lot, by the way. Walking into a fertility clinic, we see the same man from before, showing that maybe Lumen stalks who they're planning to abduct, per se, and we can tell that it's not just a speculation, as he holds this passing glance for a bit too long.
You know, it's the next step for a lot of people. I love you.
I love you too. I'm sorry.
Looking down, the music suddenly changes to a more dark tone. Filling out the form, the room shifts. Now this raises some alarms. If this is unsevered, normal, I slept with Mark Gemma, then why is she down here? More scarily, is why she's consenting to a staged death and being held captive. Now hear me out. You know them cult camps where a parent would consent to their child being taken away in the middle of the night as if it were a kidnapping? By the way, that actually happened in Sopranos as well, so you might know it from that. Maybe it's a similar situation where she was aware of the consequences but wasn't fully knowledgeable on the actual outcome.
You ready?
Huh?
It's time.
Locked and loaded?
Third time's a charm.
That's what they say.
I'll write you a thank you note.
Hate writing thank you notes.
Oh my God, I'm a little nervous. Baby? So I'm a little nervous.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, it's the final step. And, you know, there's a kid just out there just waiting for us. Just gotta reach out and grab her, right?
What if it doesn't work?
Turn around and bend over.
This is how you get Gemma out.
Really? This? Because this looks like how you kill my brother.
You two are definitely related.
I could call her.
Who?
Harmony Cobell.
Why would you do that? She runs the severed floor.
Not anymore, she doesn't. She might know how to get in the cabin. I mean, fuck, she might know how to get to Gemma.
She's Lumen through and through. She was raised by them. She's a soldier.
It's a risk, I get that.
A risk?
Yeah?
She will turn you over to them. Both of us. Everything I've done to fight, gone. We resume the treatment as soon as he wakes up.
Okay, I have custody of his brain now. You don't. I'm calling her.
Well, then I can't be a part of this.
Having Regabi walking out under the pretense that Devon is so desperate as to call Cobell, before thinking on her current situation, Mark utters a word.
Mark? What are you trying to say?
Chikai Bardo. I don't know, it looks like two guys fighting.
The name of the episode is the name of the previously shown cards. Cards that were confidential.
No, it's the same guy fighting himself, defeating his own psyche.
Ego death.
How do you know it's the same guy?
Well, the hair's the same.
Oh.
For some reason, she has the impulse to believe it's the same person, and she even goes in depth about it, even giving it a name, Ego Death. And here we start to see Mark's true self start to come out, this vile shield of a person.
That thing came in the mail?
Yeah, it's one of those things where you have to draw a duck or a rabbit or whatever. I think I got onto the mailing list at the clinic.
Why are you wasting your time with this?
Why are you being an asshole?
I'm not. I'm just, I don't know. It seems kind of weird.
Enjoying this. Or it was until you ruined it.
I think you might be overreacting a little bit, Gemma.
Don't do that.
Do what?
Tell me how I'm feeling.
I have no idea how you're feeling.
Like shit. Beat to shit.
So, let's stop.
A nice detail is that whenever we see Gemma's perspective, it's pretty steady yet personal, but Mark's is distant and it feels like he's being watched, as if, in hindsight. Getting ready for another Groundhog Day, something we can notice is that she has many drawn plants, which, if we think about it, is very sad, as taking one look at their home, it was full of life, and looking at Mark's home, it's not. Depicting how homesick she is, filling her barren room with the only thing that brought her comfort. Apart from Mark, of course.
It's okay. This is perfectly normal. Let's get you set up with that meal. Bon appetit. Can I get you anything else? Coffee, tea, another cologne?
Though it's comedic seeing how they test her, it is weird, backing up our theory of pushing the tempers to their limits. Also, what they could be doing is testing for products. For instance, people are scared of flying and people are scared of the dentist. So how would you, hypothetically, create scenarios where people aren't scared of your main business? 1. Perfect Severance, so people can just walk in there and walk straight back out. And 2. I don't know, just make it nicer. A shot showing Mr. Drummond and the dentist also shows the lack of Irving, on par with his leave, erasing any evidence that he ever existed. Also, the monitors seem to be even older than the ones in MDR, suggesting an even higher form of control. Putting on a wedding ring that seems to be too big, she enters the room. With shaky hands, she is being forced to write many thank you letters for random people, and the dentist uses this room to manipulate her that a lot of time has passed, as whenever she enters, another year rolls around.
Come on now, sweetheart. It's the last one.
How much longer do I have to do this?
I told you, you're done. But Christmas has a funny way of coming back around each year. I love you. Ooh. I said, I love you.
I love you too.
Playing the same song we heard when Gemma's identity was revealed, we see Mark failing to put together a crib, getting frustrated, tearing it apart. This house that was once full of warm light, having rays of sunshine even interrupt their view, is now shielded in darkness, with not a single person sharing a glimmer of a smile. Every break and crack, we see Gemma recoil to herself in an almost post-traumatic way. He isn't abusive yet. This tear in their life has corrupted them. Coming in, the dentist asks the regular questions, but instantly we know something's off. 1, it's usually the woman, and 2, it's usually in a controlled environment. Here he's just invading the only space she really has to herself.
I want to go home.
Your husband remarried last year, and he has a daughter now.
I don't believe you.
You've been gone a long time, Gemma. He's moved on. Maybe you've moved on too. In one of the rooms, what do you think?
Him pushing this narrative of Mark moving on wasn't for some Lumen test. He's actively trying to get her to fall in love with him, even saying that maybe she's moved on in one of the rooms, pushing her to fall into this thought process of considering his interests. Walking to the books, we get another remark of a lover dying at the end.
The death of Ivan Ilyich. Let me guess. He dies at the end.
But before knowing, Gemma knocks him to the ground, in a similar position to Grainer, and starts to run, unknowing where to go. This scene, after a few watches, really does scare me, because he wasn't there to be nice. He was probably there to do something a lot worse. Getting to the elevator, she goes up, but unfortunately she has no knowledge of why she is even there, because she isn't she. It's Miss Casey now. Gemma can never leave because they have designed this perfectly crafted system where even if she does manage to escape through the elevator, it wouldn't be her escaping, and she would be manipulated to come right running back.
Miss Casey.
Mr. Milchick,
I'm so sorry.
what's happening?
Nothing. Your Audi came in for a public art exhibition and found herself in the wrong elevator.
Oh. How long have I been?
If you wouldn't mind turning around and heading back in, it would be greatly appreciated.
But...
On you go.
Cutting to Mark, we see him typing on an old typewriter, seemingly exhausted.
Hey.
Sure you don't want to come?
It's charades.
That's gonna be like 20 minutes of it.
Yeah, but, you know...
Or I could stay.
No, you should probably go. I mean, this thing's gotta be in tonight anyway, so...
Okay. Did you get the, Denali thing I sent?
No, I'll look at it. I'll check it out.
All right, well, I'll be back at like 10.
Okay.
I love you. I said.
Oh, no, I love you too, and I'm sorry.
Bye.
See ya.
This is the last time he ever saw Gemma, and he couldn't even say, "I love you." Hearing cars outside, he goes to see who it is, and as we figured, it's the cops. He says nothing, and the realization hits him as the shadow engulfs his face, removing the top of his head.
Mark. Hey. 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 Careful. Easy. Mark. Where'd you go?
Bardo. I don't know. It looks like two guys fighting.
No, it's the same guy fighting himself, defeating his own psyche. Ego death.
Episode 7. It's a really complicated episode because we're learning a lot. We're seeing Mark and Gemma's relationship, which we've been talking about for a long time, and now we get to understand what their relationship actually was.
I'm sorry, who are you?
Gemma.
We really got to go back and create this past for Mark and Gemma, and you can see the magic of Gemma and why she immediately took over his life and his heart.
Our cinematographer, Jessica Lagagne, directed that episode, and it looks unlike anything else on the show, and sort of this idyllic time in this beautiful world that Jess created.
It's a tricky episode because it talks about 5 years of these characters' lives that we don't really get to see, you know, and how do you tell that in 15 to 20 minutes, which is what we have on screen, to tell their whole entire story. But I think there's just enough for people to understand and feel what they need to feel there.
And I think what Jessica did is pretty special in terms of figuring out how to tell some of this backstory.
I love you. I said.
Oh, no, I love you too, and I'm sorry.
So it was fun to experiment a little bit and to let the story dictate visually how we were telling it.
It really, truly wasn't that bad.
For you, that's because you can scale walls like a gecko.
The brief scene where we see them with Devin and Rickon, that environment is all about warmth and openness, which is the exact opposite of what we get at Lumen.
That was really special for me because even with the first season scripts, the idea was the four of them had been quite close before all of this happened. And to be able to sort of reverse engineer that this season and go back and take a look at what those relationships looked like was really special.
It was so nice to visit that more buoyant time and that side of all those characters.
Oh my God.
What is wrong with you?
Yeah, Rickon, what is wrong with you?
Hey, I belayed my first couloir in middle school, so
what?
It was cool to see Audi Mark get to be happy because up until this point, his Audi self represented his grief. And so seeing that version of his Audi self in retrospect is bittersweet.
Hello, Gemma.
Dr. Maurer?
We're seeing Gemma on this testing floor that we've never been to, and that they are doing these severance tests on her that we don't quite understand. Deachin did great work having to really explore Gemma. It's the first time we really see her other than a picture.
Deachin just had to create this character out of whole cloth, that someone we had never met before, but is really the impetus for what ends up being the show. So it's a real challenge to come up with something like that, and I think she did an incredible job.
Gemma, where did you go?
She's been really fun to work with because we've been able to do different things in each room and kind of tackle different parts of her personality. It was like, okay, well, who's Gemma? And we're discovering that with her backwards. So the interesting thing is like getting to peel those layers off with her.
When he's done, you're gonna have to say goodbye to her.
I'm aware.
We really get to see the inner workings of Lumen, and you start to gather that this severance thing is far more important than just productivity at work.
We're gonna find that what is going on the severed floor in some way contributes to what's going on down below. But we still don't know why. We still don't know the seed of that mystery.
Are the severance barriers holding?
Yes, the technology is working.
As the roaring sound of waves fade in, we can see a raging sea with deep blue colors. Going from the black ice sea, we see a huge wide shot showing Cobell's car driving on a narrow seaside road. Also, we can notice an iceberg just poking out of the sea, which links back to how Cobell's sky picture was replaced with Milchak's iceberg painting. Driving down Icelandic-esque roads, we see her pass a sign reading Salt's Neck, the place she refused to visit in the midst of her mental break during her firing. Traveling through an almost deserted seaside town, no sounds apart from the gulls or car can be heard. Coming to a stop to brush her teeth, we can see a disheveled man camping out in a rundown car, puffing what seems to be some sort of drug. This being the early signs of what might have happened to this place, even sharing glances with Cobell, only to ignore her presence.
Hear about that clusterfuck up on North Pine?
Dutch Davis kid.
How the fuck do you flip a 2-ton snowplow?
The stupidity. An apple don't fall far from the gutter.
Well, that's kind of you.
On the house.
We see a lone bartender giving a man the same drug that we saw from the man from earlier, not only showing the sad depravity that has befelt this town, but also the almost comforting community that has accompanied it. Though bonding over drugs, this local cafe void of warm light works as an escape from reality. Coming in, we see a look from both the bartender and a few patrons, telling us that you should subscribe to the Dare Kudos Patreon. But really, this look tells us that they all kind of recognize Cobell. Also, side note, they all seem to have freakishly blue eyes, something Kia himself was known to be attributed with.
You want coffee?
No.
Tables are for paying customers.
Fine, then buy me a coffee. The town is older than I remembered. Frailer.
You know, around with the market readjustment from a few years ago and the fluctuating interest rates, there was a retrenchment from some of the core infrastructure investments.
I need a favor. But not here. Meet me at the factory.
Asking to meet at the factory, the man barely contributes to the conversation, merely making snide remarks at supposed investors. Going off this, we can assume that this was a town run by Lumen, and when it left them worse off. Not having much of a choice, reluctantly, he leaves, either out of spite or confusion. Learning more about the Drippy Pot Cafe, we can learn that it and the town went into ruin shortly after the ether mill closed, in a time between 1872 and 1984, telling us that the factory he is going to meet Harmony at is a rundown ether mill, whilst driving our theory is confirmed when we pass a worn-out Lumen logo plastered on a building, clearly worn with age, representing the town.
You know how fucked it is to ask me to come here.
I need you to drive me to Sissy's.
Oh, no thanks.
If they're watching the house, they'll recognize my car.
How much trouble are you in?
Enough.
You know, she still lives by the 9.
I assume.
Then you know she's a fucking pariah here.
You can stay in the truck. I need to get something.
I want to help you with anything.
We were once chums. Old colleagues lift each other up.
Colleagues? Child fucking labor.
Kia and Imogen met at the ether mill. You know that?
Was she hacking up a lung at the time?
I can smell it on your breath. Pathetic.
Fuck you.
You can help me or not. But I'll not be the punching dummy for your resentments.
With this, we learn quite a lot. 1. Lumen uses child labor, and probably still does due to Miss Wong's presence. And 2. Working in the ether mill caused many of the problems of the townsfolk, and not just its leave shortly after. And if you don't know what long-term exposure to ether can cause, here it is. Inebriation, respiratory paralysis, and unconsciousness, and a side dish of addiction. One last thing is that these two most likely had a fling, or at least a deeper emotional connection due to the reference of Kia and Imogen. Going to meet a person called Sissy, they drive a long way, and it's important to know that Harmony is scared to be seen with her, suggesting that what she's looking for there might hold significant importance. Plus, it also shows more malice in Lumen, as they'll come back to the town to prevent this finding, but not help who they laid in ruin. Arriving at the lone shack isolated from the town, Cobell gets out and approaches the house, whilst the man stays back.
You are not welcome here. I have a mind to call the authorities. I do not want that huff peddler on my property. You gave him his thirst for it.
This last comment shows that Sissy is clearly with Lumen, and considering her attire, probably for a while. Walking around the house, we see a few notable things. We notice that Harmony grew up in this house. Something that's quite saddening is that she has her height drawn out on a doorframe, yet ends at 12, showing how Lumen literally stripped her childish innocence. On the wall, we see a plaque with the writing, Quarterly Striver, 4th quarter year of vision, Youth Apprentice, Matron, Celestine Sissy Cobell. This shows that Though we can't trust Sissy, and hardly know anything about this obscure presence, like Cobell, she too was raised by Lumen, so she can't be blamed for her actions, though should still be held accountable, unlike another person. This award also displays how she was most likely well established in the early days of Lumen, along with Cobell's high-ranking position. Well, not anymore, but this displays a deeper connection between her bloodline and Lumen. Making it to a door, she hesitates before attempting to open it.
What have you done with my things? Sold. To the poor. They weren't yours to sell. I sit in this house, you do not. Has anyone been here? No one comes here. Or telephoned. A Mr. Drummond. And what did he want? What have you done, little mouse?
Knowing that Lumen seems to be one step ahead at all times, she rushes round to the back and disconnects the phone line.
I want the key to Mother's room. That room stays shut until all who remember her sit with Kier. You know this. Give me the key. Why do you bring nothing but woe into my life? Now it is you who cursed this house with woe. I will not have this quarrel. What were her last words? Child, do not test me. What were they? She said nothing after you pulled the tube from her gullet. There was gratitude in her eyes to be freed from her suffering. If only she had been a believer, perhaps she would have found solace in the 9.
Once more, the use of old phrases and tempers being mentioned relates to old medieval Christianity, again showing the age of this town. Sissy is also heavily indoctrinated by Lumen, quite obviously, but when remarking that her dead mother should have found solace in the 9 core principles instead of grieving, it truly shows the iron fist Kier has on this town. Something that makes me feel sympathy for this corrupted character is that when asking where the key is, Sissy simply zones out, instead rubbing a handmade key head, showing her humanity and fear slowly bleed through, as she's constantly relying on fidgeting to help her anxiety. This is made even worse when she doesn't even bother to stop Cobell, just mentioning,
All you will find in there is pain.
Entering the room, after upturning a few things, looking to the left we see a very similar shrine to the one in Cobell's house. And I know, I'm going to say it again, this is tragic. Cobell had no time to grieve for her mother, so the most iconic thing she can remember was the shrine she probably prayed to. So recreating this was her way of remembering her, and also gives us another reason for why she was cradling the respirator, as in some way Harmony finally looked past the shrine and saw her mother. Nonetheless, taking a more detailed look at the shrine, we can spot a few notable things. Falling back to Season 1, Episode 9, we can see the 9 core principles laid out in a different fashion, more ritualistic. Looking up at the wall decor, we can see a few newspaper clippings. James Egan assumes his role as Lumen CEO. The open door, and most notably the only underlined one, being the work-life balance, possibly suggesting that the reason Cobell was highly decorated was her involvement in the chip's creation. Also, one more thing to add is that the idea that James Egan and Harmony possibly had a relationship due to the many references of James seeing Kier in her. Ignoring the handmade tempers, close on the left resides a stitching, with a goat holding a large dot in the middle of its forehead. Going back to how protective the goat people were, we can assume that the goats are for sacrificial purposes, killing them with the use of a bolt gun. Behind some dead flowers, she finds the box with a key in it. Trying her mother's door, it opens. Walking in, she says nothing. Looking at who she once was, Harmony attaches her mother's respirator and cradles in the bed, hopelessly repeating the sounds of her dying mum. And these sounds are freaky, turned into an almost distorted wail call. With the light leaving over the horizon, we can hear the previous man burst into the house, eventually entering Cobell's room. Taking a moment, he sits down on the bed beside her.
You want to get high?
done that since I was 8.
You ready to man the vat for 10 hours?
Leaning closer, we see Harmony finally giving to her emotion, and he remarks that
I don't think it's here. What you're looking for.
But he's not talking about the random thing she's trying to find. He's talking about their love. Giving Cobell an idea, she rushes to a small digout just outside. Letting the light guide her way, we see a yearbook. And weirdly enough, just under the Honors and Awards page, we see that Cobell was the president of the Goat Husbandry Club. More importantly, we see on the other page a photo of Jaime Egan and Harmony standing together, with Jaime himself throwing a special ceremony where he gives her the Wintertide Fellowship Award himself, backing up our theory that the two had a connection. Looking deeper, she finds said award. Confirming what it is, we see instant relief on her face, followed by a more shadowed fading fear.
Lumen destroyed this town. You owe them no loyalty. There was no town before the factory. And what about your own employ? Everything that you have, you owe back to the Egans as fealty. Fealty? Mine! My designs! Circuit blueprint, base code, overtime contingency, Glasgow block, all of it! Jaime Egan was the inventor. So I've heard.
Harmony Cobell invented the chip. Going back to the second episode of season 2, we finally get an answer to this statement.
You fear me. We fear no one.
Helena either doesn't know about this, or is too scared to push in the event of Harmony leaking this information. At the same time, Sissy, knowing the same fate that could befall the company that defined her life if this information were to get out, she tries something drastic.
I hope you die as painfully as she did. It was her hand that removed the tube, not mine. No! Your mother was a coward, more sick in the soul than in the body, filled with malice and resentment. I don't believe you! I thought you were different. My flower. I tried to help you grow, but now I see you are a weed, just as she was.
Now again, I'm on my defending arc, because I still think, though riddled with religious ideologies, she still cares for Cobell. And that was a part of the reason she tried to destroy this information, as when told she would be banished, Sissy was simply trying to protect her. Knowing that someone's coming, saying goodbye for the last time, Hampton gives Cobell his car. Driving down the narrow dark roads contrasting the first few shots, Devon begins to call her once more. Yet this time, she picks up.
Mrs. Silva, oh, thank fuck, I've been trying to reach you.
Yes, I'm aware.
So listen, Mark has been reintegrating?
A copy.
Yeah.
And she hasn't killed him yet?
No, I mean, I think he's okay. But listen, we want to try something else.
Is Mark with you?
Yes.
Put him on.
Hello?
Tell me everything. I need you to drive me to Sissy's.
No thanks.
I need to get something.
So this is the episode where Harmony Cobell goes home. This is where she got her start. Lumen pulled a lot of natural resources from this place, one of those being the people. I think Cobell is one of several promising people who were sort of co-opted and taken away from this town. and it was left gutted. And so she is, for the first time, going back and seeing what their effect is on the real world and what they leave in their wake.
The town is older than I remembered, frailer.
That was really interesting to get to explore a whole different world with that and learn about Cobell as a human being and what the source of her pain is.
We get to see some of where Cobell has come from and this very strict structure that she came up in and what happens to people who rebel in this Lumen culture.
You are not welcome here.
How do you find sympathy for a character like Harmony Cobell? For something like that, you have to go back to when she was a child and ask the question, who hurt her? You know, who brought her into this? So we knew that Sissy was gonna have to be this seemingly irredeemably Lumen person. And Jane Alexander fits so perfectly into that world, and she just immediately got the character.
Such a disappointment you've proven to be.
Patricia is such a brilliant actor. She is fearless, she'll take chances. She's playing such a cold, mysterious character in the show. And to see her in a totally different environment when she goes home and her not being in charge and how she's being treated like the little girl that she was by her aunt. You see that vulnerability and you see where the toughness and the hard exterior comes from.
There's aspects of Harmony that people are not really aware of, and part of that is her sentimental past. I think when you have ideology blending with religion or structure, sometimes you really like that as a kid that grew up in chaos. And yet you may have complicated feelings because within all of that chaos, there still may be love. And I don't think that's really something Harmony wants to look at.
We were tasked with finding a coastal town where Cobell grew up. And Jess, our cinematographer, brought up Newfoundland.
Jess had done a film years ago in Fogo Island, and she's like, we gotta go see Fogo Island. And Ben and her and I did. We went up with Ryan, and everyone just loved it.
There was a lot of crazy change in weather, lots of wind. But I thought it was nice to work with a different environment.
It was really incredible filming that. Just the landscape itself was just so cinematic. We were at this place in the world that was so hostile of an environment, and it was interesting that Harmony had grown up there. It was so cold and icebergs are floating by, and I felt like it was very much in keeping with Harmony's inner landscape.
Basements are always a big thing on this show. There's always this sense of sort of what is hidden underneath the floorboards and what are we keeping tamped down. And for Cobell, I think that's a big part of it, is realizing that she's been used by the Egans and that she hasn't been given her proper due.
My designs! Circuit blueprint, base code, overtime contingency, Glasgow block, all of it!
And so that combined with the pain that she's seeing that they've caused to her hometown and to the people that she used to love, these are things that are slowly turning her.
I'll see you around.
But we're still not sure what exactly she's planning to do.
So listen, Mark has been reintegrating?
Tell me everything.
We don't know who it is yet, but early in the morning we see a random woman doing laps in a pool. But considering the color palette and the brutalistic atmosphere, we can make out that it's Helena. The surroundings kind of speak about what Helena goes through. She has everything, yet it's all unsorted. Splitting the eggs symbolically represents the severance procedure, and separating it once more displays how the testing floor has divided Gemma. The plate holds an odd design, yet very important. Though the real meaning behind it isn't known, we can make an assumption. The two men present as the innie and outie. We know this as Mark's fish, which we have already made the connection to the severance procedure, hold the same colors, whilst the restrained person is the body. Relating back to the card showing ego death, this design shows how the body is being forced to be occupied by two different people. Ignoring her statement, cutting to close-up shots clearly irritated by the way she's eating, Jane remarks that he'd wish she'd take them raw.
I wish she'd take them raw.
Which sounds weird in the moment, but clearly he's calling back to the 3 raw eggs Kia Egan ate for breakfast. Driving to work, we see Helena look back at her house, as it fades into the distance, showing her clear dismay for the company she's been forced into. Slowly zooming out, we see a water tower engulf the frame, as the music ramps up.
Unveil. Eustace Huang, today marks the end of your Wintertide Fellowship. Congratulations. Your bed will be moved from your parents' home to the Gunnel Egan Empathy Center in Svalbard, where you will work to steward global reforms.
Confirming our suspicions, child labor seems to be still in full effect, even sending her to a Lumen-esque camp. Also, the cinematography is brilliant, showing how Miss Wong really can't say anything. Furthermore, when asking her to lay the game on the table, she is forced to destroy the only thing that kept her grounded in reality, and proving both physically and mentally that Lumen is destroying children's innocence, building the perfect soldiers. Back to Dylan's outie, we see Gretchen confess to him. Clearly guilty for lying last time, she comes clean.
I kissed your innie.
Beg pardon?
I saw your innie again at Lumen, and right before I left, we ended up kissing for about a minute.
What?
I'm sorry.
How? What the fuck? Like,
It didn't.
it didn't, what? It didn't mean anything?
I wasn't going to say that.
Wow. Yeah.
You've been adrift. You know that.
This is so many fucking dimensions of fuck.
He reminds me of how you used to be.
Okay.
Dylan.
I'm gonna go to work and earn a paycheck to feed our children. And I'm gonna respectfully request that you don't follow me there and use my own body to fucking cheat on me.
Don't leave.
You know what? Since I would have no way of knowing if that's happening or not, I don't know. Maybe I just go quit. Maybe I go in and I quit and I just end his existence. How about that?
With this relatively justified break, we get an odd predicament thrown into the question once more. Is it cheating for someone to sleep with you, but not you? In the same instance, would this constitute wrong? Nevertheless, threatening to quit, he leaves, showing the clear cracks in the marriage held together by young love. At the same time, Irving enters his home and sees Radar staring at something in his living room, clearly shook up. Thinking about Helena dealing with Irving, we can assume the worst. Turning the corner, there he is. But
they may be also connected to several recent disappearances or deaths. Goodman may have participated as a low-level Lumen enforcer or goon. Lumen goon. That stings. We never used words like that. With Lumen, it's very specific language. That was before. I know now that I was wrong. I know you're not with them.
backpedaling for the first time, we see genuine fear in Irv. In this moment, he thinks he's going to die.
Would you go for a ride with me? I'm sorry. Go for a ride with me.
You see, in this moment, this isn't just normal fear of an invader. Irving's been investigating Lumen, and he knows what happens if they find out. So his only option is to beg. Whilst in the car, Bert seems to crack himself, mentioning that he's never hurt anyone, as if in some attempt to calm him.
I drove people places. And ask what happened to them once they got there.
Shifting focus, we see Irving looking out the window. He's just watching the world go by, and outside, the world's cold. Not answering, Irving is left to live in his mind, whilst the drive toils with his emotions. Cutting to an overhead shot of Lumen displaying how grand and demeaning it is, we see the progression of Cold Harbor, 96%.
Yes.
It's 9 o'clock.
And
The numbers aren't moving.
the numbers aren't moving.
He may just be running late.
The final quota was promised today. Get him here now.
Clearly scared that Cold Harbor won't be completed, Milchek once more is put in the position to fix everything. And this hold shows the break in his company man persona. Mimicking the movements of Mark when entering Lumen post-Ep 9, Helly finds herself alone in the office.
Where's Mark?
Excuse me.
This is the second day in a row he's not here. Is he coming in?
Non-disclosure policy forbids.
He had a nosebleed before. Is he okay?
Why?
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 He's department chief.
Dylan is, in Mark's absence.
Kind of like you and Cobell. Replace one part with another.
That's enough, Heliar.
Don't you mean Helly E?
Helena Egan is my employer. You are my subordinate, and this behavior constitutes insubordination.
Yeah, no shit.
Leave it open.
Though yes, Milchek is still very defensive, he was reluctant to raise his voice or punish her actions, seamlessly coming to an end of this transitioning arc this season's been building up to. Visiting Dylan's innie once more, she tells him about the situation. Though his innocence is charming, his lack of understanding and unawareness of the outside world causes this mental confusion unknown to him up until now.
I told my husband about you and me this morning.
Was he glad for us?
No.
Well, he should be, because I'm making you happy.
I know.
And he's not.
I can't see you anymore. He threatened to quit. And I don't know if he's still going to. But maybe if I tell him that this is over.
No, hold on.
This is all my fault. I never should have come here.
Wait, Gretchen, my life started when you came here.
That's not true. You have so much going for you.
No, I have nothing else. I have this, and I have fucking pencil erasers.
I'm sorry. I have to go.
No, wait. Gretchen G.
Oh my God.
I love you. And I know I'm just an innie, but I love you all the way. I do. Gretchen, I made this for you. I can give you a life, please.
In a soft, sad voice, she lets him down.
I'm so sorry.
Gretchen. Gretchen!
Dylan was let into the outside world and so roughly let go. And calling back to the phrase, the surest way to tame a prisoner is to let him believe he's free, this is that philosophy when it fails, showing once more that Milchek is no replacement for Cobell. This realization is something Milchek himself knows. Twiddling the only thing he's got left as proof of his connection to the outside world, he contemplates his life as a whole, even turning against the thing he held so valuable.
She's my wife.
She's not. Your wife. Because no one would treat someone they love the way she's treating you. Like all the Audis treat us. Like everything's for them.
Okay, well, what the fuck is there to do about it?
Also comforting him, Helly now views the Outies akin to a tamer version of how Helena views them, further pushing that divide between the two mental states, backing up our scary theory that the Innies might take control over the Outies.
At the end of the day, we're still stuck down here with no lives and no family.
Irving was your family.
Dude.
And he left you a message. The black hallway. I don't know if he knew where it leads, but he thought it was important, and they convinced you to turn your back on him for some Audi woman you don't even know.
You know it's your fault we're down here at all, right?
No, it's not.
And if we're so different from our Audis, then how come we couldn't tell when you were gone?
Irving could.
Mark couldn't.
Lashing out at Helly, the refiners are all isolated.
Sorry, I guess I'm an asshole down here too.
In the same interval, our golden boy Mark and star-in-the-sky Devon drive to a place to meet Cobell. And we see how though Devon is angry with Mark, she understands what he's going through.
There's a mistake.
I'm sorry, the wind was whistling over the hole in the back of your skull, so I didn't quite get that. Did you just call my plan a fucking mistake?
We told her everything. She told us shit. Can't trust her.
Yeah.
Getting a call from Milchek, he doesn't answer it, instead waiting for Harmony's arrival.
This birthing cabin, you can take us there, right? So we can talk to his innie?
Not yet. Even under the cover of dark, it's perilous. We wait for night.
Oh, it's perilous. Okay.
Okay. Yep. You want us to wait until the evening?
We don't even know if he's completed the file yet. I assume no.
What file?
Mentioning the file, Mark and Devon clearly don't trust her. For good reason. And she reveals that
Cold Harbor. And if you've completed it, she's already dead.
Jesus Christ.
She better be fucking alive.
calming him down to some degree, Harmony speaks up once more, telling him to call Milchek and say he's unwell and he won't be coming in today. Taking a moment, he agrees to stay. Taking matters into his own hands, Helly ventures to get Irving's note. At the same time, Dylan wanders the halls contemplating what he should even do with himself. Let alone in the world that doesn't want him, he turns around and heads to Milchek's office.
I'm sure you know this is very disappointing and reeks of ingratitude.
Done. Anything else?
Keycard.
As a petty way to have one last stand against Milchek, he throws the keycard away from his hand. And at the same time, faced with the same finality of employment, Miss Wong speaks up.
Please report to the elevator and wait.
I'm sorry, Dylan G. I should have facilitated better.
That's enough.
It's not your fault.
We haven't known Huang for a long time, but her character development is probably the most meaningful ones of the show, going from disregarding their humanity to feeling guilty for a worker leaving. This also shows hope that her childish innocence hasn't been fully stripped away.
Our most vital refiner missing in the wind on what was to be Lumen's finest day. This is your fault.
I have followed protocol, Mr. Drummond. But I thank you for your remonstration.
A needlessly complex word for a simple idea. Apologize for the word.
Sir.
Apologize for the word.
Confronting Milchek about Mark's absence, we hear the fear in his voice as he quivers getting his words out. Asking him to apologize for how he speaks represents something much bigger. It represents Milchek's individuality and identity as a minority, needlessly picking at who he is as a person just for how he speaks. From here, Milchek's growing distrust and betrayal from Lumen is all built up into one burst, from which he doesn't speak with fear but changes his posture and speaks from his heart.
Devour feculence. It means eat shit, Mr. Drummond.
What did you just say to me?
I am manager of the severed floor, which means two things. First, I am owed a measure of respect, even by my superiors. Second, and more obvious, that said floor comprises the whole of my jurisdiction. To put that monosyllabically, it's not my fault what Mark Scout does when he is not at work. It's yours.
Finding his identity for the first time, Milchek returns to his post. And this is such a good scene, and if you were here as these episodes were dropping, going on Severance Twitter was like a flashbang of Devour Fecklins memes.
Mr. Scout, where are you?
I was worried about these nosebleeds, so we drove to this clinic out in Soil Hill, and, they wanted to do a few more tests.
Let me send a car. You are a priority employee, and you should be under Lumen care.
I'm not sick. I just needed the day, okay?
May I ask why?
No. I've just got life stuff. Isn't that what Lumen's all about? Balance? I mean, work is just work, right? Do you know what I mean, Mr. Magic?
Clearly not believing him, Mark just says he needs time off, and he'll be in tomorrow. Tramel's subtle facial expressions as he's almost brought to tears indicate that though Mark should be in, and yes, he should be disappointed, in some way he's happy Mark's taking personal time. Something he himself has been disregarding. Arriving at a train station, Bert reluctantly buys a singular train ticket.
I can't know where you get off, and you can never come back to Kier. Do you understand?
No. Won't Lumen come after you?
You asked me why I severed. I like the idea that I could be innocent. Again, part of me. But then, my innocent part fell in love with you.
Talking to Bert, he tells him that he can never come back to Kier, telling us that Bert disobeyed Lumen, instead attempting to save Irving's life. Almost 20 years of work just risking it for one man. Love does transcend Severance. Questioning him on this decision, Bert doesn't give a direct answer, and Irving, in a last-ditch effort, attempts to make the one real connection he could still have.
I've never been loved before. Not really.
No. I have. How does it feel?
I don't know. Don't you want to know how it felt?
It's not possible, Bert. It's okay. Just go.
I've never had this.
I know.
My whole life.
I know.
I want to. I want to have it.
Irving.
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready.
We can't.
I'm ready.
We can't.
Directly copying the greenhouse scene, it's now Bert saying we can't. Holding his eyes closed, trying to stay in the moment, he's forced to open them as Bert gives him one last handshake. Walking Irving off, he's left alone once more in this desolate town, knowing that he wants it, but he can't. Getting on the train, Radar sits just in front of him, being his last connection. Looking out the window, he smiles, knowing that he can finally live a life where he doesn't have to fear of Lumen control. Live a life with his dog. And that's the last time we ever see Irving. For 10 minutes, my tears were the biggest waterfalls in the world. Right after that emotional roller coaster, we get one of my favorite shots in the entire show, where as Dylan G waits for an elevator up, he's not expecting to return, contemplating the experience of death. His head rests perfectly in the position of being pardoned by Kier, as his void stare conjures an emotionless expression. At the same time, Miss Wong too is getting ready to leave, against her wishes, and as the old Lumen bus arrives, she has no choice but to enter, practically running away from home. Just as Helly is memorizing the location, a slender shadow appears in the darkness. Coming into focus, it's Jane.
You tricked me. Why, Ellie?
What the fuck?
As confused as us, we aren't giving any time to evaluate this event. And the random appearance of her father. Making their way to the birthing retreat, Mark is in a similar position as Cobell, being tucked away in a trunk under many ragged coverings. Pulling up to the entrance booth, Harmony works her magic.
We're going to Cottage 5.
I don't have anyone scheduled.
She's one of James. No one's to know.
Hey, Mark. No. If you walk out that door, he's just gonna come right back in again.
Waking up in the cottage, Mark's innie is terrified, yet Devon reassures him that he's safe. leading him upstairs, passing a photo of Keo working as a medic during the American Civil War. For the first time in a while, he sees the person that used to terrorize his barely lived existence.
Do you remember the last thing that you said to me?
Ending the 9th episode with the same lines the last season's finale did, he says,
"She's alive."
Hello, Mark. How are you?
Oh my God, so good. My wife's being held prisoner at Lumen, and I just got brain surgery in my basement. How have you been?
So in 209, we finally get the much anticipated meeting of Audi, Mark, and Cobell, and we get to see the complicated feelings that they now have. There's just so many layers of distrust and resentment.
We're allies now. There's no need to.
Oh, we're allies now. We're not neighbors anymore? Sorry, I guess I'm confused.
She's being faced with the reality of her actions, which I think makes her feel very vulnerable. Mark is very resentful of her, but at the same time, he has no choice but to trust her.
Father?
If there's one thing that Helly and Helena have in common, it's a lack of that familial love. In Helly's case, she's able to sort of find a family through her coworkers. Helena, I think, still doesn't have that. And that's what's so much more painful, is that she lives with her father. He's right there, but he's never going to give her that foundational love that we all need in order to be human beings.
We should take them raw.
Whenever I'm approaching either character, I'm trying to do so with a lot of empathy for both sides, and to not think of it as such a binary, like this versus this. In so much as my Audi character is an antagonist to the Innie, I think it goes both ways. You know, it's such a human thing, right, to be at odds with oneself.
I can't see you anymore.
One of my favorite storylines was to see Dylan on the inside start to have a relationship with his wife that on the outside had lost its luster. And they basically start to have a bit of an affair. And I just thought that was such an interesting storyline, in that you can't really do that in any other show where he himself is having an affair with his wife.
This is so many fucking dimensions of fuck.
He reminds me of how you used to be.
Okay.
I think Gretchen is not somebody who is comfortable continuing to lie. And so all these complexities are now infiltrating his previously simple and happy life.
Gretchen, I made this for you. I can give you a life, please. We see a lot more sides of Dylan, and it was a lot of things that I haven't been asked to do on screen before. Gretchen! So it was an interesting and exciting arc for this season.
Bert, would you go for a ride with me?
Christopher Walken and John Turturro, they're two of our best actors in the world. So it was really fun to see them explore Bert and Irving on the outside.
The relationship with Bert is an unusual one, and that really has made it a special experience.
I never heard anyone want you to know that. It's sort of ill-fated, star-crossed. It's a little Romeo and Juliet there, that they love each other, but they can't be together.
Bert is responsible for having to, in some way, deal with Irving, because Lumen is aware that he's investigating and looking places he shouldn't be looking.
This line goes as far as you can go. I can't know where you get off, and you can never come back to Kier. Do you understand?
And so Bert has to make a decision what to do with Irving. He's acknowledging that they have a connection, but he also realizes how impossible it is. And he makes the choice that he's gonna never see him again, but help him.
At the end of the episode, we have Mark, Cobell, and Devin finally reaching the birthing cabin. You know, we've seen Innie Mark and Audi Mark walk around in each other's lives. We've seen them start to see glimpses of each other's lives. What we've never had between them is an actual conversation where the many, many complex feelings that they would have for each other are actually able to be talked through. So that's what we leave episode 9 with, is the promise of that long-awaited final meeting where they're actually going to speak to each other.
Do you remember the last thing that you said to me?
she's alive.
Okay, so this is the last episode of Severance, and you might have noticed that it's pretty long. More specifically, about twice the length of the normal episode. So sit back and try to enjoy it. Interestingly enough, the last episode is introduced with the intro cinematic, instead of having 3 minutes of episode, and there's a good reason for this. Due to the sheer size of this episode, it makes sense to watch it like a movie, just one continuous story, and like a sequel, it follows directly on from the previous episode.
Why am I here? Why are you here?
Cold Harbor. Have you finished it?
No.
And she's still alive. We can save her.
Who?
Miss Casey. Gemma. There's a hallway down there. It's different than the others. It's long and black and hidden.
From Irving's drawings.
What?
We know where it is.
To her surprise, Bark and the refiners already know about the testing hallway, showing her position of informational power may not be as powerful as she thought. Back to Helly, we see her reaction to James's sudden appearance.
God, you're fucking weird.
Standing in the hallway, the light engulfs his back, making him look almost angelic. Stunned, he wobbles towards her in a Frankenstein-esque manner.
I do not love my daughter. I used to see care in her. But he left her as she grew.
Sound like a great dad.
I had others in the shadows. But he wasn't in them either, until I saw him again. And you.
Approaching closer, Helly's rebellious nature flares up, as she is finally confronted with the person who defined her entire life.
There he is. Tomorrow is a special day.
Hey, why did you come here? What do you want from me?
And shaken by her threats, we learn something quite morbid and confusing. Why does he see Keir in Helly? Someone who is so against the grain that Keir would be the last thing she would resemble. Even having many other bastard children, he never saw Keir in. These children would also give us a reason for why Devon was let in the retreat, as many a woman was most likely used as vessels for him. Something cool as well is that the pen idea was actually something Britt thought of during filming, saying, "There was no weaponized pen in the script, but I remember saying to Ben, when Jane walks into the room, I was like, I think Helly needs a weapon." And we had a pen, so I grabbed the pen, sort of in a gut instinct. That's how Helly is. She's like, here we go, let's go.
Once that file is done, you'll need to quickly get to the black hallway, then down to the testing floor. I'll not let you leave MDR till that file is complete.
Okay, but how do I find her once I'm down there?
No, you won't.
I won't.
No.
Your chip is only attuned to your floor. Once you get down to testing, you'll be your outie again.
And then he'll find Gemma and take her up to the severed floor.
Where you will guide her to the exit stairwell.
Right, okay.
Mark, I know this is a fucking lot, man. But if we can prove that she is alive, if we can prove that they fucking kidnapped her, it will end them.
Briefing him on the plan that he hasn't really consented to going through with, he asked the real question of,
well, what happens to us? Well, if Lumen ends, then what happens to every innie on the severed floor?
Yeah.
Oh. You want me to give my life?
No.
The lives of everyone down there?
No, it's not that simple.
Just to save one person you happen to care about.
It doesn't have to end your life.
Really?
Right. There's somebody else who wants to talk to you, actually.
Given a way to talk to his outie via camcorder, he is told,
watch it.
Hey,
Well, I guess you know who I am. I think you've spoken with Devin and Miss Cobell, so you know what it is that we're asking. But the first thing I need to say to you is that I am so sorry. You know, I created you as a prisoner and as an escape. Lumen told me you'd be happy, that innies are content, and because I took their word for it, you've been living a nightmare for 2 years. It's horrific what they've done to you. And part of the reason I'm here is to make it right. I hope, with all we have in common, that you'll give me that chance.
It's phrased nice and welcoming, but also very demeaning, as if he's trying to convince a dog to do a trick. Going to make his own response, the camera pans over to the fireplace where 2 statues remain, and oddly enough, there's a man kinda resembling Drummond, holding his belly as if he were pregnant too, along with the woman. Now, something I've not seen anybody talk about is that I believe this is representing Cuvade syndrome. With an unknown cause, this illness entails a man going through pregnancy along with his wife. Major weight gain, shifting hormones, changing sleep patterns, nausea, even morning sickness, and at the extreme, incredible pain during his wife's actual pregnancy. And I believe Severance is using this illness to display the visual bonding and bodily experience of Innie and Outie during childbirth, an almost symbiotic relationship. Side note, I wouldn't even know of this syndrome's existence if it wasn't for House MD, so thanks, Greg.
Hi. Wow, this is, I never expected to actually speak to you.
Holy shit.
Let alone get an apology, so, thank you. Nightmare is the wrong word, actually, because we find ways to make it work, to feel whole, which is why what you're asking scares me. Because whatever this life is, it's all we have, and we don't want it to end. Can you understand that?
This back and forward notion continues with Altimark slowly understanding his humanity, until he says this.
I'd say the same thing in your position. However, Lumen doesn't have to be your whole life. Now, you may have been seeing flashes lately, images from my world out here. I've been seeing yours too. It's a process called reintegration. It's a way to recouple memories so we can be one person. I started this because I see now how unfair this all is to you. And once my wife is free, I swear I will finish the process. Because this life, our life, belongs to both of us. And I want to share it with you.
Reflecting the warm and cold color scheme, we see true Mark, a cold, distant man, self-centered only in this for himself, even attempting to manipulate any Mark with the love of his life, Helly.
I mourned Gemma for 2 years. I lost my job, my teaching job, because I fucking started showing up drunk. I hid all of her stuff in my basement. Because it was easier pretending that she never existed. And I thought I was protecting you from that pain. Oh, hey, Ms. Cobell told me you like someone down there? Helena Egan, right? Any name's Helene?
And this slipping naming causes him to implode, showing how when Helena called Gemma Hannah, this brutal blow rubbed off on him, and how he's more like Helena than Helly could ever be.
It's Helly, actually. Helly. It's the person I'm in love with. Which you'd know if you'd ever taken an interest in my life. Before tonight when you need something. She's the person I'll lose if I do what you say, because you know as well as I do that her outie won't, reintegrate. Assuming that's even real. Assuming every word out of your mouth isn't a lie. What? Whoa! I'm sorry. I didn't mean to... Dude, I'm just trying to save my wife, okay? And I can't abandon her. And if you help me, I won't abandon you. I promise.
You know what I think? I think the second you get your wife back, you forget I ever existed. I think that I disappear along with every innie down there. What do you want from me? We are in this together. Can't you just trust me? No. Devin! He's a fucking child. He won't listen.
Let me speak to him.
I mentioned reintegration. He basically called bullshit.
Well, he's not wrong, right?
Let me speak to him.
Calling him a child for not listening to his absurd requests, Cobell decides to speak with Mark, finally telling him what the numbers are.
The numbers are your wife. The MDR numbers. They're a doorway into the mind of your Audi's wife, Gemma Scout.
I don't understand.
Giving us a confirmation on the biggest theory that has been floating around until this moment. The files are Gemma. And this entire time, Mark was meddling with the metal of man. After this, quite obviously, he questions why she's even telling him this, and her response is terrifying.
What are you doing here? Really?
Mark. Mark. Oh. There'll be no honeymoon ending for you and Heliar. She's an Egan. You're nothing to them.
No.
Nothing to her.
No, I don't believe you.
They're using you.
No, I don't believe you.
And they'll discard you like a skin husk.
I think you're using me.
Reintegration is your only chance.
Do you love your brother?
Mark.
Yes.
Well, then you tell him that the next thing I see had better be the severed floor, or I swear he will never see his wife again.
I care for you.
Stop!
Mark.
Stepping in, the lighting is very different. And when it cuts to Mark's perspective, we see once more a new painting on the wall. The painting presenting Mark as a messiah, one hand on the Bible and one to God. Analyzing the painting as Mark steps closer, we can make out every single individual presented. The MDR replacements, Rickon's friends, Elizabeth, Bert, Felicia, Petey, Cobell, Rickon, Devon, Irving, Helly, Dylan, Eleanor, Gemma, Lorne, Milchek, Wong, Natalie, Drainer, Watt, the Tempers, Tribal, Goat Person, and the MDR dolls. Looking up on the top of Woe's Hollow, it's Ambrose, Myrtle, Pip, James, Geralt, Baird, Leonara, Kia, and lastly Helena. Passing each face rapidly, we can tell that Mark's mind is racing uncontrollably. Zoned out, the elevator opens, as without thinking they embrace each other.
I have to tell you something.
Me too.
As the lights go out, the walls slowly shine a dim warm blue, directing them to MDR. Looking in, expecting anything, a large Kia doll stands proud in the center, taking both Mark and Helly off guard. Approaching the statue, an envelope resides in his hand. Grabbing it, we see it's addressed to him, and as Helly looks up, we see the statue is now looking at Mark.
Mark, the founder, wished to witness the historic completion of your 25th file. Helly R. shall also bear witness from our chair. Goodly splendors await upon your victory. Love, Mr. Milchik.
Opening the card, we see a waffle, but not just any normal waffle, a waffle with 25 holes, representing Gemma. Leaning over, Helly tells Mark what happened, telling her the reality of the files. Both Mark and Helly discuss if Cobell's even being truthful. Yet, after an indecisive decision, Helly makes a remark that's pretty sad, saying that even if she is being truthful, they're screwed either way. Cutting to Gemma, we see her open a closet to the same exact clothes she wore on the night of her disappearance. Reaching over the divider, Helly persuades Mark that if you can get Gemma out and even have the slightest chance of taking down Lumen, reintegration could at least give him the chance of living.
I mean, I could just not do it. I could just not finish the file, not get her out.
But if she's telling the truth, we're screwed either way. Like his sister said. And maybe you could do this combining thing.
Well, yeah, but he could be a total liar.
What if he's not? At least you'll have a chance at living.
Yeah, but I want to live with you.
But I'm her, Mark.
Barely holding himself together, he continues the file. Walking to the elevator, we see Dylan emerge, letting us know that he said no. Being asked to follow him, we see the name of the painting. The Exalted Victory of Cold Harbor. Sliding Dylan the black envelope, Milchek tells him that due to the contents of it being embarrassing and him being swamped with work, he'll have to leave to read it on his own.
And as I'm duly swamped, I shall leave you to read it in solitude.
I can't tell you how much I audibly laughed when watching this. And once more, a peak Discord gif.
Dear Innie, I've read your request and organized my response into 3 points. Point one, fuck you. Gretchen is my wife and my beloved, and your actions with her were deeply fucking indecorous. Point two, I get it. She's perfect. And given our shared physiology, it tracks that you'd agree. Here's the thing. I've never been an impressive person. So when Gretch told me that you're like this self-assured badass, I don't know. It stung. So I guess point three is, I hope someday she sees in me what she sees in you. In the meantime, if I'm being really honest, I guess I like knowing you're there. So if you want to leave, you can, but I think you should stay.
I think this is one of the most beautiful letters in Severance. It shows that though they have their differences, Outie Dylan uses these positive personality traits to form a road to fix the flaws in himself. And though he's angry at Dylan, Outie Dylan is the first person to actually acknowledge his Innie's presence, knowing that he is a person too, in which they share many similarities. And yes, he threatened to quit, but he went back on himself, allowing him to live because, in reality, it's not his choice whether he lives or dies. Coming back to the actual meaning of Severance, we see Mark and Helly find this humanity in an unbeatable situation, but in this moment it's taken away quickly when jolting back to the reality that they are just deluding themselves.
Been trying to think of other place names besides Delaware. I've got Europe, Zimbabwe, and the Equator.
The Equator? Is that a building?
Or a continent.
Maybe it's just a building that's, like, so big.
They gave a continent.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just wish we had more time.
Coming closer, she slides the directions just under his keyboard as they finish the file together. As the lights once more go out, I can't play it, but an 80s style song starts fading in as Lumen Green resonates from the wall. Looking forward, Kia addresses them.
Mark S. In completing your 25th macro data file, you have drawn my grand agendum nearer to fulfillment, thus making you one of the most important people in history. Revel now in the fruit of your labors, and hail your earthbound steward, your very own floor manager. manager!
Thank you, Kier.
By the way, yes, this is a big Milchek episode. Walking in like a corny late night show, Milchek and Kia share some banter before taking an odd turn.
And may I say, you're looking very handsome, sir.
Thank you. I'd say the same of you, if not for my favorite core principle.
Probity?
No. Vision.
Well, it's truly special to host a man so illustrious, so sapient, so magnanimous.
My, you're verbose. Good thing you didn't write the first appendix. It would have burst.
Seeing a snap in Milchek's eyes, he's forced to bear this chaining role.
It's an honor to receive your barbs, Mr. Egan. The legacy you've left behind is truly and irrefutably larger than life.
You mean my company?
No. I mean this wax statue that's 5 inches taller than you actually were.
Thank you for that feedback, Seth.
Thank you, Kier. And now, lady and gentlemen of MDR, may I introduce choreography and merriment!
Thinking something's late, we hear a faint noise coming from the halls as Milchek wheels Kier out.
E&M. Let's keep the Mark S. love going.
I have to leave.
With a ballad of Ambrose and Gunnel.
I think this beats the music dance experience. Wrapping around them as a cluster, Mark and Helly are surrounded. Hearing an elevator ding, we see Jamie Egan walk into a tiny room with a singular monitor residing, now playing his part as the overseer.
You ready?
Yeah.
See you at the equator.
See you at the equator.
Distracting Milchek, this gives Mark the perfect opportunity to escape, sharing one last glance, of which might be her last time seeing him. Blocking Milchek in the bathroom, noticing the noise, Dylan traverses his way back, and at the same time Drummond emerges from the testing floor, and very weirdly bursts the door right opposite of the elevator. Pushing the goat, who by farmer's standards is her family, the look on her face indicates what's about to take place. Also, her attire presents as late medieval, and compared with Drummond, they both strongly represent the two individuals at the birthing retreat. Walking to a door, she doesn't enter, but waits opposite.
Mammalian's nurturable brings an offering.
Has it verve?
It does.
Wiles.
The most of its flock.
Walking into this veterinarian crossed with an insane asylum room, Drummond readies a bolt gun. Walking through the testing halls, in a contrasting speed to how Mark is, Gemma reluctantly enters a room named Cold Harbor. Entering, she is for the 25th time, no one. Slowly reaching around the corner, we see a lone crib resting ominously in this wide room. Watching from afar, Jane looks on as Gemma stumbles her way closer and closer, asking the same question pondered right at the start of the show.
Who are you?
She can't answer. Reaching in, a screwdriver sits comfortably inside, and the man requests that she take it apart, something that when Mark destroyed it in frustration, traumatized her. Having no option, she begins.
Where's Mark?
I don't know! Hey.
Bringing Helly and Dylan back together, they are united against a common enemy, Milchek. Handing her a gun, she reluctantly takes it, placing it against the baby goat's head as it leans in. But before action can be taken, Drummond and her hears a banging sound nearby. And if you remember the placement of this room,
Mark S.
It's the wrong door. I'm leaving, okay?
by the way, this head smash gave Adam Scott a concussion, so accidental dedication to his craft. Getting him on the ground with no need for his skin husk anymore, he wraps his large hands across his throat and commits.
No more killing.
Standing over the man who's taking so many of her family, his life now resides in her hands. Yet Mark spares him. Side note, the actor for Lorne, Gwendolyn, is 6'3". Need I say more? But more seriously, her sheer strength is not out of the question either, as this perfectly portrays the parental resilience concept, where in a situation where their children are in danger, they inhibit inhuman levels of strength. Also, this is one of the only fight scenes in the entirety of Severance. Now let me make you feel bad for a second. If you're a stern Helena lover, you might know that Mr. Drummond is relatively the only person who has ever been for her, teaching her the way of life, and isn't just some servant, more of a friend or brother. Now, though this information is hinted at in the show, these aren't necessarily facts. But from the interviews with the creator and cast, this is the main consensus for his backstory. While I'll Be Seeing You by Billie Holiday echoes, Jane eagerly watches Gemma dismantle her dream. Walking near the elevator with Mark holding Drummond at bolt point, the door opens behind them as the woman mentions,
"Thank you."
Emil thanks you. Emil is the name of the goat.
Oh, okay.
Oh, and here's a few behind the scenes photos of Emil the goat. Don't know, I just thought you'd want them. Entering the elevator, Mark goes to brief Drummond on what's going to happen.
Now, in a second, I'm gonna change to my Audi, and then you are gonna take him to...
This is one of my favorite scenes, but definitely my favorite and probably the smartest way someone has ever been killed in a piece of media, ever. You see, in Season 1, Episode 9, when transitioning to Innie, Whilst holding Cobell, we hear her mention that he suddenly went tense, but just for a brief moment, a bodily reaction that she would notice as she worked on the severed floor. So, going down to the testing floor, the transition tensed his trigger finger. This is why you don't keep your finger on the trigger, boys. Thereby killing Mr. Drummond. Lost with no real guide on where to go, Altimark is left to wonder. Rushing to the middle, we see the summit of Helly's character arc urge in, going from this timid yet rebellious new hire to this courageous leader we now see.
Our friend Irving is gone, and they want our whole department gone. If he gets out, we're dead. They're gonna turn us off like fucking machines. You've seen them do it. I know you've lost friends too. And you could be next. They give us half a life and think we won't fight for it.
That last sentence directly links to the fish, and how these innies are going to fight for control over the person who imprisoned them.
Right, Milchick?
Having not much option or plan, he notices a finger prick sensor, and with the hope that the man he accidentally killed was powerful enough, he attempts something. Walking in, the door closes behind him. Taking slow steps, knowing that the entirety of Severance we've seen Mark grow and fall due to his grief. He wants to see her, but the anxiety overwhelms him. Pushing forward with his arms tense, seeing what's in the room makes his arms fall.
Jim? It's okay. It's me.
Only speaking softly, he leads her out of the room. Finally reunited as the emergency alarms blare, they run for the exit elevator. Noticing the repeating alarm, Milchick simply looks at himself in the mirror. Like many things, he's failed. Now he's done. Evaluating what to do, he decides to give his all one last time.
Fuck you, Mr. Milchick.
Milchick bursts out, but can't leave. And he doesn't fight, he just accepts the situation, finally understanding where he is in this world. Making it to the exit, he quickly escorts Gemma out, and for the first time in 2 years, she's free. Yet, holding the exit, he pauses. His outie wanted Gemma to live at the cost of all of their lives, disregarding anything that innies held sacred. But now she's safe, like a male fish fighting for control. Hinted all the way back in Season 1, Episode 1, seeing Helly, he takes control. This may not be a home, but it's where she is. Listening to the pleas of Gemma, whilst Helly waits just beyond the turn, his choice is simple. End your life to satisfy your tormentor's needs, or meet your love at the equator.
With the cold brown ground, I remember a certain fall. Mother screams and calls. From the sink she saw me fall, fall, fall. She thinks there's blood on my hands, but doesn't understand how deep, deep, deep. She tries to help me stand, but we sink in the sand. Neck deep, deep, deep. The time grows stale and still. When waiting on a pill to dress my wounds in my will. Is this blood real? Will I cease to feel? Now there's bareness all around. Leaves mask the sound. They fall. Mother Earth fades and rusts as her child in us falls. Mother doesn't know it's okay to slow down. Yes, I've dulled and dimmed, but there's a fire still within, deep down.
Have you finished Cold Harbor?
No.
And she's still alive.
The season 2 finale is one of my favorite things we've ever done on the show. There are tons of really explosive elements, and that's where it gets really fun.
The finale is stuffed. It's like a marching band. Mark having a scene with himself, a fight in the hallway, a murder in an elevator, and then the final choice in the hallway. It was so much fun to shoot, but it was a lot.
The finale is kind of its own movie. We tried to really push the bounds in terms of the tone of the action.
It just gets shot out of a cannon. It just doesn't stop. It's just one big event after another.
You'll kill them all!
There's somebody else who wants to talk to you, actually.
So 210 starts in the birthing cabin. This is something that I've been waiting to do since we started the show, which is if Innie and Outie Mark could actually talk to each other, what would they say?
I have to get my wife back, but I can't abandon her. And if you help me, I won't abandon you.
Innie Mark has been going through this whole journey of being able to claim his own sense of importance. And so when Outie Mark comes to him and basically says, I need something, that's not something that Innie Mark responds to well.
You know what I think? I think the second you get your wife back, you forget I ever existed.
These are high stakes, emotionally charged situations that Adam has had to portray with Mark in terms of what his Innie and his Outie are dealing with. And from the beginning, he made such a clear choice on how his Innie was different than his Outie. And I think that he's just an incredibly gifted actor. You know, it's a very emotional arc, I think, for Adam this year.
And now, choreography and merriment!
The marching band was really crazy. We had talked about a couple of different Lumen-sanctioned celebrations that might happen after Mark finishes the Cold Harbor file. Of course, in season 1, there was the waffle party, and we didn't want to do something that was really in the same vein as that. Like, we wanted something that was really different. And at some point, somebody said, well, what about a marching band? And once that had been said, it was like, yeah, that's it. That's what it's going to be. There's certainly a higher level of violence in this episode than we've seen before, and the hope is that it feels earned. These are tensions that have been simmering for a long time, and so it all sort of comes out.
They give us half a life and think we won't fight for it.
We talk about the Macrodat uprising in the first episode, but this really is the beginning of that. And we don't know what's going to happen with Milchick, who's facing off with this marching band.
Fuck you, Mr. Milchick.
I gave them a band. I got them a band, 200-piece set band. Like, come on. And they still didn't appreciate it.
Jim? It's okay. I'm your husband.
One of my favorite elements of the finale is that you get 4 different dynamics between Mark and Gemma in a row. In the cradle room, he's seeing his wife for the first time in 2 years. She doesn't know him. And then we get this beautiful moment in the hallway where they are actually together, the 2 Outies. And then we get back, and for me, it was just fun to be able to see Miss Casey again in that moment.
What's taking place?
But then you end that with the final combination, which is Outie Gemma looking back at Innie Mark.
You have to go right now.
From the very beginning, the idea of the season was to get to this moment where Mark had to make a choice between Gemma and Helly. Who is he going to have an allegiance to, his Innie or his responsibility to his Outie?
Mark, we gotta go home!
It isn't until that moment that he pushes her through the door and is looking at her and realizing he has no feelings for this person. And then Helly calls his name.
Mark!
And then it's like, oh my God, if we just stay here, maybe we can be together another 10 minutes? Who knows? I don't think they're thinking more than 10 seconds into the future, but it was going into the unknown and never existing again, or going with Helly.
And then they hold hands and start running off into the sunset, but you know, the sunset is a white hallway with these red and white emergency lights and klaxons going off, and the end is really like what happens next. We have no idea what awaits them as they start running deeper into the halls of Lumen.
Watching this finale with 13 empty beer cans by my side, I stood up and verbally cheered at the ending. No other piece of media has ever gotten me to such a degree to which I have constantly been invested for months. The fade to red ending on a still frame bleeds old 80s movies, something that Ben Stiller and most of the crew grew up in. The ending, much like season 1's finale, is heavily open to interpretations, but in my eyes, due to the rampant use of male fish and the visual presentation of Innie Mark taking control and choosing his love over the alternative, this shows us that whatever fate may befell them after this event will be similar to Romeo and Juliet. Going back to the quote, "There will be no honeymoon ending for you," provides us with a clear yet uncertain answer that Mark and Helly are no longer, but the choice they made will last forever. Now look, I don't know how this video performed, and I can't promise that anyone will make it to this part of the video. But if you're hearing this right now, that means I did something good, so let me just say something. Experiencing Severance was one of the best things that has ever happened to me. You can only really experience shows once, and that goes for everything in life. But what this show did for me, and many others, I can't begin to know how to pay it back. So I hope this video does great, not just for me, but for the show.
And if you don't have an answer, it's totally cool, and we can figure it out. But do you have any theories as to why the show has taken off in the way that it has? Why people are watching the show and thinking so much about their own work?
I mean, there's a human element to it. You know, these characters, I think, are familiar. You know, there's so many of us who spend a lot of time in the workplace and understand what it's like to be at a job that may not be as fulfilling.
Yeah.
And create relationships with fellow coworkers.
But I like what you said there, the idea that there is something, we all know what it's like to sort of have a work life. And in that moment where your wife meets your people you work with and you realize that you may be a completely different person to one person, you know, one person than the other.
There's an identity there too. I mean, the first line of the show is, "Who are you?" You know, and I think, especially with Milchick, there's an identity that he is struggling with. And I think there are other characters who may be in that boat as well.
Yeah, and that idea of like being someone slightly different at work, I can certainly relate to. Like when I was at my office job, I was also doing sketch comedy and improv comedy at night. But at work, no one really would have known that. You know, I was like, I kind of didn't want to get into it. I didn't really want to bring that part of me into that place. I don't really know why. Like, I never really thought about why I felt like I needed to keep it separate.
And Severance didn't just affect us viewers, it also affected the cast, heavily. With many like Tramell Tillman having their whole lives changed, given this overhead perspective on how scary his old life used to be.
You know, I worked in corporate America.
Did you?
I did.
Where?
I worked in New York. I did a little bit in Jackson, Mississippi as well. You know, the organizations were fine. I just was not my best self at them, you know, because I wasn't doing what I love to do, you know, and I love telling stories. I love acting. I love performing. So, you know, doing the desk job 9 to 5 was grueling.
Dance is a big part of your life. I didn't know that when I watched the scene first, but when I did some research, I found that you danced when you were a kid at church, right?
I was in the interpretive dance ministry.
I didn't know there was an interpretive dance ministry in the church.
It was in my church. You know, I wasn't in it long, unfortunately, because it was frowned upon for young black boys to dance in church. It was
within that community, or
within the community.
Okay.
Yeah, at that time, you know, I appreciated the people who were supportive of me to express myself through dance.
Right.
So that was just a struggle, to being able to be in the arts. In my upbringing, most black boys were athletes, or really academic. And yes, I had to be very smart, but while I was athletically inclined, it wasn't where my heart was. So I would kind of, dance in my room.
And also Sarah Bach as well, having her first late night show appearance just recently. And she was 16 to 18 whilst filming Severance. With the only real thing he's been in being Severance, both him and Sarah Bach had the course of their lives changed indefinitely. Also, the cinematographer Jessica Lee, having her first directorial debut on Severance, is not only an amazing opportunity for her, but also displays her talent to such a wide audience, and I really wish the best for her, and that goes for every single person who worked on creating this generational masterpiece of a show. Britt Lower, though not being in much of anything significant, apart from Show Pony and Holly Slept Over, before Severance she was already an established actor, but with the popularity in winning the Hollywood Critics Association Television Award for Best Actress in a Streaming Series Drama boosted her significantly, akin to the other cast members, and is started to be starring in both a new Netflix show called I Will Find You and a movie called Psychotherapy. Adam Scott, even before Severance, was massively popular, and when Ben Stiller and Dan Erickson went over the story, they even placed him in the role before he was even casted. Apart from Severance, Adam Scott is most notably known for appearing in Parks and Recreation, Step Brothers, The Good Place, and wait, not that one. Usually playing the villain, it's nice to see this turn in his role. And he actually won 2 awards from season 1 of Severance. Also, bear in mind, as of this video's creation, the 2025 Emmys haven't happened yet. So if he does win another one, which he should, so I'd say add an extra Emmy award onto each actor in Severance. We've got the Critics' Choice Super Award that both Adam Scott and Patricia Arquette got for Best Actor in a Science Fiction Show, and the Webby Awards for Best Actor. Looking forward, Adam Scott is noted to be starring in many future projects, some of which being Hockham and The Whisper Man. Zach Jerry is a person who, when I started watching Severance about 7 months ago, I couldn't pick out where he was from, but I knew I watched him in something, and after thinking about games I hate for no reason, I remembered that the Fallout show actually exists. And he was in a few episodes. Other than Succession, The Great Holiday Baking Show, and a few Marvel parts, he wasn't truly appreciated. But due to Severance's newfound major popularity, he's now in the new Disney Plus Your Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man series. And look, I really can tell you who he is in it, but I can assume via Google search it's this guy. But unfortunately, along with being nominated yet missing out on an award, he doesn't seem to be in any big upcoming titles that we know about. And in general, a very underutilized actor, so if you're a director or casting director watching this video, get this guy. John Turturro is probably the biggest actor in Severance next to Christopher Walken, being in a huge line of classic movies from Barton Fink, The Big Lebowski, Brother Where Art Thou, all the way to more modern movies like Batman, Cars 2, and most of the Transformers films. And like Zach Cherry, was nominated for many awards but dropped the ball. In the same vein though he's planning to be starring and directing movies in the future, nothing's confirmed. Patricia Arquette is yet another incredibly decorated actor, being in Nightmare on Elm Street 3, True Romance, Boyhood, and Holes, just to name a few. Unfortunately, as trends seem to be, though she was nominated, no awards were won. But on the bright side, she is going to be starring in a few upcoming projects, such as The Last Disturbance of Madeline Hyde, and They Will Kill You. Tremel Tillman is a standout in Severance, and so is his history. For instance, like I said previously, apart from a few tiny bits in shows, most notably The Godfather of Harlem, he only did minor theatre work. Yet his audition for the 20s to 40s African American Company Man stole the show. And yes, he was nominated, but didn't win. But it's not all sad news, as he is starring in the new Scientology movie in late 2025. Michael Comsty is a Tony-nominated actor, but I'm gonna be honest with you, he isn't really in anything. And I don't mean not actually in anything, but the previous pieces of media he's featured in never really got massively popular. So Severance is a justified claim to fame for him. But on a more positive note, he did direct The Importance of Being Earnest, that premiered at the Two Rivers Theatre, something that apparently did very well for him. Again, he was nominated, yet no cigar. John Tulloch starred in many decently popular pieces of media before Severance. Not enough to make her famous, but significantly enough to recognize. Some that come to mind is Spirited and Partners, one of which she won an award for. And she's also a very talented writer. Her husband in the show, Rick and Hale's actor Michael Chernus, has quite a catalogue of acting experience, even starring in a pretty decent movie recently called The Girl from Coin. He also had quite a big feature in the new animated show, Carol and the End of the World. His character is also kind of similar to Rickon, by the way. You should watch it. It perfectly encapsulates finding the beauty in the little things. Oh, and let's see if he got an award. Christopher Walken needs no introduction or explanation. I'm just happy he's here, and in a gay relationship with John. Sydney Cole Alexander is another person who doesn't really have much of any previous work to her name, but is in the upcoming Psychotherapy along with Britt Lower. So this shows yet again another person positively benefiting off their brilliant performance in Severance. No awards, by the way. I'm not going to attempt that. Unlike Sydney and a few others in this cast, he has quite a big portfolio of acting experience. Also, along with his experience as a musician, possibly relating to his Enter Sandman Metallica song. Many of his notable appearances being The Infiltrator with Walter White and Hotel Cocaine, with Severance being many of people's first exposure to his expertise. And he does a great job at showing off his talent, with Severance being yet another award-winning show to add onto his list. Lastly for the cast, Karen Aldridge. Now most known for Severance, she was previously popular for The Good Mother and The Dilemma. Also a really underrated movie, The Creator. Playing Dr. Thankley, her acting prowess is really put on display, and shines in a movie full of many famous cast members. But something all these actors have in common is that in their own way, they were all very positively affected by Severance, as it significantly changed most of their lives. Also, the reason I didn't cover the entirety of the cast is because I just wanted to cover the main core group of characters, and also it would take like a million years to cover all of them, but the summarization would pretty much go as said. Now, don't just ask me about Severance. Let's hear it from a lead Twitter account responsible for most of the photos used in this video, especially for the promotional segments, as they themselves attended a lot of the media stunts, in particular the London Balloon one. This is CocoCat38, and if you've been on Severance Twitter, you definitely know them. And when I reached out for their thoughts on both Season 2 and Severance as a whole, they kindly responded with a 2-page response that provided both differing ideas and a perspective other than mine, which is good. The statement goes, "The season 2 finale was everything I could have hoped for and more. Finally, we got to see a proper conversation between an innie and an outie, as they learn about each other and also understand that they have different needs and desires. This was done so brilliantly. And throughout the season we were treated to so many parallels between characters and stories. I was delighted by the final scene. Helly and Mark worked together to get Gemma out, and it was a success. Gemma is free. It made absolute sense to me that Mark would choose to be with Helly. Even if it only lasts for 10 minutes, their lives have been so short already, so any more time at all that they get to choose to spend with each other is worth so much to them. Mark and Helly are people in their own right, and if the crime of wanting to live is classed as being selfish, then I hope everyone is selfish all of the time. I was so excited at Helly gaining some understanding of Helena, and also finally acknowledging I am her to Mark. I hope we see more of Helly and Helena's development, as they learn to accept one another as they continue their natural reintegration. Helena is the most interesting character in the show to me, and Season 2 has certainly delivered, along with Britt Lower's incredible performance, bringing so many details and nuances we could have ever hoped for. For the series as a whole, I felt the pacing was thrown off a bit with the 2 standalone episodes back to back. Both of those episodes provided important revelations, as the stakes were rising for all of the other characters too. This was redeemed for me by episode 9 and 10, that brought us right back to the action, having been made stronger by what came before. The level of detail in Severance, both season 1 and 2, is truly stunning. I am particularly interested in the many musical cues in the score, diegetic and non-diegetic music, and the question that raises about what transcends Severance. I don't think there's such a thing as cornplating with a show like Severance, when every decision has a whole team of dedicated curators behind it that work hard to subtly hint at plot and character developments. This makes the fandom experience so much more fun than a lot of other shows, in my opinion. Severance has earned all the praise it gets, and you can tell it is made by a talented team of cast and crew who really care about it, and I cannot wait to see what they create for. Please show some support to Cocos. Their contribution to Severance's popularity and this video means a lot. Thank you for the testimony, and good luck with things. The reason I want to hold off on covering The Truman Show until after Season 2 is because the ending is very similar. The plot of The Truman Show revolves around a man who, for every waking minute of his life since birth, has been unknowingly broadcasted to the world, being the biggest TV show to ever air. And to bypass ethical concerns, its greatest cover is that The Truman Show is a social experiment. And akin to Severance, as the story progresses, these little oddities start to stick out, until the puzzle is missing too many pieces to make sense. And after learning the truth about his apparent father's death, his best friend's fraudality, and a rogue woman spilling the truth, he ventures across the water until he reaches the end. And as he goes up, climbing up almost invisible stairs, his life finally starts as he makes the choice to leave his paradise, preferring to live in the real world. Now, the sentiment that the creator uses is incredibly similar to Kia, seeing Truman as his child, saying,
Truman, you can speak. I can hear you. Who are you? I am the creator of a television show that gives hope and joy and inspiration to millions. Then who am I? You're the star. Was nothing real? You were real. It's what made you so good to watch. Listen to me, Truman. There's no more truth out there than there is in the world I created for you. Same lies, same deceit. But in my world, you have nothing to fear. I know you better than you know yourself.
Both Keir and Christoph perfectly created this world for individuals that brought joy and inspiration to millions. But in the end, though both are portrayed as gods, fail in the end, despite their endless pleas for loyalty. Now, with Severance, Mark doesn't make the choice that Truman does. In fact, Severance is the instance where Truman decides to stay, preferring to live in this crafted paradise with the one he loves, rejecting the outside world. Both these two pieces of media decide to leave the character's fate up to the viewer's interpretation. For instance, both Mark and Truman are almost identical in character design, being at first ignorant of their surroundings. As the story progresses, they slowly become aware as they are affected by the people around them, finding humanity in themselves in a situation where they are stripped of it. Also, to finish off this Truman segment, I want to say that it is easily one of my favourite Jim Carrey movies, because before this I kinda just saw him as the man who can make faces, but watching both Eternal and Truman really opened my eyes to his sheer acting ability. Age is a huge side topic for Severance, mainly in the viewers. And if I'm being honest, I didn't even notice this until the script was pretty much completely done. So let me tell you the story of how I found out that Severance can be viewed completely differently without even watching the show. So I was editing and I got bored because 13-hour days just aren't amazing. So, like usual, I went out with my dad. We went to a seaside bar and had a few drinks. It was warm and our chud dog was panting, and this led me to the thought process of Mark running at the end of Season 2. So I spoke up, where I mentioned how Outie Mark is actually a pretty bad person. Morally, he's good, but he throws everyone else in his life aside, even willing to kill probably millions of severed workers just to get his wife back. And even Innie Mark notices this lack of humanity, thereby choosing to be with Helly, letting Altimark inadvertently sacrifice himself for Gemma, something that in this thought process he would have done. And like me making the biggest Severance video there ever will be, I expected to be completely blindly backed up by my father. But he objected, saying that Helly and Innie Mark were the true villains, mentioning how Helly went past Mark's desires and manipulated him to leave his wife. And I tried to argue against this, bringing up Mark's obvious links to Helena's destructive view on innies, in which they're not seen as people but animals. And then he said this: well, I have a wife, and no matter the consequences, I tried to get her back. So in this instance, my dad's more matured age and state in life pushes him to root for Gemma, whilst I root for Helly, coinciding with innies being younger than their outies. And this is a very purposeful choice by the creators of Severance. Shows how in depth the show goes into portraying its story, not just in the writing, but in the viewers. Though there are a few minor plot holes in Severance, all of which could be explained by maybe an explanation in a future season if that's ever planned, the one I do want to touch upon is this man right here. And this is probably the biggest theory out there. Now though you could say the other biggest theory is, well, how does Irving know about the Black Testing Hall? That could be explained by the fact that he's been investigating them. This man simply has no introduction, no outro, just stands there. He doesn't have a name, he's just Helena's bodyguard and driver. He's in 2 episodes, I'm pretty sure, and he absolutely terrifies Miss Cobell. So, who is this? Well, we don't know. There is absolutely no explanation to this. Cobell gets terrified, sees this man, runs away to Salt's Neck. And apart from that, nothing. But I'm sure it'll be explained sometime. Okay, so I'm just going to tell you about something that I haven't seen anybody discuss. So here it is. In the Lexington letter, at the top of the first page, it reads, "To Jim M." And then in brackets is an email. Just below is the same email but with different initials. But when putting that link into a search engine, taupecaster.com, it gives you a link to this long hidden video. Watching it, we see from the perspective of being a new hire. And as you go around all the halls, you eventually end up looping back on yourself, as the cycle repeats. Also, there is a man running into MDR. I don't know if this is intentional, or I don't know who this is, but it's interesting and very suspicious. I just thought I'd share that with you guys. Hey, so I've completely finished editing Severance at this point, and I've just realized that the original script for the pilot episode that Dan Erickson wrote whilst, bouncing through jobs, is now public. So I thought I'd just take you through it a little bit just at the end and just show you what is different, and I just think it's kind of interesting. So at the start, instead of Helly waking up on the table, it's actually Mark waking up on the table. And we see that it opens the same from a top-down view, but he's naked. And also it says that Mark is in his mid-30s, placing him about 20 years younger than Mark in Severance. We can also see that the interviewee is actually Milchek as well, not Mark or Petey. And then the episode kind of goes exactly the same, apart from a few changes that I'll mention now, is that Helly was employed 2 years prior to Mark, and she was employed when she was 16. And whereas in the pilot episode to Severance the TV show, their roles are about reversed, to which Mark is now the one that is terrified and is the new hire. That's pretty much it for this. I just want to go over this quickly. There is some more interesting things, so I would urge you to go check this out for yourself if you are interested, but I thought I couldn't really end it, and I think this is the thing that will patch this whole video up and make it complete. Thank you very much, and on to the next part. Covering Severance, I really didn't know how to do it justice, and I really tried to cover literally every corner and facet of this masterpiece. And I hope whether you've watched Severance or not before watching this, you've learned something new. And with the months of research I've done, I'd hope so. Yet, if you've made it this far in the video, I see I've done my job. But let's be honest, most of the views from this video are going to be from you guys sleeping, so thanks for the watch time. Now, I would close this video on the note of moving away from this show that captured my mind for half a year by saying it's all over, and we can move on to the next project. But I've got news. Yeah, there is a season 3. So in 2 years, expect another 9.5 hour long video. And once more, I don't know how this video will perform, and if I can even get past copyright, as it's a huge video that's basically 70% plot summary, and it's my very first large-scale project. No matter the outcome, this has been a huge journey for me, with turns that have dramatically affected my life indefinitely. So I'm so thankful that you can appreciate this video with me, and don't just throw Severance aside as if it's just another show you binged. Treasure it, and treat it with the respect it deserves. If you liked this video and would consider supporting me further, then please subscribe to the Patreon for a variety of perks, including gaming content, hours of extended cuts from pre-existing videos, your name at the end of every single video, sneak peeks into future projects, exclusive parasocial Discord role, and in general shit tons more content that would only ever be on Patreon. Even behind the scenes of this very video, for only $6 a month, and you can get all of this and more. Also, if you really want to support me, there is a $20 tier too. It doesn't give any extra benefits, but helps me more than you can imagine, and it's the best possible way to support me other than watching this video. So, with that being said, thank you to our first Patreons, Bill Bob and Rizuno. Lastly, join the Discord if you want to interact with me personally and be a part of this hopefully neat community. Thank you very much, and remember, don't get severed. I'm going to die tonight. All these cult cases, and this is the one that gets me. I'm not a bad person, nor am I a good person, so I don't know where I'll go. I run, yet I'm not sure why. I'm so close to my end, and I'm spending it asking stupid questions. Shame. It's such a nice night.
Surrounded by scholars of a friendly nation, regrets and cigarettes smoked at the train station. Thoughts are passed around in commemoration of friends we will lose to war. Dreams will speak just once more. Drink to all your sorrows from a rule-bound trance. I grin wide-eyed without taking a glance. The books you throw aside, I take them in advance to make my mind not feel alone. Always waiting for tomorrow when I'm not home. Yes, isn't it nice? Yes, isn't it? Yes, isn't it nice? Yes, isn't it nice to be lost in paradise? Live in the foothills of a high-class shout out full of gall, while the city streets call out for it all. Isn't it nice? Yes, isn't it